Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Had the Power of a Starborn Fusion Quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya had always prided herself for her patience and ability to stay composed in stressful situations. She couldn't remember the last time she seriously snapped at someone or felt the urge to punch a wall. The patience was mostly out of necessity, given that her husband was a man-child with a flamethrower for a mouth. She meant that in the most endearing sense of the word, of course, Hisoshi was the gentlest, kindest soul she had ever encountered, and she could never regret attending to his burns all those years ago. In that way, she considered it lucky that Hisoshi discovered his fire breath didn't mix well with alcohol and intoxication at that dorm party. It certainly spared them from any accidents later in life. Considering all of the above, this DMNPNNCY was seriously testing her patience. She had already endured 9 months of hell, filled with Hisoshi's frequent jokes, and his inability or unwillingness to take things seriously was not helping. Though as her husband worriedly spoke to her in the backseat while the Bakugo patriarch drove them to the hospital in the dead of night, she could only give a mental sigh of relief. The worst part was finally over and it had better all have been worth it. Oh god, the worst part was definitely not over. She couldn't even concentrate enough to be annoyed at Hisoshi for practicing his dad jokes with Masaru whenever he wasn't by her side. It took several excruciating hours, but as the signature crying of a baby filled the hospital room, right as the sun rose above the horizon, she couldn't help but feel the happiest she'd ever felt in her life. And not just because it was all finally over and they were both lying next to each other in the hospital bed, but because they were looking at the most adorable baby they'd ever seen, their adorable baby. The first thing to break the silence in the newly sunlit room was Hisoshi, who looked like the definition of a proud dad, welcoming Izuku, their little sunshine, into the family. The nickname proved to be rather fitting as Izuku grew up over the years. He had the uncanny ability to always lighten up any room he entered. The way he hopped around any room whenever he was supposed to be sitting still, or how he excitedly babbled about whatever new thing he and Katsuki encountered, how he salivated over every plate of katsudon and gobbled it up with his chubby hands, how he diligently woke up to watch the sun rise and say goodbye to Hisoshi in the morning, and as whenever Hisoshi showed off his totally super-duper awesome fire breath for the umpteenth time. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 herself never thought much of her own quirk. It was useful for cooking and for keeping her son and husband on a leash, but she couldn't help but feel like it was one of the best whenever she did show it off to her little Izuku. Even Katsuki, whose personality would be the embodiment of the actual sun up close like the way Izuku's was the sun viewed from Earth, was significantly calmer whenever Izuku was around. Considering all of that, it might not be surprising that one day 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was seriously concerned when Izuku was still in bed by the time school was supposed to start. He hadn't even clamped onto Hisoshi's leg in a fit of giggles right before he left for work earlier in the morning, which she later learned over the phone from a slightly upset Hisoshi. She could practically hear him pouting. Despite her worries, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 brushed it aside for later and woke up a dazed Izuku. His 4th birthday party had been pretty tiring after all. A lot of kids had come to see Hisoshi spit roasting the barbecue meat, his favorite trick, and Izuku had spent a good amount of time talking each guest's ears off about All Might. The worrying feeling returned in full force the following day as it got progressively harder to wake him up. According to his kindergarten teacher, Izuku had even fallen asleep in the middle of playtime. He ate less of his breakfast and dinner at home, even katsudon, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 suspected he threw away his lunch at school too. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 decided enough was enough when Saturday morning Izuku woke up, burning to the touch and throwing up any food that entered his mouth. Hisoshi's attempt at lightening the mood by suggesting they cook his breakfast eggs on Izuku's forehead was not appreciated either, though it did yield a few giggles from Izuku, so 𝐒𝐿𝐴 let it slide. They decided to take Izuku to the hospital just in case for some general testing, which is how they found themselves in a small office with an older doctor whilst Izuku was resting in a room close by. The small room had been silent after they'd sat down, save for the soft ticking of an older clock in the corner and the occasional creaking of wood from Hisoshi nervously shifting in his chair. It was almost calming to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 if the sterile walls and medical charts didn't remind her that she was in the hospital for her baby boy. After a few seconds of this serene silence, The doctor put down the relevant medical files on his desk and addressed the pair in his room. "Well, Midoriya-san, we have bad news and good news regarding your son. The good news is that he does not seem to have caught any illnesses that we're aware of. We did however find an alarming decrease in the amount of mitochondria in his cells compared to previous records." That definitely sounded like the bad news, but 𝐿𝐭 decided to keep quiet as she realized her husband wasn't the greatest when it came to the medical sciences and instead gave the doctor her patented get-on-with-it stare. To his credit, the balding man quickly got the message and went on to elaborate. Essentially it means that his body seems to be gradually shutting down his metabolism. His inability to ingest any food seems to corroborate that. The good news, however, is that, given his age, this change seems to be related to his quirk instead of some genetic disorder. At this statement, Hisoshi seemed to have been shaken out of his stupor, as he angrily leaned forward. "How exactly is my son's quirk slowly starving him to death good news in any way?" 𝐿𝐭 shared her husband's sentiments but knew that antagonizing the professional wasn't the best course of action and interrupted Hisoshi before he could continue. "Quirks that actively harm their user are documented but have basically become non-existent after the first few generations, isn't that right, doctor?" The doctor blinked at the unexpected bit of trivia but quickly continued. "That is completely correct, Midoriya-san. As for why this is good news, now that we know this is the work of your son's incoming quirk, we can start figuring out what exactly it is and why it seems to currently be harming your son so that we can hopefully find a way to counteract it. I hope you don't mind if we do some more specialized tests on him and see if he takes after either of you." Sounds of agreement filled the room, and with that the rest of the day was taken up by doctors and nurses moving a lethargic, sweating Izuku around testing rooms, the only relief coming in the form of Izuku greedily gulping down large bottles of water whenever they were given to him. It wasn't until after the sun had set that a different doctor entered the hospital room and asked if the parents could come with him to discuss the results. 𝐿𝐭 only had to glance at the slumped figure next to her to understand that Hisoshi had completely tired out from the frantic day, so she opted to join the doctor by herself, but not before gently tapping Hisoshi's mess of hair to make sure he was at least somewhat awake. Hisoshi just returned a lopsided smile and mumbled to her to compile the lecture notes for later, before going back to his half-pretend, half-genuine sleep. Hisoshi stayed in this position for 15 more minutes after 𝐿𝐭 left until he was startled awake by Izuku screaming about everything being too hot, immediately running over to embrace his son's red-hot, glowing body in a tight hug, mumbling a seemingly never-ending stream of reassurances into his sunshine's ear as the room was quickly illuminated by an increasingly intense light. 𝐿𝐭 Midoriya had always prided herself for her patience and her ability to stay composed in stressful situations, but after a whole day of stressing out and seeing her son being prodded everywhere, she really couldn't deal with a doctor who seemed extremely excited about the results and wasn't getting any closer to the actual point. So far he had discussed how 𝐿𝐭's hands seemed to unnoticeably distort the space in front of them when her quirk was active and how this same distortion was constantly present and much more noticeable within Izuku's stomach, and now he seemed to be finishing up on the specifics of Hisoshi's flammable gas, but 𝐿𝐭 still couldn't understand where the guy was going with all this. Before the doctor could continue on her husband's slight heat resistance, 𝐿𝐭 decided to politely interrupt him to prevent her ever-present composure from finally breaking. "Doctor, I don't quite see how my husband's stomach producing his flammable breath by turning ingested water into hydrogen and oxygen gas is related to anything else you've said, or why my son's quirk is essentially starving him to death, and quite frankly I think I've been away from my husband and son for a bit too long." The doctor, for the first time since she had entered his office, looked away from his reports with a creepily excited smile and hastily interrupted her as she was about to grab her purse and leave. "I'm so sorry, Midoriya-san, I'm just really excited, that's all. But think about it, the most logical explanation for why your son's body seems to be shutting down its metabolism is because it's preparing to switch to a completely different source of energy. Coupled with today's observations of your quirks, it seems his stomach has been gathering the hydrogen from the water he's consumed and is slowly compressing it in his stomach." 𝐿𝐭's eyes widened as the observations the doctor had been rattling off for the past 10 minutes finally clicked, and she couldn't stop herself from shouting her realization in disbelief. "You're saying my son's stomach is turning into a fusion reactor?" The doctor just nodded excitedly, and the fact he acted like Izuku would have been funny if he wasn't an old, stubby, bespectacled man that looked like he was seconds away from taking Izuku for himself. Yes, isn't it exciting? Once again, quirks are doing what we never could have achieved with science for at least another century. Since this quirk is somehow locally manipulating gravity like yours, but to an even higher degree, it completely bypasses the known practical issues of needing enough mass or a high enough temperature to generate the immense pressures needed to facilitate artificial self-sustaining fusion. As long as we keep providing him with water, the hydrogen in his stomach will eventually reach a critical limit for kickstarting the fusion process, and afterwards your son should be completely whatever the doctor had wanted to say was cut off by a loud scream coming from the relatively empty ward 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 knew Izuku was in. She immediately ran out of the small office but had to shield her eyes as a bright flash of light filled the hallway, before it and her son's screams died down. Without slowing down, she entered the hospital room only to be greeted by her husband and son in a tight embrace on a bed that was barely standing on its half-molten frame, Izuku being surrounded by a soft, golden, glowing aura that was already dimming. After a few seconds of silence, the bed finally collapsed to the ground, shaking Izuku and Hisoshi out of their stupor as they parted and started laughing over the weirdness of the situation, until Hisoshi hissed in pain and revealed bright red blistering burns all over his arms. Seeing his son starting to panic, he quickly joked about not expecting to need sunscreen tonight, which did its job of calming Izuku back down into a fit of giggles. 𝐭𝐴 hadn't realized how tense she had been as for the first time that day all tension left her shoulders as she tried to hide an ugly snort. Everything was wrapped up fast after that incident. Just some last few checkups on Izuku and quick treatment of Hisoshi's burns. Luckily, his decent fire resistance spared him from the bed frame's fate, and the Midoriyas walked out of the hospital with burn cream and tired faces, but accompanied by an absolutely glowing son, figuratively and sometimes literally. The days following the incident were a lot less stressful, though no less busy. At first, Izuku felt guilty about burning his dad, but that was quickly replaced by the excitement of exploring his own quirk. As they were later told, the light produced by the fusion of hydrogen was absorbed by a specialized organelle that had been reconstructed out of the original mitochondria, which formed a protective layer around the cell's nucleus and stored the energy for later use while using part of it in the production of ATP. Izuku was a little bummed out that he couldn't really ingest too much of anything except water anymore. But the later discoveries of having almost infinite stamina, needing barely any sleep, and receiving a significant boost to most biological functions including his immune system and his natural healing as long as he regularly drank water more than made up for it. It was quite tiring for 𝐭𝐴 to constantly run after him at 1 a.m., but nothing was as tiring as her husband's insistence of pointing out that their child was now literally their little sunshine at every opportunity. In the following week, with Izuku and Hisoshi staying home together, more of these discoveries were made. The morning after the hospital visit, they quickly found out that Izuku passively generated a skin-tight magnetic field after he excitedly showed his dad he could finally balance a spoon on his nose, only to then find he couldn't actually get the spoon off at all, and 𝐭𝐴 had to stop her husband from accidentally putting his foot on Izuku's head during his attempts at removing the accursed thing. The doctors speculated that the produced helium plasma seeped into his bloodstream and the moving charges were generating a small-scale magnetic field that helped shield others from the harmful radiation that wasn't immediately absorbed by Izuku's body. The quirk counselors suggested that Izuku could potentially control the flow of the helium plasma, allowing him to change the shape and intensity of the magnetic field. The day after that, they discovered that the circulating helium exited through his lungs after he accidentally inhaled the contents of a balloon he'd been inflating for the quirk manifestation party Hisoshi had made up on the spot, and spoke in a somehow even squeakier voice than normal. 𝐭𝐴 had walked into the living room that morning to find Hisoshi dying from laughter on the floor with Izuku fretting over him while doing a flustered chipmunk impression, prompting her husband to laugh even harder. As for the magnetic field, during all the extra free time at night, Izuku found out he could release a portion of the stored radiation as light, and if he budged and magnified the field just right, he could recreate the aurora borealis around his body. That trick immediately won over all his classmates when he returned to kindergarten after his week-long absence. Over the year, Izuku developed a habit of passively emitting light whenever he got scared or nervous, but it also started happening whenever he got really excited. It would take a few years before he gained full control over that aspect of his quirk, and 𝐻𝐭 was grateful when 𝐵𝐵 brought up buying sunglasses. She was less grateful when it turned out he only ordered All Might-themed ones. Izuku's room already makes the All Might Museum gift shop look like a cheap knockoff. He doesn't need more encouragement, 𝐵𝐵. By the time Halloween rolled around, Izuku had enough control over his light and magnetic field to make his aura look like flames. He decided to dress up as Endeavor that year with Katsuki as All Might. They quickly discovered that Izuku couldn't scowl without it looking like a pout and that Katsuki couldn't smile as bright without looking like a crazed psychopath. Before the boys could get too upset, 𝐵𝐵 threw on a dollar store cape, kneeled in front of them and booped both their noses. "I am the evil villain, mind swap, and I just swapped your minds. You could never hope to beat me now, heroes." 𝐵𝐵 then quickly ran off doing his interpretation of a maniacal laugh before he got tackled by the pair of gremlins. All in all, the past year had been extremely taxing on 𝐻𝐭, but her husband's carefree attitude, booming laughter and never-ending optimism never failed to make her feel a bit lighter. Considering all of that, it might not be surprising that 𝐻𝐭 started getting concerned when 𝐵𝐵 became less energetic sometime after her own birthday. Not from any lack of trying, he still managed to cheer everyone up, but he couldn't match Izuku's excitedness anymore. He didn't take the opportunity to make jokes or pranks whenever he could, and whenever he laughed it was usually interrupted by a hacking cough. It all came to a head when 𝐻𝐭 found 𝐵𝐵 coughing up BLD in the toilet a little after Izuku's 5th birthday. Despite his half-hearted reassurances that it was just that morning's jam, they soon found themselves back at the hospital in front of a doctor, and this time without a happy conclusion. "I'm sorry to say this, Midoriya-san, but I'll put it bluntly. It appears you have cancer. And from what we're seeing, it's advanced quite rapidly to stage 4. I'm not quite sure how this has gone unnoticed for so long, especially since you were completely fine a year ago, but I don't think this can really be treated anymore unless you're willing to part with a significant sum of money for experimental treatment. It is quite a shame that the medical field regarding cancer has practically stopped any and all advancements since the emergence of quirks." The doctor shook her head in a disapproving manner before returning her gaze towards the pair. "Still, it is quite baffling how this happened. Did you perhaps come into contact with any highly ionizing sources the past year or so?" 𝐻𝐭 was too dazed to really come up with a response, but surprisingly 𝐵𝐵 wasn't and piped up. "Well, my son has a unique quirk that produces some radiation, and I was hugging him when it manifested, but the worst I received from that was some burns thanks to the fire resistance I get from my quirk, and the doctors assured us that his quirk shields the outside world from the worst of the radiation, so I don't quite see." The doctor shook his head. "Well, Midoriya-san, I have taken the opportunity to look into some of the medical records concerning your son, and it's quite possible that the initial burst overwhelmed his body's natural defense systems, that and the helium that's attributed to the generation of the magnetic field wouldn't have been produced in any significant quantities yet at the point of ignition, so," as the doctor trailed off, a silence fell over the room, one that 𝐻𝐭 couldn't bear to listen to any longer as she swiftly stood up. "I think my husband and I have heard enough medical talk today, doctor, so let's cut to the chase. How long do you expect he has?" The doctor sighed and slumped slightly in her armchair. "I estimate you have about a month left before you're confined to a hospital bed most of the time. I know these things are never fun to hear, but I hope you'll make the most out of it with your family." And with that, the door to the doctor's office slammed shut slightly too forcefully as the Midoriyas left. Their ride back home that day was filled with tense silence. By the time they reached their own neighborhood, 𝐻𝐭 couldn't take it anymore. "𝐵𝐵, he can never know, 𝐻𝐭." She looked at her husband to see him giving the most serious, solemn stare she'd ever seen from him. "𝐵𝐵, what do you mean?" His knuckles went white as he clenched his hands around the steering wheel. "If Izuku finds out about this, you know what he's like, 𝐻𝐭, he'll never touch his quirk again beyond the bare minimum needed to live. You've seen how happy he is with it, how many plans he's made with it. I can't just take that all away from him." 𝐻𝐭 gulped as her mind's eye supplied the image of a somber, shut-in teen, that bright smile of his wiped from existence. "𝐵𝐵, it was a one-time occurrence, he'll surely understand. You know he won't, that's just who he is." He cut her off. "And even if he did, if his classmates find out about this, even just from rumors, I don't even want to know how they might treat our boy. You know how enraptured with heroes and villains kids his age are. They'll start treating him like heroes treat villains. We also can't just tell him I have cancer, he's smart enough to figure out what really happened if we do that. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 opened and closed her mouth, trying to come up with any rebuttal, but could only respond by defeatedly slumping in her seat. What do you suppose we do then? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 glanced at her as he turned into their street. For now I'll take time off from work and spend it with you too, and you should probably start looking for a job, but I'll see if I can think of something in the meantime. Izuku thought he was pretty good with understanding emotions. Daddy always told him that he never knew how Izuku could keep that Pomeranian on a leash, which sounded like a pretty mean thing to call 𝐭𝐵𝐾𝐵, but Daddy was never serious about anything, so it was okay. That was also why Izuku didn't like how the past few months had gone. Daddy seemed a lot sadder now and he didn't know how to fix it, and after yesterday Mommy was sad too. 𝐭𝐵𝐾𝐿 just told him that Uncle and Auntie probably ran out of patience for dealing with your shitty hyperactive but stupid nerd during recess, and Izuku knew he just had to fix that, so he waited for dinner before speaking up. Mommy, why are you and Daddy sad? 𝐭𝐵𝐾𝐿 said you're tired because of me, but I didn't mean it. Maybe I can give you some of my energy and dash. Mommy swallowed and interrupted Izuku's mumbling before he could get too caught up in his thoughts. Izuku, sweetie, it's not your fault. It's just that me and your father heard some interesting news. Daddy then coughed a bit and spoke up. So, Izuku, you know that I work for a support company, right? Izuku lit up. Yeah. You make the bestest support items for fireworks. You even helped create parts of Endeavor's hero costume. He rambled excitedly as he stood up on his chair. Daddy flashed his signature grin and waited for Izuku to sit back down. That's right, and my boss thinks I'm doing such a good job that he talked to his bosses over in America and now they want me to go over there to start making support items for the heroes there. That was something Izuku's young mind could barely comprehend. Holy whoa, so you're gonna help even more heroes? Are you gonna go to the same places All Might went? This is so cool, I have to tell 𝐭𝐵𝐾𝐿. He was just about ready to jump off his seat and run out when Daddy spoke again. Well, it's a bit of a secret that I'll work there since the company doesn't want any peepers, so I hope you can keep it to yourself, alright sunshine. Izuku bobbed his head up and down as fast as his super stamina charged body would allow. He stopped when he realized something else. When do you have to go there, Daddy? Daddy looked thoughtfully before he answered. The plane leaves in about a week, so that's when I'll be going. That seemed to satisfy Izuku, and he went back to playing with his All Might and Endeavor action figures, not noticing the worried, guilty glances his parents exchanged with one another. The week had gone by in a flash. Izuku knew a lot of light-based puns. He blamed Daddy for that, and the Midoriya family was standing at the front door under the night sky, starting to brighten with the imminent sunrise. Uncle Masaru was outside in his car, waiting to pick Daddy up. Izuku was happily rambling away in the meantime, however. And apparently in America you can get special licenses so you can use your quirk in public. Are you gonna get one of those? Will you show off your quirk there too? They're gonna think it's amazing, just like me and 𝐭𝐵𝐾𝐿. Do you think they have special young All Might merch over there, since he went to college and met David Shield there, and he also Izuku, I do actually have to leave on time for my plane, you know. Daddy looked sheepish but also a bit sad as he cut him off. It was then that it dawned on Izuku how far away America was exactly, as his sight became blurry with tears. Daddy, how long are you going to be away? Daddy's eyes fell. I don't know, sunshine. Maybe the big bosses will think I do my job so well that they don't want me to leave. Maybe when I get tired I could start doing a bad job so they'll let me go. Izuku huffed at that. No, Daddy, you can't just do that. That would be bad for the heroes that use the support items. Daddy chuckled. Izuku didn't think it was very funny though. Daddy, how will you be able to see me all the way from America if your job doesn't want you to call us? It's so far away from here. Izuku said as he started panicking before Daddy ruffled his hair and pointed at the sky. Do you see all those stars in the sky, Izuku? Do you remember what that pretty picture book said about them? Izuku was a bit confused but nodded hesitantly. Yeah, they're really far away, right? Daddy nodded with a pleased grin. Correct, why are ye further away than America is from here, but despite that distance we can still see them all the way from here. And I know that no matter what you want to do in the future you'll always be a star in it. That's just how you are, Izuku. I'm gonna be a hero though, they're the coolest. Izuku huffed again, before he came to another conclusion. But there are so many heroes in Japan, Daddy, how are you gonna know which star is me if there are so many? Daddy looked thoughtfully in the distance before squinting as the morning sun started rising above the horizon. There's something that book didn't say though. Did you know that the sun is also a star? Izuku looked surprised at that. Wait, really? But it doesn't look like the other stars. Yeah, it's because the sun is the closest and thus the biggest and brightest star in the sky. Izuku, promise me you'll be just like the sun, the brightest star in the sky. That way, when I and everyone else all over the world look up, we'll know it's you. Daddy flashed him a thumbs up. Izuku smiled brightly at the challenge. Kaken would totally say it's a challenge after all. Definitely, Daddy, I'm gonna be the greatest and brightest hero, just like All Might. He then proceeded to pull off his scarily accurate All Might impression and started laughing just like his idol. Daddy laughed with him. Actual, real, booming laughter. Izuku realized something he hadn't heard from Daddy in a while. The moment was interrupted by a car horn. At that, Daddy seemed to sadden a bit again. Well, I think I've stalled for long enough. Don't think I'm gonna forget our little promise, sunshine. In the future I'm gonna expect to see you up there and you're gonna be so bright that I'll go blind for staring too long because I forgot to put on sunglasses. Izuku cackled at the mental image of Daddy working at his job and then seeing Izuku's face plastered on the sun. What kind of ridiculous idea is that anyway? As Daddy ruffled his hair and kissed Mommy, before entering Uncle Masaru's car and excitedly waving at them as the car drove off. If Izuku hadn't been too preoccupied with his special promise with Daddy, he would have noticed that Uncle Masaru's car wasn't going in the direction of the airport. It was about 10 years later that Inko found herself in a familiar situation, situated in their apartment's hallway as Izuku was standing in the doorframe with his fresh school uniform, ready to join Katsuki in Masaru's car to be driven to UA for the first day. Do you have your tissues? And your notebooks? Don't forget those. She was greeted with an exasperated sigh. Mom, don't worry. Seriously, I'm gonna be fine. I've got everything ready. Inko nodded with a watery smile. I'm sorry, baby, I just can't help but worry for you. I know you'll be just fine over there. I know UA is a pretty serious place, but don't forget to have some fun. Izuku flashed a sheepish grin. Oh, and it was so similar to Hisoshi's. Got it. And I'll make sure the homeroom teacher will remember that too. Inko waved her son goodbye before getting back inside and closing the door behind her. She knew the day that Izuku would be fully independent was getting closer and closer, but she didn't want to imagine how dark the house was gonna be without her son and husband. That was also partly the reason why she was never able to bring herself to tell Izuku that Hisoshi had died in an accident at work like she and Hisoshi had originally planned. She was too afraid that Izuku would lose his brightness if she told him that, and she had plenty of time to tell him in the future anyway. She did pride herself on her patience and ability to stay composed after all. It had been the most difficult at the start. Hisoshi had lasted a lot longer in the hospital bed than either of them had expected, but she was glad that Izuku hadn't known about or witnessed any of it. Seeing her beloved husband grow dimmer and dimmer until he eventually flickered out had put a significant strain on her mental health. And then there was what she saw once he died after 6 months of hospitalization, when they had to know that didn't happen. That was just from the nightmares. Especially when it was her baby in his place instead. Stop thinking about it, Inko, you'll just invite the nightmare in tonight at this point. Speaking of, it hadn't helped either that Izuku kept asking about his daddy during the latter's last few months, but the occasional letter and America-exclusive hero merch from Hisoshi was enough to placate him. Masaru had been pushing her to tell Izuku as well, and she regretted giving Masaru the cold shoulder whenever he did. The man had been happy to secretly set aside part of his sizable salary as a hero costume designer to keep Inko afloat after all. There was no way she could have a job, not when her baby still needed her here to greet him back home. Hisoshi was my first friend and the one who introduced me to my current job and employer. It's the least I could do. Eventually, after the first year or so, Izuku started mentioning Hisoshi less and less until he dropped it altogether. Inko wasn't even sure whether Izuku still remembered him at this point. That was also the other reason why she couldn't bring herself to tell him. He'd gotten used to the current situation and seemed totally content. She didn't want to suddenly bring all of that back up again, especially if Izuku didn't remember. 𝐼𝐭 also knew that if Izuku really wanted to find out, it'd be rather easy. Hisoshi's ashes had still been buried at the family grave and she had his death certificate stored someplace safe. If he ever did, 𝐼𝐭 knew she'd have to face the consequences, but for now she was content with the way things were. It had to be. Izuku was so much like his father after all. Izuku was pressed up against the car window, absently counting the amount of trees they'd passed. He wasn't a stranger to Mom's fretting, but it could get a bit annoying, especially since his quirk kept him pretty safe and healthy. He did understand where she was coming from though. He'd experienced an attempted kidnapping around the age of 9 after all. One moment he was strolling through the back alleys he and 𝐭𝐽 loved to run through, and the next he woke up in some sort of dilapidated warehouse with some scientist standing near him, talking to himself about exploratory something before he arrived. He annoyingly, or perhaps thankfully, couldn't remember much of anything, except for the scientist leaving once an overwhelming, dangerous presence approached him. So overwhelmingly dangerous that for the first time in his life Izuku had tried to expel all of his quirk's energy at once. He hadn't tried that again since. Well, until the entrance exams anyway. The 0-pointer being almost completely erased from existence matched his vague recollection of the warehouse and all surrounding buildings being replaced by a crater as he ran away, the sounds of large explosions and constant shockwaves emanating behind him. He was luckily able to find his way back home safely thanks to some police officers, but that hadn't stopped Mom from going crazy and putting him in a bubble-wrapped bedroom for a few days straight. "Oi nerd, I'm not gonna wait for you forever, damn it. I'm not gonna be late on the first thing day at UA because of you." Izuku was shaken out of his reminiscence by 𝐭𝐽's loud voice, realizing that they had stepped out of Uncle Masaru's car a while ago and he had just been standing there, staring at UA's imposing towers. 𝐭𝐽 was already walking ahead, but Izuku couldn't help but look at the towers in awe again. This was it, his first step towards becoming a hero. He knew that 𝐭𝐽 wanted to become a hero so he could show everyone that he was the strongest, but Izuku had a different reason. He wanted to be the brightest hero out there. So bright that everyone, far and wide, would know that he'd be there for them. He wanted to be the light that would help lead those in the dark towards a brighter future. He wasn't quite sure where that longing had originally come from anymore. Like most of his childhood memories, it was all vague, but whenever he thought about it he could hear booming laughter in his mind, so it must have come from his adoration of All Might. He was his idol after all. Speaking of, All Might was gonna be teaching this year. "This is gonna be amazing," he shouted, before getting some weird looks from bystanders. Upon further inspection, Izuku realized the weird looks were actually eyes being squinted, and he sheepishly turned off the light he'd been emitting before running towards the entrance gate, hoping to catch up with 𝐭𝐽. He couldn't help but wonder though, the booming laughter had felt gentler and more comforting than All Might's laughter ever had. Name: Midoriya Izuku. Quirk: Starborn. Passive: Focus, Resource, Energy Generation, Stockpile, Energy and Manipulation. Healing. Type: Description: the user's stomach has mutated to isolate hydrogen atoms from digested water, which it then compresses until the pressure is great enough to facilitate microscale fusion. The resulting radiation is mostly absorbed by special organelles that also serve as a protective coating around the nucleus for the cell's genetic material. The stored energy is slowly used up to generate ATP in a specialized process. The helium plasma produced by the fusion circulates through the bloodstream and is exhaled through the mouth, where it's quickly cooled back to room temperature. The moving charges generate a small-scale magnetic field. Limitations: the user requires a large amount of water every day to keep up the fusion process. The stored energy is enough to keep the user alive for a while, but if the hydrogen goes under a certain level the fusion process will likely stop, needing a much larger amount of water before being able to kickstart again. Applications: the user can expel the stored energy as radiation, with high-frequency radiation requiring more energy than lower-frequency radiation. The magnetic field catches high ionizing radiation and turns it into non-ionizing radiation. The user can control the intensity and speed of the helium plasma in different parts of the bloodstream, allowing them to manipulate the shape and intensity of the magnetic field, which has the effect of shaping the emitted light heat. Without manipulating the magnetic field, the emitted light heat will take the shape of a comfortable, warm, golden aura. The user can use the magnetic field to concentrate the emitted light heat and release it in attacks akin to solar flares in specific directions. The user can also expel all excess energy at once, generating an explosion similar to a miniature supernova, at the cost of being extremely lethargic for a while. All of Izuku's original excitedness of starting his tenure at UA had quickly evaporated once he entered the building and realized he had absolutely no idea what the building's layout was. He did find what looked like a floor plan near the entrance, but he couldn't make heads or tails out of it. Who writes on a floor plan in code? And that wasn't even talking about the 3 separate entrance doors. Why use a door for each of the year levels when they all led to the same entrance space? After squinting at the floor plan for a few minutes, all the lines started blurring together, so Izuku just gave up and went with the tried and true method of frantically wandering around but trying to look composed while doing it. Why did 𝐭𝐿 have to go ahead? I'm sure he found the classroom first try and is already sitting there, mocking everyone who arrives later than him. Oh gosh, is going to yell at every classmate and call them all extras before I even get there and make a horrible first impression. I have to get there quickly. Once the first bell rang through the halls, Izuku gave up on looking composed and started sprinting around. He screeched to a halt when a blonde blur came around the corner and slammed into the wall on the other side. The person fell to the ground with a thump and Izuku jolted into moving. Having completely forgotten about the 𝐭𝐿 problem, Izuku ran to the figure sitting on the ground clutching their head and channeled his inner mom. Oh my gosh, are you alright? Do you need to go to the nurse's office? What were you even thinking, running straight into a solid wall? How many fingers am I holding up? The blonde teen held up one hand to interrupt Izuku and, wait, is that black lightning bolt natural or dyed? Is it from a quirk? How would it not the time, Izuku, he's talking. Zone in. Dude, calm your non-existent melons, I'm fine. I've had worse anyway, really. The teen groaned as he stumbled back up onto his feet. Why did you do that though? Izuku asked. The blonde boy sheepish shrugged. I honestly have no idea where my classroom is. So here I was, running around the entire building when I saw this cheery, buff, blonde dude walking around and, he looked like he knew his SHT, so I followed him until I saw him going through that wall. I thought it was like a platform 9 3/4 situation. YA no. You thought UA had secret magical passageways? The teen grinned. Imagine how cool it would be if they did actually exist. He slapped his side in disappointment. Ah well, bummer. Hey, do you know where the 1A classroom is? Now it was Izuku's turn to look sheepish. I was actually frantically sprinting everywhere to find it before you ran into that wall. The blonde boy, gosh, he still didn't know his name yet, did he? Fell back down on his knees with a comically anguished expression on his face. Oh god, I'm never gonna make it to class on time. Broccoli dude dash Midoriya. Izuku deadpanned. Yeah, whatever, Midoriya, if I don't make it to class, tell our classmates that I love them. Are you sure you're fine? Do you have a concussion maybe? The teen frowned. Bro, not cool, you're supposed to go along with it. That's, part of the bro code. Oh sorry, Kaminari, alright Kaminari-kun, let's do our best. Izuku raised his fist and smiled. Izuku got interrupted when a nearby door slid open and an annoyed-looking girl with earphone jacks attached to her earlobes appeared in the, frankly unnecessarily large, door frame. Can you guys shut up already? I already have to deal with a shouting match in the classroom and I have seriously sensitive ears. Both teens looked at the open door and realized that one had been staring at them in bright red coloring for the entirety of their conversation. Oh! After sheepishly entering the classroom, Izuku took stock of the classmates that were already present, which was most of the class actually. His 𝐭𝐿 alarm went off before he could start taking in all the visible mutations, and he zoned in on said blonde, arguing with a tall teen that appeared to be doing the robot with his hands. Really think you can call your esteemed classmates extras? All of us have a name and I expect you to learn them. 𝐭𝐿 just leaned back in his chair and let a cocky grin spread across his face. Huh? Do you have a stick up your butt or something? He snapped his fingers. Oh, I get it, you're just jealous that I arrived here earlier than you. Did you expect to be the first by arriving 10 minutes early, Four Eyes? The teen who had been officially christened Four Eyes looked offended and gasped. Jealous. How could you? Izuku decided now was the best time to interject and spoke up from the doorway. Kaken, no blue screening your classmates on the first day of classes. We talked about this before. Kaken turned his gaze towards him with an amused grin. Izuku, Fing finally. Didn't think you'd show up. Well, that's what you get for stalling me. Before Izuku could come up with a comeback, Four Eyes rebooted his OS and power walked over. Greetings, my name is Tenya Ida. I wanted to congratulate you on taking the top scores for the exam. It's clear that you figured out the secret grading system and I feel ashamed to not have done so myself. I wish to apologize for accusing you of trying to interfere. Before Izuku could respond, Ida made a perfect 90-degree bow and Kaken spoke up from his desk instead. Ha! You seriously didn't guess that there was something besides destroy robots. Even I figured out the rescue points and I only gave a SHT about destroying those metal FOs. Another SHT grin appeared on his face. Hey, how'd it feel, having to beat up your relatives? Ida did a full 180-degree turn and went back to looking aghast. I can assure you that I am not a robot. As the two went back to their arguing, Izuku noticed a stoic-looking teen in the back observing Ida's calves with a contemplative look on his face. Izuku then felt someone's gaze piercing his back and he swirled around to find a strangely familiar blonde teen staring at him. No wait, at something behind my right shoulder. But there's nothing there. Seriously, what is up with blondes at UA? Oh, he's actually looking at me now. Zone back in, Izuku. The teen skipped over to him and put a hand on his shoulder. Ah, monsieur, I was hoping you'd get in. 𝐔𝐬𝐴 and I wanted to thank you for saving Moi from that zero-pointer. Ah, is that where I recognized him? Entrance doors. Why use a door for each of the year levels when they all led to the same entrance space? After squinting at the floor plan for a few minutes, all the lines started blurring together. So Izuku just gave up and went with the tried and true method of frantically wandering around but trying to look composed while doing it. Why did Kaken have to go ahead? I'm sure he found the classroom first try and is already sitting there, mocking everyone who arrives later than him. Oh gosh, he's going to yell at every classmate and call them all extras before I even get there and make a horrible first impression. I have to get there quickly. Once the first bell rang through the halls, Izuku gave up on looking composed and started sprinting around. He screeched to a halt when a blonde blur came around the corner and slammed into the wall on the other side. The person fell to the ground with a thump and Izuku jolted into moving. Having completely forgotten about the Kaken problem, Izuku ran to the figure sitting on the ground clutching their head and channeled his inner mom. Oh my gosh, are you alright? Do you need to go to the nurse's office? What were you even thinking, running straight into a solid wall? How many fingers am I holding up? The blonde teen held up one hand to interrupt Izuku and, wait, is that black lightning bolt natural or dyed? Is it from a quirk? How would it not the time, Izuku, he's talking. Zone in. Dude, calm your non-existent melons, I'm fine. I've had worse anyway, really. The teen groaned as he stumbled back up onto his feet. Why did you do that though? Izuku asked. The blonde boy sheepish shrugged. I honestly have no idea where my classroom is. So here I was, running around the entire building when I saw this cheery, buff, blonde dude walking around and, he looked like he knew his SHT, so I followed him until I saw him going through that wall. I thought it was like a platform 9 3/4 situation. YA no. You thought UA had secret magical passageways, the teen grinned. Imagine how cool it would be if they did actually exist. He slapped his side in disappointment. Ah well, bummer. Hey, do you know where the 1A classroom is? Now it was Izuku's turn to look sheepish. I was actually frantically sprinting everywhere to find it before you ran into that wall. The blonde boy, gosh, he still didn't know his name yet, did he? Fell back down on his knees with a comically anguished expression on his face. Oh god, I'm never gonna make it to class on time. Broccoli dude dash Midoriya. Izuku deadpanned. Yeah, whatever, Midoriya, if I don't make it to class tell our classmates that I love them. Are you sure you're fine? Do you have a concussion maybe? The teen frowned. Bro, not cool, you're supposed to go along with it. That's, like, part of the bro code. Oh sorry, Kaminari, alright Kaminari-kun, let's do our best. Izuku raised his fist and smiled. Izuku got interrupted when a nearby door slid open and an annoyed-looking girl with earphone jacks attached to her earlobes appeared in the, frankly unnecessarily large, door frame. Can you guys shut up already? I already have to deal with a shouting match in the classroom and I have seriously sensitive ears. Both teens looked at the open door and realized that one ear had been staring at them in bright red coloring for the entirety of their conversation. Oh! After sheepishly entering the classroom, Izuku took stock of the classmates that were already present, which was most of the class actually. His Kaken alarm went off before he could start taking in all the visible mutations, and he zoned in on said blonde, arguing with a tall teen that appeared to be doing the robot with his hands. Really think you can call your esteemed classmates extras? All of us have a name and I expect you to learn them. Kaken just leaned back in his chair and let a cocky grin spread across his face. Huh? Do you have a stick up your butt or something? He snapped his fingers. Oh, I get it, you're just jealous that I arrived here earlier than you. Did you expect to be the first by arriving 10 minutes early, Four Eyes? The teen who had been officially christened Four Eyes looked offended and gasped. Jealous? How could you? Izuku decided now was the best time to interject and spoke up from the doorway. Kaken, no blue screening your classmates on the first day of classes. We talked about this before. Kaken turned his gaze towards him with an amused grin. Izuku, Fing finally. Didn't think you'd show up. Well, that's what you get for stalling me. Before Izuku could come up with a comeback, Four Eyes rebooted his OS and power walked over. Greetings, my name is Tenya Ida. I wanted to congratulate you on taking the top scores for the exam. It's clear that you figured out the secret grading system and I feel ashamed to not have done so myself. I wish to apologize for accusing you of trying to interfere. Before Izuku could respond, Ida made a perfect 90-degree bow and Kaken spoke up from his desk instead. Ha! You seriously didn't guess that there was something besides destroy robots. Even I figured out the rescue points and I only gave a SHT about destroying those metal FRs. Another SHT grin appeared on his face. Hey, how'd it feel, having to beat up your relatives? Ida did a full 180-degree turn and went back to looking aghast. I can assure you that I am not a robot. As the two went back to their arguing, Izuku noticed a stoic-looking teen in the back observing Ida's calves with a contemplative look on his face. Izuku then felt someone's gaze piercing his back and he swirled around to find a strangely familiar blonde teen staring at him. No wait, at something behind my right shoulder. But there's nothing there. Seriously, what is up with blondes at UA? Oh, he's actually looking at me now. Zone back in, Izuku. The teen skipped over to him and put a hand on his shoulder. Ah, monsieur, I was hoping you'd get in. 𝐔𝐬𝐴𝐵 and I wanted to thank you for saving Moi from that 0-pointer. Ah, is that where I recognized him? Alright, no time like the present to test this out. Izuku's golden aura flared up and started thrashing around faster and more violently as he pulled as much energy as possible out of his stockpile. He then directed the torrents of pure energy coursing through his whole body towards his right arm, his aura rippling towards it as he did so, and started manifesting a piece of his internal sun in his hand, the golden aura around it condensing and turning a bright white as harsh winds started emanating from his palm, the surrounding air rapidly heating up and expanding from the now infernal temperatures. By the time the pressure in his hand finally built to a crescendo, Izuku had already come up with a fitting name. New ultimate move, Gamma Ray Burst. Izuku finally pushed all of the pent-up energy against the palm of his hand and released his magnetic hold as all of the plasma around his hand condensed into a singular brilliant point directly behind the ball, only to abruptly fizzle out and disperse. Shocked by the abrupt stop, Izuku dropped the ball, falling on the ground in front of him with several thumps as ice-cold dread settled in his stomach. He looked back to his classmates, who looked just as bewildered, as a queasy bloated feeling suddenly started building up. Izuku groaned and bent over, clutching his belly. Wait, those descriptions feel a lot more literal than I meant them to dash. Izuku yelped as a sudden flash of white-hot pain came from his stomach. Shota Aizawa would say that this day was turning out to be a 3 out of 10, pretty SHD, but he definitely had worse. It all started yesterday evening when, instead of getting a full night's rest for once, which he always aimed for the day before the new school year, he had to pull an all-nighter helping All Might set up and register his personal UA staff account, because of course the blondo forgot about that. If that wasn't bad enough already, all coffee machines on UA grounds broke overnight because of some glitchy software update, and his current class was turning out to be even more disruptive than last year's at the start of the term. Again, not the worst he'd been through by far, but a solid 3 out of 10 nonetheless. So when Shota saw the child who turned the 0-pointer into literal hot air walk up to the circle with a scarily determined look on his face, he knew something was going to happen to turn his day into a 2 out of 10. Shota knew that kind of look. It was the look he saw on one of his students right before they did something unnecessarily reckless and harmful. He figured this was going to happen. The kid hadn't shown anything even close to the power he displayed at the entrance exam, and for good reason. The kid was lucky that the only thing close to him was the 0-pointer, or there would have been lawsuits. It was clear, and logical, that he hadn't done anything close to that at any point in his past, but it seemed that his actions at the exam had made him more willing to use that kind of firepower. Shortly after, Shota's suspicions were confirmed as he had to shield his eyes from the blinding light and billowing winds originating from the boy. As the smell of ozone started to fill the air and crackles of electricity generated from the swirling plasma intensified, he flared up his own quirk, bringing back the silence. Shota already had his "Do you want to render yourself useless on the field" speech prepared as he walked up to the problem child. Yes, Midoriya was definitely this year's problem child, all capitals included. What he hadn't expected though was for Midoriya to physically react to erasure, looking back to the crowd of students with a panicked expression before hunching over, clutching his stomach. Shota halted in surprise before worriedly picking up his pace to make sure the problem child was okay. He finally reached him and was about to ask him how he was feeling when Izuku yelped in pain and "Boo, oh gosh." It felt like all the sparkling water Izuku had drunk in his entire life came back to haunt him all at once. It was like his stomach had become the world's biggest party balloon and he forgot to tie the knot after inflating it all the way. Trying to come up with more weird analogies, Izuku blinked as two boots suddenly entered his vision and he looked up to see his homeroom teacher. Was that a worried look, staring down at him? The merciless torrent of gas ceased and Izuku realized that he had just burped directly into his homeroom teacher's face, said teacher's shaggy hair settling back down from being blown back by the gas. "Oh no, burp sen burp isi, I'm so booby." The source of his current torment returned with a vengeance and Izuku immediately looked away from his teacher's face, instead looking at the faces of his classmates, who were standing further back. Ida and Amar both looked horrified at the lack of decorum, and Ida especially seemed like he was holding back a lecture. Kaminari-kun and a black-haired teen with funky elbows were snickering, faces ripening from trying to hold in their laughter. Meanwhile, Kaken had abandoned all pretense and was rolling on the floor, cackling loudly. "Well, I guess that was an impression alright. Guys burp, this isn't burp funny." With one final, magnificent burp, Izuku's stomach finally settled back down. Izuku looked back at his teacher to tell him he was fine and could continue when the coldness in his stomach spread throughout his entire body and a wave of tiredness washed over him. Izuku was unconscious before he hit the ground. Oh, this was definitely a solid 2 out of 10 day for Shota. First, he decided to show some worry for the problem child, who then proceeded to show his thanks by burping directly into his face for a solid 3 seconds, before having to get worried again as the kid promptly fell unconscious. Shota sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "All Might, how about you actually make yourself useful and transport Midoriya here to the nurse's office instead of gawking like a civilian?" All Might, who had been peeking around the corner of the gym building like a nervous schoolgirl waiting to ask out her crush, startled, but quickly recovered and leapt to the middle of the field with his booming laugh. "I am here to bring Midoriya Shonin to Recovery Girl." And before any of the students could react, All Might ran off with the problem child in his hands, disappearing as quickly as he had appeared. Uraraka was the first shaken out of the class's collective stupor. Wait, All Might was watching us. And oh god, Shota definitely had to plan out some situational awareness exercises, didn't he? Who misses a blonde wall of solid muscle staring right at you? Shota decided to empty another juice box as the other teens started shouting, before activating his quirk again. Silence. You lot really aren't very rational, are you? We'll pause the ball throw for now. Get started on the seated toe touch and sit-ups first and have your partner write down the results, then go do the long-distance run. I'll be going away to check up on Midoriya in the nurse's office, but don't try anything funny, there are cameras all over campus. And with his duties fulfilled, he left the rest of the class behind and strolled to the nurse's office. Annoyingly, Recovery Girl's office was pretty far from the PE grounds, so the walk took a while. Shota eventually arrived and opened the door, spotting Recovery Girl looking over some scans before she noticed him and walked over. Ah, there you are, dearie. All Might just came by to deliver Midoriya. I've put him on the bed next to the window over there. The woman's grandmotherly demeanor evaporated. I thought I told you to be more careful when flashing around that quirk of yours. What were you thinking? Her face eventually settled on disappointed parent. Oh well, now's not the time, it looks like he's about to wake up. Recovery Girl motioned to a bed on the opposite side of the room where the problem child was trying and failing to sit upright, before giving up and slumping against the backside of the bed. Shota walked over to greet him but was surprised when the problem child blinked a few times and gave him a half-lidded stare before talking in a slurred, drawling voice. Oh Hizoa-sensei, why am I here? Shota raised an eyebrow. Problem child, you collapsed on the field after I erased your quirk with mine. How are you feeling? Midoriya giggled in response. It was surprisingly cute. I feel like I'm on low battery mode or something. Shota groaned. Problem child, do you have any idea why this happened? Do you even understand me right now? Midoriya seemed to ignore the question and continued staring at him. Hey, Zoro-sensei, did anyone ever tell you that you have a big snake friendo around your neck? The gremlin giggled again and Shota turned around to address the other occupant in the room, branding the problem child a lost cause for now. Recovery Girl, do you have anything to say about this situation? She adopted a thoughtful look. I checked his medical record and he has a clean bill of health. Though I did a quick scan and found a weird rupture on some tissue that was covering the entrance of the stomach, but that healed up nicely after I used my quirk on him. He seems to be extremely tired out, even after that nap he took. Last time during the entrance exam he quickly bounced back after waking up, but he doesn't seem to be showing any signs of that now. What a mood. I guess I'll call the emergency contact on his file and see if we can get some answers from them. Shota replies as he took out his phone. After Izuku had left for his first day at UA, Inko decided to spend the time going through all the stuff related to Hisoshi that she had stored away in the safe in the back of her closet. She'd been staring at the picture of her baby's first Halloween after his quirk manifestation, with Hisoshi making a ridiculous pose in the background with that cheap cape, when her phone went off, snapping her out of her reminiscence. She fumbled with the device before accepting the call. Ah, good afternoon, this is Inko Midoriya speaking. A gruff voice came out of the speaker. Are you Izuku Midoriya's mother? Yeah, that's me. Is something wrong? Inko squashed any worries at her baby getting hurt or kidnapped in the halls. That depends. The voice answered. My name is Shota Aizawa, Pro Hero Eraserhead, and I'm your son's homeroom teacher. Earlier today your son tried to do something reckless during a quirk assessment test, so I temporarily erased his quirk before he could. He then proceeded to air his stomach's contents into my face for several seconds before promptly passing out and has woken up acting like a drunkard. It took Inko a few seconds to process all that information before frantically responding. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That doesn't sound like something he'd ever do on purpose. You said you erased his quirk, right? That might be a problem. The voice grunted. I figured, based on his reaction and current state, but why exactly? His quirk registry file states it's an extreme heat energy generation quirk with a minor manipulation aspect. Inko nervously started fiddling with the hem of her cardigan. Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. You see, my son's quirk turns his stomach into an fusion reactor. Shota thought his day couldn't get any weirder, but here he was, realizing he hadn't actually responded to Midoriya-san's statement in the past few seconds. His stomach is a what now? The woman at least had the decency to react sheepishly. "I suppose you didn't check the full file. A few years back my son received some unwanted attention due to his quirk, so I asked the registry to classify that information for his safety." Midoriya-san went silent for a bit, probably finding her words, and resumed talking. "Most of his quirk is entirely physical, but the actual fusion happens because hydrogen is being pushed together by the quirk. I guess if that effect disappeared, then the hydrogen would expand and try to leave. There probably wasn't enough left to restart the fusion when you stopped erasing his quirk. Back when his quirk manifested, his whole metabolism stopped, but he didn't have enough hydrogen to get any fusion going. Drinking a lot of water kickstarted it, so as long as you do that it should be fine." Shota side-eyed Midoriya, who was now asking if Recovery Girl was a dwarf from a fantasy book, before focusing on the phone call again. "Thank you for the information, Midoriya-san. I'll get back to you when everything's done." Shota was about to address Recovery Girl and hang up on Midoriya-san when "What, please?" He shielded his ears, trying not to make his headache any worse from the ringing, when the woman continued. Oh my god. I'm so sorry for shouting at you, but you should have him in an isolated place when his quirk ignites again. It might be pretty dangerous, you know, with the heat and all." "Yeah, sorry, I'll hang up now." A beeping sound indicated that Midoriya-san had hung up. "I should include aspirins in my outfit from now on if today is a good indication for how the rest of the year is gonna go." Izuku blinked as he came back to consciousness, which was kinda weird now that he thought about it. He didn't get sleep anymore once his quirk came in. The closest he could really get to sleep was getting knocked out or going into a meditative state for a while, which he started practicing after he realized that his mom was barely getting any rest with him being awake at home all the time. Though those were always dreamless sleeps, so it was kinda weird that he could distinctly remember dreaming this time. It was a pretty weird one too, sudden involuntary burping in front of his classmates and homeroom teacher, and then going on a magical journey with said teacher and a dwarf to drink an entire lake until he eventually exploded. Where am I anyway? This room looks like it came straight from an asylum. Oh gosh, I'm not locked up in here, am I? I swear I'm not a crazy person. Oh, the door just opened. Izuku stopped his train of thought when Aizawa-sensei appeared in the doorframe and assessed him with a critical gaze. "Good to see that you're back to your senses, Midoriya. I'd rather you not call Recovery Girl a dwarf the next time you see her." "Oh no, that dream was real." Aizawa-sensei didn't seem to notice or care about Izuku's mental freakout, and continued talking. "In case you didn't realize, I erased your quirk during the quirk assessment test, which needlessly endangered you. For that I must apologize. I had only done the surface level research for all my students and thus missed critical information, which is fully my fault, and goes against my responsibility as your homeroom teacher." Izuku waved his arms in front of him. "It's alright, sensei. I was kinda asking for it with that move of mine. Oh gosh, I really did burp in your face, didn't I? I'm so sorry, sensei." Izuku kept the frantic screaming inside his head. The man put up his hand. "Problem child, just stop. You're giving me a headache. Just go pick up your stuff in the classroom. The test finished a while ago, but I think there were some people waiting for you." Izuku swallowed. "But I didn't complete 4 of the 8 tests. I'm probably last. Does that mean I'm expelled?" Aizawa-sensei looked back incredulously. "Ah, you're worried about the expelling? That was just a ruse to motivate you all. Nobody's expelled, problem child. Now go to your classroom. I think I'll take a nap in this padded room right now." Izuku stood up as Aizawa-sensei returned to his yellow cocoon and lied down. "Right, sensei." At least the way back to Class 1A was a lot easier to do now that he knew where it was. The Kaminari-kun-shaped indentation on the wall was a great landmark. As Izuku entered the classroom, he was surprised at the amount of people still present, despite school having ended early for the first day. The stoic teen was still sitting in the back, scrolling on his phone. Ida was watching the remaining students in the corner like he was the CCTV, and Kaken, Kaminari-kun, and Permablush Girl were in a conversation. Well, the latter two were having a conversation and were pretending that Kaken was participating. Izuku walked closer to them and listened in on the conversation. "Damn it, Roundface, I'm not here to waste my time with small talk with you and Pikachu over here. Once Izuku gets back I'm bailing. Izuku smirked and snuck up on Kaken. Oh wow, Kaken, already made 2 new friends. That's 3 times as many as in middle school, I'm so proud of you. Izuku automatically stepped back as Kaken startled and turned around. Oi, shut the F up, Zuku. Not like you had any other friends back there either. At least you realize those extras were just trying to fing SCK up to your shitty butt. Coulda tried harder to get rid of them though. Izuku put on a disappointed face. Kaken, you know I'm not part Pomeranian like you, I can't bark away everyone that comes near me. Kaken grimaced. Damn it, you little Essie, you might fool everyone around here with your sunshine act but I know you're a smug sassy shithead when you want to be. Izuku laughed as Kaken raged on but stopped when something was pushed against his lips. Cheese. What? He looked to his side to see that Ieima had somehow manifested next to him with a plate full of different cheeses on it. Monsieur Midoriya, it's good to see you again. I forgot we didn't have lunch today, I brought all this delicious fromage too. Would you like some? Izuku awkwardly backed away from the cheese pressed against his mouth. No. Sorry, I don't eat. Ieima looked disappointed and walked to another group as the girl Kaken called Roundface piped up. Oh, are you lactose intolerant? He awkwardly started rubbing the back of his neck. Actually, I don't eat at all. I only drink water actually. Don't worry, it's just part of Dash. Izuku instinctively ducked and avoided an aggressive hand chop from Ida, who came up from behind. Midoriya-san. Not eating your daily calories and vitamins is irresponsibly unhealthy of you. As UA students we should act as role models and look after our physical health to the best of our ability. The stoic teen at the back of the room looked up from his phone. Midoriya, are you one of those breatharians I've read about online? I wanted to try it myself but I could never find any practitioners anywhere off the web. Would you mind answering some questions for me? Izuku backed up even further. Wait, please, no, you're all misunderstanding. It's just part of my quirk. I wish I could eat food, but I just barf it right back up if I try. I actually do still ingest vitamins, which is why I occasionally drink vitamin water, but they don't actually go through my stomach. Roundface chimed in again. Oh, so you really can't eat any food? Oh man, that would SCK if I couldn't taste mochi again. Kaminari-kun finally decided to stop listening and entered the conversation. Whoa, Midoriya, dude, speaking of your quirk though, what was up with that insane burp, man? That's gotta be a world record or something, and right into the teacher's face too, what a riot. I really wish I had my phone with me back then. A teen with spiked, bright red hair walked right past them and to the door mumbling burping into someone's face isn't very manly though, before exiting the room with the pink-skinned classmate. I can't believe Hobo-sensei Fing cock-blocked you like that Zuku, that 80 looked like it was gonna be Fing awesome. Kaken yelled. I guess I'll settle with you finally sticking it up to authority. Izuku flashed a sheepish grin. Guys, can we just let that rest? I don't want to be reminded of that right now. Besides, Aizawa-sensei made the right call. I wasn't thinking about potential collateral damage and I would have been exhausted afterwards from spending all my energy anyway. Kaken huffed at that and flashed a thumbs down. Boo, stop being a lame butt nerd, Zuku. I thought I got you to man up already. Izuku shrugged and grabbed a bottle of water from his backpack. Yeah, and I decided to use it solely to annoy you, so I guess that backfired for you, Kaken. Kaken scowled and responded with some explosions in playful anger. I swear to Fing God, Zuku, I'll dash, but was interrupted by a pee from Izuku opening the fresh bottle of sparkling water. Don't peeing, you little SHD. Shortly after, Izuku found himself running away from the classroom while being chased by a feral Pomeranian, trying and failing to chug the sparkling water while cackling. As they approached the entrance gate he looked over his shoulder and yeeted the now empty bottle directly into Kaken's face. 𝐼ZDU, I'm gonna kill you. As he sprinted all the way to the subway station, Uncle Mosoru only agreed to drive them to UA. He reminisced about his first day at UA. Well, that definitely was quite a memorable day. Despite that one embarrassment, it was pretty fun overall though. Hopefully that was the most eventful day for a long time. Right. Izuku's current moveset passive abilities, Fusion, powerful gravity manipulation that fuses hydrogen atoms isolated from water together. Photosynthesis. The organelles absorb the fusion's radiation and also incoming sunlight. However, in normal circumstances, sunlight is insignificant compared to the energy produced by the fusion. Increased healing factor. Stored energy speeds up all cellular growth, requires stored energy. Infinite stamina. Offshoot of increased healing factor, constant muscle healing as well as a near-limitless source of ATP when energy isn't actively being used grants insane stamina. Sleepless. Offshoot of increased healing factor, somehow negates the normal issues of being awake 24. Basic moves. Solar aura. Directly uses energy from the fusion core, bypassing the stored energy, to emit light and heat up the air near and within the magnetic field, feels warm and comforting to the touch. Requires constant upkeep from the core without the use of stored energy. Special moves. Pulsar. 𝐒𝐻𝑒 rapidly brightens his solar aura using stored energy, blinding and stunning opponents before dimming it again. Uses up a low amount of stored energy. Can be used in rapid succession for further confusion. Solar flare. 𝐒𝐻𝑒 concentrates his solar aura over time in one spot before suddenly releasing it with the help of stored energy, causing the contained plasma to shoot out in a quick burst. Concentrating for longer will result in higher power bursts. 𝐒𝐻𝑒 mainly identifies three distinct levels of power: low power. Plasma fizzles out almost immediately C-class, medium power. Plasma stays long enough to burn someone M-class, and high power. Most plasma stays. Upon impact the imploding plasma generates a limited EMP X-class. Like most moves, he was inspired by real-life astronomy terms. Uses up low to high amounts of stored energy depending on the class. Super moves. Solar storm. 𝐒𝐻𝑒 rapidly speeds up his heartbeat to an insane rate using internal energy, which allows for the magnetic field to spread up to a radius of 15 meters, within which 𝐒𝐻𝑒 can control the currents of heat, plasma. This move uses up a medium amount of stored energy, but 𝐒𝐻𝑒 risks getting a heart attack if kept up for too long. Ultimate moves. These moves are designed to end a fight immediately, as it uses up all stored energy and renders 𝐒𝐻𝑒 unconscious. Supernova. 𝐒𝐻𝑒 channels all of his stored energy throughout his entire body and expels it in one go, creating an immensely powerful, medium-range AoE attack. Edit the 23rd of May 2021. To give you a general impression of how much energy 𝐒𝐻𝑒 spends on each of his moves, as well as how much energy he generates from fusion, I've made a handy-dandy chart mainly because my mind didn't want to get back to writing until I finished it. This chart will be updated, more revealed once we've gotten to a certain point. The green line below the main line means that it's energy being added. In the case of photosynthesis, it's the energy that 𝐒𝐻𝑒 gets from drinking one bottle of water. The gray, all above the line, means that it consumes energy. The moves that don't have a line associated with them are variable and depend on how much 𝐒𝐻𝑒 draws out of his stockpile when using them. Solar flare has 3 separate submoves associated with it, so it gets a vague assignment in the 3 classes, but 𝐒𝐻𝑒 could use any amount of energy for it if he wants to. It's also shown here that the actual act of fusion takes up a lot of the energy generated by it, but not all of it, so the energy from fusion that's actually stored in the stockpile is lower than what is generated. One last point added really late, the 11th of June 2022. It might seem a bit OOC for 𝐒𝐻𝑒 to not have that many moves, especially as a Quirk nerd, proficient analyst. But his Quirk originally started off as mainly unlimited stamina from water, sped up healing, and a nice, comfortably warm aura all around him. Just to train his Quirk to the point where he could actually use something as basic in this moveset as solar flares would require him to 1. Train his Quirk output to the point where his aura gets hot enough, fast enough to turn nitrogen into plasma, 2. Train his control over his magnetic field strength and shape, and 3. Get skilled enough to use his magnetic field control to keep forming heat, plasma concentrated on one spot and then expelling it at the correct angle. For most of the years that he was training, he was working on this exact move, giving his Quirk more offensive applications, which, while sounding crazy at this point, wasn't as feasibly clear-cut back then for a while, and mostly theoretical. So 𝐒𝐻𝑒 was basically hyper-focused on getting his plasma idea to work for most of his pre-UA training. Canon Bakugu, who I modeled 𝐒𝐻𝑒's progression after, is shown suddenly improving rapidly once attending UA as well. I figure it's like that in canon and now also here because of a Quirk restriction laws, and their quirks are very obvious and destructive without training in a controlled environment, so especially not feasible as kids without supervision in the nearby forest. So from the original one-shot you might have gathered that I put a lot of effort into properly figuring out how Starborn works at a base level. With some hand-waving of course, it's still a fusion reactor stomach after all. But I don't think I've properly explained and showed the actual biology components properly yet. So today I booted up Paint at 12 AM and got to work. The ingested water goes down the esophagus like normal until it gets to the entrance of the stomach. Instead of the normal entrance, a special less than 1 centimeter thick disc is guarding it, which I've called the water electrolysis disc. The disc is made up of 2 layers. The outer 2 membranes are semi-permeable, only water and smaller molecules can go through, and the middle layer is impermeable but has ion channels. The water enters from above and gets oxidized by the anode, aka several folds made of graphite in the top chamber. The oxygen gas can't travel up or down and gets absorbed by nearby capillaries like those in the lungs. The oxygen absorbed via electrolysis is negligible compared to actual breathing. The hydrogen ions then travel through the middle layer into the bottom chamber, where they get reduced to hydrogen gas by the cathode, same graphite as the anode. The hydrogen gas has no way to go but down and enters the stomach. As for where the required voltage comes from, is generated from for the electrolysis to work, that's the one thing I haven't worked out yet. To make sure the electrolysis is maintained, kick-started, if it stops, the stomach tissue cells nearby produce a low amount of stomach acid to keep the insides of the disc slightly acidic. If the upper membrane ever gets blocked, it elicits a GG reflex. Oh, by the way, this electrolysis disc is what got ruptured when all the hydrogen gas expanded and tried to get out of the stomach. Once the hydrogen gas enters the stomach, it is attracted to one of the stomach's walls. Basically, whatever cells 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 has in her hands that allow her to attract small objects is also lining the stomach walls and is constantly active. The hydrogen closest to the walls eventually starts fusing under the pressure from the hydrogen that's pushing onto it, and the radiation produced by the fusion travels through the user and gets absorbed by the organelles present in all of the body's cells. The organelles are a specialized variant of chloroplasts which can store light in a much more compact, efficient way, which can easily and quickly be reversed alongside simply performing regular photosynthesis. Since 𝐒𝐬𝐽 can't eat anymore, he gets the carbon needed for his cells' building blocks from inhaled carbon dioxide through regular photosynthesis. The produced helium plasma gets pushed through the stomach walls and enters the bloodstream, where it stays as plasma until it reaches the lungs, where it's breathed out. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 groaned and slammed his head on his desk, immediately regretting it and trying to catch the bottle of sparkling water that was about to fall off. I guess that first day set my expectations of UA too high, just like how I set the others' expectations of me too high at the entrance exam. Now don't get him wrong, he didn't mind the coursework, really, he didn't, but his quirk made regular classroom lessons like this unbearable. He might have been able to stop being physically hyperactive when he had to sit still through focusing it all inwards, but then he just became mentally hyperactive instead. At home this wasn't too bad. The jumping train of thought allowed him to go in depth on all coursework during his nightly studying sessions, switching between subjects easily, which is what he used most of his extra free time his quirk granted him on when he wasn't meditating. It allowed for him to keep his grades up quite easily, despite the disadvantages his quirk brought. When he was in a classroom, however, forced to follow a teacher, his hyperactive mind was more a curse than a blessing, making him think of or focus on the most unrelated things and blocking him from paying attention to the teacher and their lesson. A quick glance to his right confirmed that Kaminari-kun was experiencing the same problem. I doubt Kaminari-kun has the same luxuries I have. Maybe we can do some study sessions together. Oh man, I still didn't ask him if that black lightning bolt is dyed or not. That can wait until lunch. Oh right, it's almost lunchtime. Only 2 minutes have passed though. Man, for such an interesting appearance, Ectoplasm Sensei sure talks in a really boring way. I wonder how he can talk without any lips though. I still can't figure it out. Wait, is he staring at me? Oh gosh, how long have I been staring at him? Zone back. Zone back. Doria, are you actually listening to me? Izuku would say that Ectoplasm Sensei sounded annoyed, but with his mask covering all of his facial expressions it was difficult to say for certain. He grinned sheepishly and rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry Sensei, I was a bit lost in thought there. What was the question? Ectoplasm-sensei gestured to an equation on the board. I was asking you if you could solve this equation, but if you weren't really paying attention, I'll just ask someone else to give it a try. While Ectoplasm-sensei was saying that, Izuku looked at the equation in question. Luckily, it was something he had come across during his nightly studying sessions during the break, so he was able to give an answer before Ectoplasm-sensei could pick out someone else. Using L'Hopital's rule, you get an answer of 2, sensei. Ectoplasm-sensei looked surprised but pleased from Izuku's quick answer, and Izuku noticed Kaminari-kun looking at him with newfound respect and a hint of jealousy from the corner of his eyes. As Ectoplasm-sensei continued his lesson, Kaken turned around and smacked Izuku on the head. Damn it, nerd, showing off already. You're gonna make all the extras here jealous of you before the end of the first week. Izuku grinned back at him. Oh, you still calling me a nerd, Mr. Top Grades at Old Dara Junior High. Before Kaken could smack him a second time, the bell finally went off, signaling the start of lunch. Most of the class was already rushing to the door and got stopped because someone was obstructing it. A very recognizable, gruffy voice spoke up from the hallway. Not so fast, class. Before you hellions go terrorize lunch rush, I have one short announcement to make. Instead of the classroom, you'll be meeting up with me at the entrance of the support department after lunch. That's all. And with that, Aizawa-sensei walked off again, presumably to the teacher's lounge, muttering about a coffee machine still being broken. Aizawa-sensei's peculiar announcement was quickly forgotten by Izuku once he, Kaken, Kaminari-kun, and Roundface sat down at an unoccupied table in the cafeteria. Oh my gosh, Kaken, did you see that? Lunch Rush wrote his signature on my food in ketchup. How am I gonna preserve this? I should have just given him one of my pens, stupid. Maybe I can still dash Zuku, snap out of it and shut up, those extras are giving us weird thing looks. Kaken cut him off with a smack. Izuku blushed and quieted down at that. Kaminari-kun spoke up to fill the awkward silence. So, what exactly are you two to each other? 'Cause at first you two seemed like rivals or something, but now you act more like a married couple. Like, is it just me seeing this, or dash? Kaken sneered at that. You, what the F, Pikachu? No way are me and Zuku anything like that. You know what, I'm demoting you to Pishu just for that stupid butt comment. Pishu looked a bit hurt by that, but the moment passed before it was really noticeable and he went into comedic mode. Nu, how could you do this to me? He wailed with an exaggerated swoon. I don't deserve this treatment. Uraka dash, oh so that's Roundface's name, at least I don't have to ask her now. Thanks, Kaminari-kun. Back me up here. Uraraka just responded with a smug look that seemed identical to Kaken's. You reap what you sow, Kaminari-kun. She then took a big bite from her mochi and started addressing Izuku and Kaken with her mouth full. Now that I think about it though, you two seem very familiar with each other. Did you go to the same middle school? Kaken leaned back and crossed his arms. Not just middle school, Roundface, we've known each other for as long as I can remember. And since nobody else at school had a quirk that was anywhere near as cool as mine and Zuku's, we just kept to ourselves. No need to get those extras sking up to us. Uraraka finished her bite of mochi. So are you two more like brothers from other mothers then? Kaken huffed at that and Izuku flushed at the observation. Yeah, I guess you could say that, Uraraka-san. Kaminari-kun piped back up for the first time since his nickname demotion. You know, I expected that kind of cuteness from Midoriya, but definitely not from you, Bakugo. I get the feeling you're actually just a big softy under that spiky hair, all bark but no bite, you know. Kaken nearly exploded the remainder of the spicy curry Auntie Mitsuki had packed for him. Who the F you calling soft, here? I'll show you bite, Pishu. But his attempted assault with his lunch tray was interrupted by the bell, Kaminari-kun swiftly getting up and running away. After realizing that they had no idea where the support department was located, Kaken swooped in like the GPS he was and found the right way. Despite his effort, their group was the last to arrive at the main hall of the support department tower of UA, Aizawa-sensei judgmentally standing in front of them while waiting before speaking up. Silence. I'll forgive you for arriving late at new locations in the first week, but I will start punishing latecomers after that. I do not tolerate illogical time wastes, so I expect all of you to come on time once the week is over. Ida's hand rose from the crowd of students. Aizawa-sensei, what are we doing here at the support department when we're supposed to be having foundational heroics? If there's been an unexpected schedule change, I find it most unprofessional that our online timetables didn't change to reflect that. An unamused glare from Aizawa-sensei quieted Ida down. It would serve you well to not interrupt your teachers until we say so. As for why we're here, it's become tradition in recent years to meet up with the support department and get accustomed to your hero suits, which is what this first foundational heroics class is for. Izuku piped up at that and spoke before his mind caught up. Oh, it's just like what Endeavor said in his older press conferences. Every hero worth their salt has an equally good team behind them, and the support technicians are the most important of those for a hero's success. Midoriya is right. A voice came from behind Aizawa-sensei. A man with an excavator over his head, pro-hero power loader, walked up to the group. Which is why it's important to create relationships between hero and support students early on and maintain them. Here at UA we call it the Hero Support Buddy System. Aizawa-sensei side-eyed power loader as he came to a standstill next to him and took over. After the admittances were sorted out, we showed the first-year support students brief descriptions and clips of your quirks from the entrance exam. We assigned one support student per hero student based on what quirk each support student thought they could work with best. Aizawa-sensei turned around and motioned for the class to follow him towards the nearby blast doors. When you sent in the designs and descriptions of your hero suits, we had your assigned support student come up with suitable blueprints as extra credit. They had free rein to add, change, or remove what they wanted over spring break, but Powerloader had the final say in approval and changes, and actual support companies made the suits from those blueprints. If your assigned partner didn't get a blueprint approved, then the support company made it themselves, based on your own specifications. None of this is required or permanent, so if you or your assigned partner aren't content with one another, then you can file a request for changing partners once the final term exams come around. Of course, it's always possible that no other student is willing to partner with you, which will leave you partnerless. Aizawa came to a standstill and started facing the class again. These are the first-year support department studios for classes 1F, 1G, and 1H. I'll announce who of you goes to which class. When your name is called, you can walk over there. Your assigned support student already knows what you look like, so they'll approach you first. You have about 20 minutes to get to know them and the suit they helped design for you. After that, we'll be gathering at Gym Gamma to test them out. Don't waste my time any further. I haven't had any coffee at UA in almost 2 days now. Because of his seat number, Izuku was one of the last to enter his assigned support studio, 1H. The room was a lot larger than he'd expected, with one main studio with big complicated-looking machines populating the space, and multiple smaller rooms sitting adjacent to the main room, where Izuku could see some of his classmates talking to what he assumed were the support students. Nobody approached him though, so Izuku nervously walked towards the end of the main studio, the smaller office adjacent to which looked pitch black with the edges of the door frame being more charred than the others. Izuku carefully peeked his head through the open door and into the dark space. Is anyone in here? Hello. Despite the room probably being unoccupied, the lights being off and all, Izuku couldn't help but feel like he was in the crosshairs of some dangerous, apex predator. It was right as Izuku decided to turn back around and ask Aizawa-sensei for help that said crosshairs manifested in the darkness and shoved themselves into Izuku's face. Hi there, 0.Akuen. Sorry for the lights, I think I blew all of them up testing one of my babies. You look a bit unsteady there compared to your entrance exam tapes, what's up with that? Izuku slowly backed off while the girl with pink dreadlocks kept talking, before shaking himself out of his stupor. My name is Izuku Midoriya, are you my assigned partner? The girl looked at him and her amber eyes settled on his face, crosshairs dilating and contracting like she was assessing him down to the details. In the end she gave a bright smile, the crazed look in her eyes not diminishing in the slightest. Yep, that's me, my Hatsune. Don't bother telling me your name, I have more useful things to remember. Hatsune swirled around and walked back into the darkness of her space. Anyway, you're lucky I'm around at UA cause all those cowards dash. She raised her voice with that word and looked back over her shoulder in the general direction of the other support students. Got scared off when they saw that amazing feat of yours. But I saw the potential. If her eyes didn't already have crosshairs on them, Izuku thought they might have turned into hearts at that statement. Hatsum looked forward again. I mean, with that kind of firepower you can easily become the next Endeavor in terms of strength, and I'm gonna be the famous support technician that gets you up there. Her shoulders slumped a bit. This is where I'd tell you who my idol is, but Endeavor's personal support technician is a complete mystery, even though they basically popularized the whole buddy system. A shame, I'd have loved to pick their brain over how they came up with the material in Endeavor's hero costumes. Any fire-quirked pro would be a fool not to get their costume materials from Endeavor's support company. She arrived at what Izuku thought was a mannequin and turned back to him. Anyway, you're basically a light yourself, right, 𝐂 So light up this room for me. I don't think 𝐿𝐿oda-sensei is gonna fix these lights anytime soon after the last 2 times. Izuku was still a bit overwhelmed by his support partner but silently obliged. Somehow, the manic look in her eyes brightened even further, along with the room. Ah, thank you, 𝐂. That's much better. Anyway, now that we have some light back in here, Hatsum was suddenly standing right in front of Izuku and feeling him out. Yes, that aura is quite comfortable, that will be useful when calming those civilians down. Oh man, those measurements I got from 𝐿𝐿oda-sensei really were right. You're packing a lot of muscle under that uniform, 𝐂. Despite Kaken's lifelong attempts at toughening him up, Izuku was still absolutely terrible at interacting with girls, especially if they got into his personal space. Trying to end the uncomfortableness, Izuku stepped back a bit and spoke up. Hatsum-san call me my. Hatsum is my dad, 𝐂, alright, my san. Close enough. We're here for my costume, right? I think we're running out of time. Hatsum's eyes widened. Ah, that's right, your costume. It's right over here. Hatsum pointed at the now visible mannequin. How about you put that on while I tell you the specs of our baby? Did she just call it our baby? The original awkwardness coming from Izuku quickly faded as he put on the costume. Hatsum was still talking in the background, but he was already completely focused on the costume itself, looking at it through the nearby mirror. The main body was mostly as he had originally drawn it, a simple, comfortable jumpsuit that had a similar but slightly darker green color than his hair, with golden yellow stripes going along the sides and accentuating his sleeves, neck and belt, forming a simplistic pattern at the sides of his abdomen. His bright red high tops and utility belt complemented the golden yellow. Izuku put on his dark gray knee and elbow pads as he realized Hatsum hadn't stopped talking once and he zoned back in. And I guess you haven't really been listening to me for a while, but I know how you feel. You want to test this baby out right now, of course, which is why I left the important bits for right now. You back, 𝐂. Shocked at being predicted so easily, Izuku could only nod in response. Perfect. Alright, so first things first, after reading the full file, your quirk is actually a lot easier to work with than I expected. Since all of your plasma forms from the heated air around you, I didn't have to work in any ports or vents or anything like that, just a material that's very heat resistant. Plus, since you don't seem to have any overheating problems, I had a lot of space left on your suit since I don't need to add any cooling systems. You might have noticed that the back of your jumpsuit is a bit thicker than the rest. Well, that's because I put in a water cooling system. Not for cooling you, no, it's all hooked up to this mouthguard over here. She rushed to the table next to her and picked up a gray, metallic mouthguard. This baby gathers water vapor on top of filtering the air and the cooling system, then condenses it into drinking water which you can drink from this extendable straw embedded in the mouthguard. That way you don't have to carry around a load of useless water bottles and you don't have to take off your mouthguard in the middle of a fight to drink. Izuku eyed the mouthguard again in wonder, starting to understand the manic tint to her eyes. Oh wow, that's amazing, my san. I didn't even think of having to drink water mid-fight. Hatsum nodded excitedly but was already moving on to the next point on her list. Anyway, those gold stripes aren't just for show. I've actually integrated a whole electric circuit in your costume, which you can control the direction of with that magnetic field of yours to mimic your whole helium plasma BLD thingy, should be able to reinforce and strengthen the field by quite a good amount. Izuku looked down at his suit and flexed his field, eyes widening as the stripes lit up slightly. I put extra detailed circuitry in these gloves since you seem to favor your hands. The field it generates should allow you to shape that plasma you make more efficiently than without them. Hatsune continued. As he put on the gloves, they made a soft humming sound as the gold lines accentuating his sleeves touched their insides. Izuku then realized he was missing something from his original design. Hatsune seemed to have anticipated that thought as well. Ah yes, that hood with the bunny ears. Honestly, it looked stupid. Hey, those aren't bunny ears, and All Might's hair isn't stupid. That, and why would you want to hide your face behind a weird-looking mask anyway? I always thought masks make heroes less approachable. But hey, I'm not gonna go against your questionable design choices, 𝐤𝐸. She grabbed the last pieces of equipment from her desk before he could object. Two thin, long, metallic objects with a thicker base, each with grooves on one edge. Instead I got you these two. Go ahead, put them on already. They're earpieces, by the way. Izuku blankly took the earpieces from her, deciding that going with the manic flow was better than questioning it. As Izuku put the earpieces on, he realized he could distinguish the muted conversations of his classmates more easily. Honestly, I don't understand why earpieces aren't a standard part of a hero costume, seems a bit dumb. Anyway, flare up that aura a bit more, 𝐤𝐸. He obliged, and as the aura flared up more he could hear two quick beeps from either side of his head. Izuku turned to the mirror he was standing in front of and gasped when he saw two tendrils of his aura spiking outward and back from his ears. Oh, so that's what she meant with not going against my choices. Man, besides her personality, I'm actually pretty lucky to have her, and maybe I'm the only one here who could handle her. Hatsune interrupted his staring session. Hey, time's almost up. Luckily, there's only one thing left. So, 𝐤𝐸, I saw you squinting a lot during the entrance exam. Do your eyes not have some protective layer to shield you from bright lights? Izuku scratched behind his ear, a bit embarrassed at having that embarrassing limitation mentioned out loud. No, they don't. Why? The manic glint increased a bit more. Ha, I was right. Well, then you'll be happy to know that I got just the baby for you. Put that mouthguard on so it's touching those earpieces on the side and then click the small button hidden on the left. Izuku obliged and produced an embarrassing yelp when green-tinted glass slid up out of the mouthguard and right in front of him, giving his sight a slightly green hue. He noticed that the glass was actually secured to the grooves of the earpieces now and was only loosely attached to the mouthguard, so he lowered the latter again. Hatsune grinned in satisfaction and gave an appraising look. See, 𝐤𝐸. This visor baby can have its brightness filter adjusted at will. Plus, the earpieces have little projectors, so if you want to play Iron Man, that's totally possible. She chuckled at her own joke. Hatsune looked over Izuku's shoulder and the chuckle turned nervous. 𝐤𝐸, I think it's time we head to the gym. Powerloader-sensei is looking at me like when I exploded baby number 35. 35. It's only the first full day. I thought I was the one with unlimited stamina. Thankfully, Hatsune's costume showcase hadn't gone too far over time, and they quickly caught up with the rest of Izuku's class at Gym Gamma. Izuku took stock of all the hero costumes present, trying not to fanboy over them, and saw 𝐭𝐿 sulking in the corner, who noticed Izuku as he walked up to him. Oi Izuku, nice costume, thank F your partner got rid of that stupid thing hood. Izuku wanted to object again, but instead observed his friend's outfit, which looked mostly like how he had meticulously designed it in their childhood, except, 𝐭𝐿, what happened to your gloves? 𝐭𝐿 scoffed and looked at his grenade-less, dark green gloves, which now went just past his elbows, meeting up with the sleeves of a long-sleeved version of his original tank top design. The nerd they assigned to me pussied out and removed them cause they're overkill for most villains and it's too bulky. Like I don't know what I'm doing with my own thing Quirk. He scoffed. Izuku pitied whoever was assigned to 𝐭𝐿 but noticed something else. Hey, so why are they this long then? 𝐭𝐿 smiled a bit. To absorb recoil, since my shoulders aren't as built against my explosions as my arms. That nerd added something actually quite useful as well. These gloves still collect my sweat, but they transport it all the way to the soles of my boots through my costume, where the sweat can be detonated like with my hands. I basically have double the firepower now. 2 explosions went off under his boots and he lifted off the ground for a second. Izuku stared at the feet in awe, before his brain caught up. Kaken, how'd they figure out how to detonate it down there if your quirk factor is fully focused around your hands? Kaken raised an eyebrow before smirking. Well, the nerd turned out to be a giant quirk nerd like you, and requested my old quirk counseling reports on a hunch. You know, now that I think about it, he actually kinda looked like you. Anyway, turns out my sweat isn't actually explosive at room temperature. And honestly, I've never even thought of the dangers if that had been true. Instead it turns into its explosive form when it absorbs some specific high-energy radiation or some SHT, which is what my hands emit when I want to explode stuff, like the safety on a gun, I guess. After that, all that's needed is a little bit of extra heat and boom. Kaken flexed his quirk for emphasis. The nerd just replicated that in my boots but activated when I flex my feet. Izuku brightened as he took in the explanation. Oh wow, that's amazing. I guess you'll have to change up your fighting style then. He pointed out. Kaken smirked. You bet. They better let us fight today. I'm itching for some good ole butt kicking. I can give you an butt kicking right now if you don't quiet down and start listening to me. Both Izuku and Kaken startled when Aizawa-sensei's voice came from the crowd of students in front of the gym doors. Oh whoops, how long has Aizawa-sensei been here? Aizawa-sensei continued talking like he hadn't just threatened Kaken. As Bakugo said, we'll be doing simple quirked sparring for today's lesson. This is mainly to get you comfortable in your suits and to establish the basics of combat in a safe environment. Furthermore, your support partners will be observing from the side for any suit malfunctions, oversights, or further improvements. Kaminari-kun somehow raised his hand before Ida could. So, not to sound ungrateful or anything, teach, but I was kinda hoping All Might would be teaching us. He was watching us yesterday, and he's not teaching us any other courses. Or is he exclusively teaching the 3rd years or something? Man, that'd SCK big time. Aizawa-sensei pinched his fingers and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Yes, Kaminari, All Might was supposed to be teaching this lesson today. But I gave myself the liberty to look into his lesson plans yesterday while trying to fix the coffee machine in the teacher's lounge, and after seeing some questionable decisions I decided he needed to take some crash courses with Nezu first, which is why I've taken over this lesson. The teen with funky elbows spoke up next. No offense man, but how are you gonna supervise all of us sparring on your own? Right as he finished talking, a blonde blur came out of the doors of Gym Gamma and a blue blur jumped down from the roof next to the entrance before the doors to Gym Gamma opened. Wait, the doors weren't open yet. Revealing an elfish-looking older teen standing behind them. The 2 blurs turned out to be older teens as well, and Aizawa-sensei resumed talking as they gathered next to him. You're right, I can't safely supervise all you Hellions on my own, which is why I asked these 3 for help. Aizawa-sensei gestured to them. They are also known as the Big 3. They will help supervise today since I trust them the most with their sparring skills. If that's all understood, I'm going to take a nap now, so you 3, take over the introduction. With that, Aizawa-sensei moved to a coffee machine standing near the entrance, cursing under his breath when the machine turned out to also be broken, before laying down on the floor in his sleeping bag. The buff blonde guy seemed about to speak up but got interrupted when the girl with periwinkle hair jumped in front of him. Hey guys. My name's Nejaya Hado, but call me Nejaya, please. Oh man, I can't believe us 3rd years are allowed to do this. Look at you 1st years, so innocent and squishy. She suddenly bounded forward, right into Izuku's face, which he would have flinched from if Hatsune hadn't gotten him accustomed to that during the 20 minutes they talked. Hey, you're the guy that vaporized the 0-pointer, right? Did you do that before? Can you do that right now? Maybe I can help. My quirk shoots energy too. Can I help? Izuku wasn't able to respond before Hado had already moved on to one of his taller classmates. Hey, why's your head look like a rock? Does it have anything to do with your quirk? You seem pretty shy. I think you and Tamaki-kun dash, she gestured towards the elf boy, who promptly turned around to face the wall. Would get along great. The blonde guy, who had been smiling the entire time, cut Hado off before Tamaki could bury himself into the wall. Nejaya, Aizawa put his trust in us, so we should do what he asked. The serious smile turned into a pleased grin as he addressed the crowd. Anyway, as she said, the shy guy in the back is Tamaki Amajiki. I'd ask you to call him Tamaki-senpai, but I think he'd implode if you did. And my name is Mirio Tagata, hero name Lemillion, because I'm going to save 1,000,000 people. His smile somehow grew even prouder. Call me Mirio-senpai though, I'm not a full hero yet. Kaminari-kun, who had been standing to Izuku's left, suddenly got a look of recognition on his face. Hey! You're that dude that tricked me into running headfirst into a wall yesterday. Mirio-senpai focused on him but kept his smile up. I don't know what you mean, I was just taking the fastest way to class. Kaminari-kun huffed. Alright, fine man, wait a minute, your classroom is 2 floors above ours. You were just waiting there to try and trick one of us first years. Hey, I can see that smug smile of yours. Mirio-senpai clapped his hands loudly, ignoring Kaminari-kun. Alright, that's enough small talk. We're here to do some quirk sparring. But first, I'm sure some of you are thinking, hey, this guy seems kinda goofy, right? So here's what we're gonna do, let's have a big fight, all you guys against me in this gym. He laughed loudly, the sound filling the gym. Kaken rose to the bait. Ha! You on, you Tintin-looking the. Izuku's other classmates seemed to share the same thoughts, but Izuku recognized the look that Mirio-senpai was giving them. It was a look that he saw a lot on Kaken's face when he was about to steamroll their upperclassmen back at Old Dera whenever they decided to try and gang up on him. Oh man, I better be careful. He seems totally sure of his chances. What did Kaminari-kun say about him again? That he went through a solid wall. Maybe his quirk is some kind of teleportation then. His hunch about the look seemed to be right, as only he and Kaken were left standing after Mirio-senpai had systematically taken down all of their classmates one by one with his an unwavering smile. Well, except for the stoic teen, who simply shrugged and backed off to the wall. Kaken side-eyed Izuku with a feral grin on his face and went on to taunt his opponent. Saving the best for last, Tintin. At that, Kaken charged forward, arms facing backwards and setting off rapid-fire explosions, speeding him up even more. Mirio-senpai simply kept smiling and disappeared into the ground. Kaken suddenly moved his body lower down to the ground and moved his left arm in front of his chest, his palm facing off to the right as he set off explosions with both hands, changing his forward momentum into angular momentum while pivoting around his left leg, his right leg extended for a low kick. As that happened, Mirio-senpai's back appeared right in front of him, also being in a turn. He was probably expecting Kaken to be further ahead. Izuku could practically hear Kaken smirk as he set off a large explosion from his right foot, accelerating his leftward turn even more and swiping at Mirio-senpai's ankles with incredible speed. That quick bout of improvisation was apparently enough to catch Mirio-senpai off guard, as he lost his footing and starting falling sideways with a yelp. Kaken had already made a full turn with his angular momentum and made full use of Mirio-senpai's moment of surprise, firmly planting his right foot onto the floor and launching himself forwards again with explosions from his hands, aiming at Mirio-senpai's falling back for a full-body tackle and going right through his body. Aye! Kaken seemed to share Izuku's sentiments and tried to slow himself down with explosions, but failed and hit the nearby wall head-on. Oh yikes, dude. Izuku turned around to see that Kaminari-kun was already sitting up again from when he was taken down, massaging his belly. I feel your pain, Bakugo. Kaken collapsed onto the floor and just groaned as Mirio-senpai stood up and turned around to look at Izuku. Well then, Kohai, I've been wanting to meet you ever since I heard about what you did during the entrance exams. Somewhere during that sentence Izuku zoned out again, mentally panicking. His quirk is some kind of phasing. I thought it was delayed surface warping or something. I couldn't see him take down the others clearly enough. Calm down, Izuku. Kaken figured something out since he predicted Mirio-senpai's re-emergence just now. But how could you predict something like teleporting, unless it's not teleporting at all. It must be related to the phasing then. Wait, where'd Mirio-senpai go? He was standing right in front of me before. Oh no, I totally zoned out just now. Did he phase underground then? Oh CRP, that means he's probably about to attack me. Izuku felt something shift somewhere below the ground left of him and instinctively flared up his aura. Mirio-senpai suddenly ejected from that spot and Izuku tried to slap away the incoming fist on reflex. Apparently Mirio-senpai didn't expect Izuku to be paying attention as the slap hit his wrist and his smile wavered. Izuku took the moment to jump backwards and take stock of the situation. Mirio-senpai was standing a few meters away from him, touching his wrist with a contemplative look on his face, but not charging at him yet. Not wasting any time, Izuku ran towards him and charged up several low-power flares from his fingers, strong enough to create concussive blasts of air, but not enough for any significant amount of plasma to get ejected. Mirio-senpai responded by falling through the ground again. Not taking his chances, Izuku tried something he'd been thinking of ever since the ball throw yesterday. He pulled out a large chunk of his stored energy and pulled the energy torrents into the soles of his feet as he jumped, the billowing winds he remembered from yesterday pushing him into the air even further. Izuku looked down to see Mirio-senpai shooting out off where Izuku had just been standing, having enough speed to reach Izuku in the air. CRP, I can't let him get close to me. I don't have enough maneuverability in the air to defend myself. He might not have a strength-enhancing quirk, but those muscles aren't for show if the way my classmates were knocked down after one punch was any indication. Adjusting to the situation, Izuku took all the excess energy in his feet and moved it to his heart, which started rapidly speeding up its beating. He could see Mirio-senpai's smile twitching as he no doubt felt Izuku's magnetic field spreading throughout the room and saw the gold lines on his costume light up brightly. I only have one shot at this before my heart gets overworked. He must have limited maneuverability in the air as well. Super move, Solar Storm. Izuku pulled out more energy, several streams of plasma flowing away from his body and shaped by his magnetic field, quickly approaching Mirio-senpai from several angles, who phased right through them. Right? Danjit. Why is his quirk so cool? Both combatants landed on the ground again and Izuku was forced to disperse his energy from his heart, breathing from the exhaustion. Mirio-senpai used that opportunity to get in close to Izuku and spoke for the first time since starting the match. You have super moves already here, Kohai. I'll show you one of mine then. Super move, Blinder Touch Eyeball Crush. Izuku knew a feint when he saw one, especially since Mirio-senpai's right arm was already ped up for a punch, so he moved his arms to shield his belly, but he couldn't help closing his eyes on reflex as Mirio-senpai's left hand was moving towards his face. Good thing he did so too as, hey, what the heck? You just poked me in the eye. Mirio-senpai seemed surprised as well as no hit to the stomach came, allowing Izuku to fall on the ground, pressing his hands up to his right eye. Izuku still hadn't opened his eyes yet but turned his head towards where he remembered Aizawa-sensei sleeping. Sensei, is that allowed? Apparently, Aizawa-sensei wasn't feigning sleep anymore, as his voice sounded much closer. In spars like this it isn't, problem child. Tagata, explain what happened, now. Izuku was finally able to open his eyes again and saw Mirio-senpai giving a sheepish, slightly confused smile. Honestly, Aizawa, I have no idea. I was sure my left arm was permeable when I did that, it even went through my Doria Kohai's visor. Aizawa-sensei grunted at that. Whatever, this illogical demonstration has gone on long enough. Finish it up, Tagata. Mirio-senpai's normal smile returned and he addressed the class with a laugh. Well, I hope that convinced you guys that I know how to deliver a good fight. Anyway, Aizawa should probably Kaminari-kun spoke up. Hey, hold on a minute. What the heck's up with your quirk? First nobody except Midoriya and Bakugo could even hit you, and then you also started glitching all over the place like we're in one of those pre-quirk Bethesda games. I call hacks. Mirio-senpai's face lit up in amusement as he laughed again. You're funny, Kohai, but none of that was a hack. Actually, I think both Midoriya Kohai and the Pomeranian Bakugo was it. Figured it out. Kaken T scared at the overdone jab but replied. Yeah, you phase through SHT, right, Tintin. Mirio-senpai's grin brightened. That's right, Bakugo Kohai. If I UN phase while I'm in something else then I get ejected though, which is how I glitched all over the place. It's kinda scary, actually, when I'm fully permeable I can't feel, breath, see, or hear anything. All of it just goes right through me. The crowd started mumbling but something didn't sit right for Izuku with that explanation and after quick deliberation he spoke up. That doesn't make any sense though, Mirio-senpai. If everything goes through you, including light if you really turn blind while permeable, then how can we still see the parts of your body that are permeable? Also, how would your body even function at the boundaries between permeable and impermeable? Does your BLD just suddenly know when it goes over the boundary and changes itself? How do the permeable and impermeable parts even know to stick together and not phase through each other, like your muscles or skeleton? Mirio-senpai paused and suddenly looked quite bewildered, and Imagiki, who had somehow been observing the fight despite looking at the wall the entire time, looked concerned. Heido-senpai butted in though. Hey, those are some interesting questions, Greenie. What's up with that, Mirio? Do you know anything about that? The upperclassman scratched his head. When it manifested, it turned out to basically be an exact copy of my dad's quirk, so we just left it at that. I don't think Dad knows how his quirk works either, so I have no idea. He shrugged. Heido-senpai pouted. Mirio, you're no fun. Now I wanna know the answers. Hey, Greenie, you're the one that asked the questions, do you have any ideas? Izuku got into a thinking pose and tuned out his surroundings as he got into his mumbling zone transcribed for your reading pleasure. Well, the only logical thing that would fix the whole boundary issue is if there are no boundaries in the first place. But if you still want the quirk to work that means that Mirio-senpai's entire body is permeable all the time, so that raises the question of how he can act impermeable when needed. When I was still discovering the mechanics of my quirk I learnt that the reason fusion doesn't happen except in extremely high pressure situations is because of the electromagnetic force. We never actually physically touch anything. The illusion of touch comes from different atoms getting repelled by the like charges of their respective electrons. Before confusing his classmates too much, Izuku left the mumbling zone again. Got it. Mirio-senpai, I think your body is always permeable, but you use an electromagnetic field like the one I have to act like an impermeable object from the outside, and your quirk is just changing that field to drop the illusion of impermeability when you need to be permeable in a specific area. And it probably absorbs and emits all incoming light all the time, which is why we can always see you. Izuku thought back to the quick fight he had with Mirio-senpai with this new information and came to another conclusion. Mirio-senpai. When you poked me in the eye you did use your quirk correctly. I think my electromagnetic field was just strong enough at that moment to interfere with yours. Mirio-senpai's bewildered look changed to one of mild understanding as he let out a sheepish laugh. I see. Well, good to know my quirk control didn't go sloppy over the break then. Wait, how come I can't breathe or go blind all the time then? Heido-senpai, who seemed extremely into the discussion, spoke excitedly. Oh, Mirio, didn't your support partner figure out that a costume made with your hair works with your quirk back in our first year? You're wearing the P uniform version right now. Izuku finished off the trail of logic. I see. So if normal material is mixed or surrounded enough with your own material then it somehow gains the same properties of permeability. As for the seeing thing, something to do with the field absorbing light in a different way around your eyes, which gets disrupted when that field is changed to activate your quirk. I don't know, maybe that's why your eyes look so unique. Mirio-senpai still looked like his entire worldview had turned upside down as Aizawa-sensei stepped in. Alright, problem child, what did I say about giving people existential crises? You didn't, sensei. Well, I did now, time to get sparring, you hellions. Here's how it's gonna go. I'll put you into 4 different groups based on proficiency, and each group will have one of us 4 as instructor. The support students will be making notes up in the seating area the entire time. Now get moving. In the end, the sparring turned out to be pretty fun. Izuku ended up in the group with the second to most proficiency along with Kaken, a girl with her hair in a high ponytail called Yorozu, and a tall, 6-armed guy called Shoji. They had Heido-senpai as instructor, who, despite her ditzy attitude, turned out to be a pretty good, decently observant teacher. After a good while, Aizawa-sensei ordered the hero and support students back to their respective classrooms, and for the hero students to leave their costumes in the 1A classroom. He had one more thing to say before dismissing them though. "Alright class, most of you didn't actually do awful this time, but I expect improvements from here on out. And also, in case I forget to tell you tomorrow, you'll be picking class representatives before the end of the day. So figure out who you want to choose now, or how you're gonna convince your classmates to choose you. That's all for today. I'm gonna inform Powerloader that the coffee machine here is broken as well." After Aizawa-sensei left the gym, Izuku quickly found himself walking towards the UA entrance gate with his uniform back on. This time casually walking with Kaken, Kaminari-kun, and Uraraka compared to his frantic run yesterday. Kaminari-kun was trying to get a conversation going with Kaken, so Izuku was addressed by Uraraka instead. "So, my Midoriya-kun, I actually wanted to say this before the lunch bell interrupted us, but I think it's super cute how you call Bakugo-kun Kaken." Not knowing how to respond to that, Izuku just stammered until Kaken replied instead, more than happy to ignore Kaminari-kun. "Oi roundface, if you want Zuku to call you something like that you'll have to hammer it into his skull, or else the best you're gonna get from him is Uraraka-chan." Uraraka, clearly having been found out, stammered back. "Oh, well, it's just really cute, why no. But I wouldn't mind if Izuku gained his bearings again before the conversation could completely devolve into stammering. "Oh, I didn't realize you wanted, sorry. This doesn't really happen. How does Chako-chan sound?" Uraraka stopped stammering and squeed with her hands up to her cheeks. "Oh my gosh, that sounds adorable. Midoriya-kun, you're so cute, I can't even believe it. Oh, can I call you -0.KU?" Any further conversation with Chako-chan was interrupted when what appeared to be Hatsune came storming towards them with the aid of rocket booster boots. Is she even allowed to bring her inventions outside of the studio? Before he knew it, Hatsune was already coming to a standstill right next to them and bonked him on the head with a notepad. "I can't believe it, 0.kun. We have so much stuff to talk about for future improvements for our babies, and you didn't even come to me after that foundational heroics class." She pouted while Chako-chan screamed "babies" in the background. Is now really the time, my-san?" Izuku asked. She huffed in response as she started scribbling on her notepad. "Of course, 0.kun. Science never sleeps. And apparently neither do you if the Quirk counseling files are correct." She looked back up at him, the glint of mania back in them. "I hope you won't mind if I borrow you to help me with some all-nighters. You're the perfect lab partner. All my previous lab partners back in middle school just developed insomnia and fled to a different school after a month at most." Hatsune chuckled ominously. Izuku skipped over that last bit for his own sanity and spoke up. Actually, now that I think about it, my-sen, I'd like to find a way to direct those wins I made during the fight against Mirio-senpai for my hands and feet, if that's possible." She gave an appreciative nod and turned towards the gate, dragging Izuku away from his friends with an iron grip. "Yeah, I could WHP that up for you in a jiffy. Anyway, I read that you can expand your magnetic field by speeding up your heart at the risk of heart attacks. I'm not gonna ask how they figured that last part out, but would you mind if I replaced your heart with a bionic one, 0.kun? I can guarantee you that it won't blow up most of the time." "Wait, hold up, I don't want to be a cyborg," Izuku yelled as he was dragged out of UA by an unrelenting Mai-san, who seemed like she was a cyborg herself already. Mai-san looked back at him with a questioning gaze. "Who wouldn't want to be a cyborg? Now let's go to my home lab. I want to test your quirk as much as I can for personal reference, and we're gonna be at it the whole night if it's up to me. I spoke too soon yesterday, didn't I?" Izuku lamented as they left UA's towers behind them. Quirk Science Notes Explosion. This quirk mutates the sweat glands in the palms of the user's hands to produce a special substance mixed in with their sweat. This substance on its own is inert and not explosive at all, but when it gets excited by a specific frequency of radiation, which the hands also produce at the user's will, its chemical structure shifts around into a much more reactive form similar to how retinal changes shape in the eye when it absorbs light. This reactive form readily explodes around body temperature, which can easily be achieved by the user flexing nearby muscles. Permeation. This quirk turns the user's body into a similar but permeable type of matter, which also seems to passively generate a small-scale electromagnetic field to allow the body to keep interacting with the physical world. The user can manipulate this field to turn parts of their body permeable. When the user has part of their body in the same place as other solid matter, when turning impermeable again, the electromagnetic field gets repelled by the electrons inside said solid matter towards the nearest gap of air. Regular material that either gets sufficiently mixed with or fully surrounded by the user's material also gains these impermeable properties, which is how the user can continue digesting and breathing. The user's eyes have evolved special structures that uses slight changes in the adjacent electromagnetic field when a photon is reflected by it to recreate regular sight, which gives the user strange-looking eyes. When this part is turned permeable, aka the electromagnetic field is manipulated, this function is impeded. Izuku felt a bone-deep, emotional exhaustion as he walked towards UA for his third day of school, together with his female kidnapper. At least it wasn't the physical or mental type, his quirk took care of those. Spending the night in a foreign place where it seemed like everything was trying to kill you, getting tested for every possible data point by a manic, sleep-deprived support student along the way would do that to you. He honestly had no idea how Mom could go from fretting over him when he encountered some 2-bit sludge villain that he and Kaken easily fought off, to approving a sleepover at what was basically a stranger's house with no hesitation. At least she gave some reasoning over the phone while he was being dragged off. "Oh baby, I'm so glad to see you getting more friends besides Katsuki. Tell me all about it when you come back home tomorrow." "I can't believe I snapped at my chan though, that was a really stupid move on my part. Wait, hold on, why is my vision going wobbly? And where's that harp coming from? Is someone using a quirk on me? What's happening?" Izuku cautiously followed Hatsune as they approached what looked like a garage door, the sun setting behind the hills. At least she had stopped dragging him along once he had no idea where he was anymore. He thought they were somewhere in the outskirts of Korisato City, made evident by the proximity of wooded areas and the apartment blocks nearby, which somehow looked even less appealing than the one he and his mom moved into after the kidnapping debacle. It was honestly difficult to picture the pristine behemoth of UA's main towers being located in the same city as this part, let alone so close by. Izuku warily eyed the building they were now standing in front of and noticed a lack of any sign of life inside. My-san." She turned around and smiled. "Yes, 𝐿_Kuan. If you're worried about the building's integrity, this place is built for testing babies like mine. So don't worry." Whether that was meant to be reassuring or not, Izuku didn't know. "No, not about that. I just noticed, a lack of adults." He elaborated hesitantly. She waved his concern away and turned around to start fiddling with the door's lock. "Don't worry about that. Dad's busy doing whatever back at home." Izuku blinked in surprise at the admission. "This isn't your house." Hatsume's dreadlocks shifted over her shoulders as she shook her head. "Not everyone lives in the same city as UA, 𝐿_Kuan. I'm just lucky my dad had one of his old workshops here in Korisato, 'cause those apartments over there definitely wouldn't survive my babies." She snickered. She finally got the garage door unlocked and rolled it up, the loud noise breaking off any further questions. "No time for pleasantries though, we have a lot of testing to do with your quirk, 𝐿_Kuan." As Izuku was herded in by Hatsume, lone wanderer, a scared but resigned look on their face, walked past towards the nearby apartments while whispering what sounded like, "Oh god, it's gonna be one of those nights, isn't it?" before the garage door slammed back down behind Izuku, casting the space into complete darkness. Izuku carefully followed Hatsume in the dark as she expertly navigated through what appeared to be a large storage space before entering a more open space and flicking on the lights. At first impression, the lit-up room looked like a downsized, messier version of the studio at UA with several emptied cups that smelled like extra strong coffee standing on a desk. Before Izuku could familiarize himself more with the room, Hatsume walked to the middle and opened her arms. "Welcome to my casa, 𝐿_Kuan. This is where the magic happens when I'm not at UA. She abruptly started walking to a nearby chair with a white jumpsuit draped over it and threw it at him. Go change into that, 𝐿, it'll record all that juicy data I need. Izuku stared at the suit in confusion. What is this exactly? Hatsum's smile stayed bright. That's the prototype of your hero costume. Why are you looking at me like that? How could UA assign something like this and not expect me to make it myself as well? Luckily there was a separate kitchen, so Izuku reluctantly complied and put the jumpsuit on before re-entering the main space, where Hatsum instantly sprung on him again. Nice and fast, 𝐒, that's exactly why you're already my favorite lab partner. Wait, she was serious about that. I didn't even agree. She moved uncomfortably close to him again and pointed behind his shoulder. Do you see that computer screen over there? He looked over his shoulder, finding nothing of note. No, what do you owe? Izuku promptly looked back to see Hatsum pricking his thumb with a needle. What are you doing? Hatsum looked up as some of the BLD trickled into a small vial. Distracting you, obviously. Seriously, I just have to gather this BLD for later research. Being able to contain and maintain something super hot like helium plasma has got to be something I could use for some of my babies. She then put the vial away and grabbed what looked like an actual revolver from a cabinet and aimed at him with her tongue sticking out in concentration. Now stand still, 𝐒. Wait, hold up. What are you doing? Izuku shielded his face with his arms in a panic. Hatsum lowered the gun with an incredulous look on her face. I'll tell you when you stop being a hard target to hit, of course. I want to see if that electromagnetic field of yours can be used for stuff besides your plasma. Izuku hesitantly lowered his guard. You want to see if I can stop a bullet? You catch on quick, 𝐒. Now let me aim again. The gun instantly came back up. Izuku's arms instantly came back up as well. I don't even get any protection in case it doesn't work. Hatsum looked at him like he was the 5-star rating Sudoku in the weekly newspaper before coming to a realization and slapping her own forehead. Oh right, the bulletproof vest. She snickered. I kind of forgot not everyone is used to my way of doing things. It's like my mother used to say, setting up fail-safes means less time for testing your babies. I'm 99% sure you don't need it if you're wearing that baby I made, but if it lets you sleep at night. I don't sleep my san. In the end, the bulletproof vest wasn't necessary. Izuku's field, magnified by the circuits in the prototype jumpsuit, easily stopped the revolver bullets, as well as several throwing knives and shurikens. He also coincidentally remembered he could reverse the polarity of his field after he got stuck holding onto a metal support beam on the ceiling after Hatsum had gleefully taken out a shotgun for further testing. Hatsum trying and failing to unstick him from the beam while promising she'd skip the shotgun test for today felt weirdly nostalgic for some reason, but it was quickly forgotten when he finally remembered how to reverse the polarity again and got repelled downwards from the beam, crashing onto the floor with Hatsum acting as a human cushion. And that's how the next few hours went, with Hatsum showing no signs of letting up whatsoever. She apparently had a lot of self-made support equipment she wanted Izuku to test out, checking for compatibility, and slowly, bit by bit, his patience was worn down. By the time she wanted to check his plasma's temperature for the second time, you should always double-check your results, 𝐒. Izuku decided to put a stop to the barrage of tests. My-san, and with temperatures like these it's almost 1 AM and totally be a plasma cutter if you I still need to do my homework, shape your plasma like a knife. And my-san, are you even listening to me? I'm calling dibs on your plasma cutter for lab work by the way so danjit Hatsum, can you slow down for a second and fricking listen to Emi? Hatsum definitely heard that as her eyes went wide and she stopped rambling. Holy CRP, well that finally seemed to do it. If she's like this with her previous lab partners I can see why they'd bail after a month. I didn't even agree to being her lab partner in the first place anyway, she just assumed that. Does she even realize what a nuisance that can be for people? Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard the sound of a latch opening, followed by a thud. He looked around and saw that Hatsum had left her previous spot, now facing away from him, with one of those ceiling trapdoors with extendable ladders opened in front of her. She spoke up in an uncharacteristically quiet voice as she climbed the rungs. "Your stuff is in the kitchen. Sorry for being a nuisance and assuming. I'll see you in the support studio, Midoriya-kun." Izuku's thoughts came crashing back in as the loft hatch closed back up. Was I mumbling my thoughts again? Seeing, she must have heard all of that then. Why'd I do that? Why'd I even think that? Mom didn't raise me to act like this. A weight started pressing down on his shoulders as he looked at the hatch Hatsune had climbed through. I have to apologize to her. Izuku made up his mind and changed back into his regular clothes before walking to the loft hatch, which luckily wasn't locked up. He gently lowered the ladder onto the ground and climbed up. Reaching the top of the ladder, Izuku peeked over the side and took stock of the room. What was apparently the attic of the workshop turned out to be converted into a decently sized bedroom. The left wall had several short bookcases, filled with science and engineering textbooks. A queen-sized bed sat adjacent to the right wall, underneath a large poster of the periodic table and an attic window, which was open and filling the room with a cold breeze. The floor was covered by several blueprints and articles of clothing strewn across. At the back wall, a large shelf held 11 separate trophies for a Kyoto Science Expo contest, accompanied with several picture frames. A large wooden desk stood next to the shelf. Hatsune was sitting at said desk on a tall stool, her feet not touching the ground while she quietly tinkered with something with a screwdriver. Izuku slowly approached her, walking carefully as to avoid stepping on any blueprints, and spoke up softly to avoid startling her. "My-san." Her flinching made it quite clear she hadn't expected him to come up. I wanted to apologize for downstairs. What I said wasn't okay in any way and it was a totally unwarranted overreaction on my part." To his surprise, he got a quiet, hesitant response. "It's all right, Midoriya-kun. You don't need to stay here to apologize, it was my fault you snapped in the first place. Like I said, this has happened multiple times already. I'm used to it by now. I just wasn't expecting to break my old record of a week, and at UA 2 no less." There was a quiet sniff. Izuku wanted to retort but Hatsune continued. "Heh, my dad likes to joke about how I treat every meeting like an elevator pitch. Get everything I have to offer out there as fast as possible so I can get back to working. Says I get my drive and assertiveness from Mom." Izuku didn't know how to respond to that, and started feeling awkward when the only sound for a while was that of screws being turned, so he moved to inspect the shelf with all the trophies. His gaze fell on one of the picture frames sitting on the middle shelf. It held a photograph that depicted 2 adults and a child standing on the steps next to what looked like a science center, with a rudimentary-looking drone flying above them. There was a dark blue planetarium dome standing in the background. On the right stood a tall, tanned, voluptuous woman with dark brown hair in recognizable dreadlocks, wearing a dirty jumpsuit and giving a manic smile. Her blue irises had a similar crosshair pattern on them. The much shorter, scrawny man to her left looked like your stereotypical Japanese salaryman, if you ignored the pink hair and bright yellow eyes, with a stern but proud look on his face. And in the middle stood what was probably a 4-year-old Hatsune, holding up one of the trophies that was now standing on the shelf with a big toothy grin, one of her teeth missing. Izuku noticed a few more similar photographs on the shelf, each one featuring an increasingly complex invention and a slightly older Hatsune. Though there were only 4 in total compared to the trophies. "Are these your parents, my-san?" he eventually asked quietly, breaking the silence. Izuku saw Hatsune turn her head slightly to the left to give him a quick glance. He could just about make out the red and a slight puffiness before she returned to her tinkering. From this angle it was clear she was just tightening and untightening the same screw over and over again. "The man is my dad, Hiroshi Hatsune," she answered. "He works as a freelance consultant for support companies all over Japan, like Detnerat, Yorozu Industries and Endeavors. He's pretty good at reading blueprints and the like, since his quirk lets him perceive the font of any document in any size he wants." Izuku's eyes fell back on the picture as Hatsune continued. "The woman is my mom, Chandice Hatsune. She can lock onto any object and keep it in focus no matter what happens, with the downside of visual and mental tunnel vision. She always jumped straight into the next big thing when it came to inventing. That's probably why she immediately agreed to the engineering job at I-Island 8 years ago. Hatsum sighed, a tired sound that made Izuku's heart clench as he processed the unfortunate implications of her explanation. I haven't really heard from Mom since. She's probably been too preoccupied with all the amazing stuff she's doing over there compared to what we have at home. The tinkering sounds stop as she lays down the object and screwdriver and puts her hands on the desk. My plan has always been to graduate from UA and become so famous from selling all my babies as the personal support technician of a top-ranking pro that I'll be guaranteed to work with her again, just like back in her workshop. Something about that statement strongly resonated with something deep inside Izuku. He couldn't quite put a finger on why, and he turned away from the shelf, back to where Hatsum was sitting, and slowly approached her. She didn't seem to really notice as she turned somber again after her proclamation, her face falling and getting hidden by a curtain of dreadlocks. But now I'm not sure if she'd want to. I always just chalked up the previous walkouts to us being in middle school and them not being serious about the whole thing, and that those problems would go away once I got into UA with like-minded people. But if this is already happening now, and with someone who seems the least likely to bail, then am I the problem? Did she get fed up with me too? Is that why Izuku decided that her thoughts weren't going to a good place and interrupted by cautiously putting his hand on her shoulder. Her shoulders tensed up underneath his hand, but she remained completely still. I'm so sorry that I made you think that I'd leave you behind, my-chan. He confessed with a wobbly voice. Apparently he was more affected by what she'd said than he thought. He gently pulled her into a sideways hug. You shouldn't have needed to get used to people bailing on you in the first place. I can't speak for your previous partners, or your mom. And I won't lie, you did overwhelm me. But that doesn't excuse me acting out the way I did, especially since you were just really excited to help me out and assumed I was just as excited, which I am. I'm grateful for what you want to do for me, and how motivated you are for that. He tightened his arms when he felt my-chan's body starting to tremble. Izuku turned on his aura, making sure it spread to my-chan's body. I said I hadn't even agreed to it in the first place, so I should say this now to make it clear. I'd love to be your lab partner for the next 3 years, my-chan. That declaration finally did it, as the trembling and stiff posture disappeared and she melted into his hug, reciprocating it. For the next minute or so he just stood still as quiet sobs stained his shirt, quietly rubbing her back. After a little while the muffled sounds died down and she sat up straight, a wobbly smile on her face. I'll try to be more mindful in the future, Midoriya-kun. Just promise to help me out if I do it again. Izuku returned a soft smile as his shoulders lightened of an imaginary weight. I promise, my-chan. I look forward to working with you. His eyes fell on a peculiar object standing in the corner behind her, and decided to move on to another subject. Hold on, is that a jetpack based off of the Buster hero, Air Jet? My-chan looked at it over her shoulder and gained an excited smile. It is. Your hero knowledge is impeccable, 0.1. I made it myself after meeting Air Jet in person. That observation led to a long ramble about famous hero support equipment. Eventually, sleep seemed to catch up with my-chan as it turned 2 a.m., and Izuku quickly went back down to the workshop to do the homework he had to catch up on while she dozed off. By the time the sun rose, Izuku had already finished up and was meditating like he normally did to pass the rest of the night. At some point he heard a door open, and several minutes later the sounds of tinkering filled the workshop again, a soft smile gracing his face at the sound. It stayed like that until they eventually had to leave for UA, ending the sleepover. Oh, the wobbly vision and harp sounds suddenly stopped. Maybe it was just my imagination then. Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts as he noticed a commotion at the UA entrance gate, a crowd of what appeared to be reporters harassing other students a short distance away from where he and my-chan were walking. Kaken, who probably traveled to UA alone this time, appeared to be one of the unlucky victims. F off, you DMN leeches. We haven't even had any lessons with All Might yet. And even if we did, I ain't telling you SHT. Now get out of my way before I make you. A Kaken-branded growl accompanied that threat and several pops went off around his hands. The press seemed to get the message and formed a path for him, but one of them changed their mind as Kaken finally crossed the gate. Hey, wait a minute. You're one of those two middle schoolers that fended off that sludge villain from the crowd at the shopping district a year ago until All Might showed up. You have to tell us more about Dash. Both the reporter and Izuku's vision of Kaken abruptly cut off as several metal plates rose up from the gate, completely blocking off the entrance from the reporter with a loud clang. Izuku probably was as shocked as the reporter and took a few steps away from the crowd. Mai-chan noticed Izuku's shock and briefed him in. That's the famous UA barrier, 0.1. It's completely impenetrable against most quirks and can even detect unauthorized biological signatures throughout the entire grounds. I've never seen it in action before, so this is an amazing opportunity. From the events earlier that day, it was obvious that Mai-chan did remember Izuku's name, but she seemed to prefer 0.1, and Izuku didn't actually mind that much, not after the original confusion of being overwhelmed left him. As for Izuku, he hadn't even really noticed that he swayed from Mai-san to mine until sometime in the morning. Mai-chan, how long is that barrier going to stay up? We still need to get to our respective classes in time. She hummed and opened her notepad to start scribbling, probably observations on the barrier, as she answered his question. Scanning any UA-affiliated badge or card brings the barrier back down, apparently. Otherwise it'll take a good 15 minutes before it resets. Izuku gave an exasperated sigh as Mai-chan put her notepad back to wherever it came from. Danjit, I don't have 15 minutes. And Aizawa-sensei already told us not to come late anymore. If I get anywhere near those reporters, they're no doubt gonna recognize me as the other student from that sludge villain attack and crowd me as well. He sunk down onto the ground with a groan. Mai-chan gave a half-hearted shrug and took a small device from her bag, along with a screwdriver, and started tinkering with it. Powerloader-sensei isn't that strict. I have time, so I'll just continue tinkering with my baby out here for now. Izuku looked at her open bag and got an idea. Hey, Mai-chan, how about we use this as an opportunity to field test that new one of yours? Mai-chan abruptly shot a look at Izuku after hearing the words field test, and glanced at her bag before her eyes gained a sheen of excitement. Of course, 0.1, excellent idea. I knew you'd make for an awesome lab partner. She started fishing through the bag with her tongue sticking out in concentration before she finally seemed to hit something. Here they are. She dropped her bag on the sidewalk and handed over the pair of newborn babies. Yesterday, when Mai-chan said she could WHP Izuku's suggestion up in a jiffy, she really hadn't been lying. Izuku leaned down and excitedly clasped them around his high tops. What Mai-chan had made earlier in the morning while he was meditating were two iron soles that could be secured around his signature Supernova footwear. His favorite brand of red high tops were called Supernova. Sue him, he was a space geek with the soles leaving a layer of air directly underneath his shoes for plasma to generate from. The bottoms were decorated with small circular vents that would help direct the air currents generated by the plasma into a downward direction. Apparently, the whole mechanism was inspired by an old retired hero called Gran Torino. There were also several intake vents on the sides of the iron soles to allow for more air to seep in and prolong the duration of the air currents. It all was quite nifty for something that was created in only an hour or two. Once he was sure that the soles were secured properly, he got into a crouching position facing the wall and called back. You getting on here, Mai-chan? She apparently had been paying more attention to her scribbling as her reply was a bit delayed. Here. Did you say something, 0.1? Go ahead and do your thingy. I'm ready to note down the results. The scribbling sounds continued. You didn't think I'd just go off on my own and make you wait for the barrier to drop, right? My back is strong enough to carry you if that's what you're worried about, Mai-chan. You'll get much better data if you experience the acceleration up close. Yeah, that makes sense. Izuku oofed under his breath as Mai-chan suddenly mounted his back, her self-made goggles already covering her eyes. Onwards and upwards, 0.1. Izuku smiled at her probably unintentional antics, and secured his grip on her as the energy for his solar wind pooled in his feet. Wait, is the usage of unlicensed support equipment illegal? Oh well, using my quirk outdoors and making support equipment without a license is as well. No time for second thoughts. And with that last thought, Izuku blasted into the air as he pushed the energy through the soles of his feet, rocketing up way higher than the actual wall as the directed blasts of wind propelled him off the ground at high speeds. When he reached the apex of the jump, Izuku looked back down at the gate, which was now a good distance behind and below him, and saw Aizawa-sensei trudging towards the barrier, looking back at him with a disapproving stare before shrugging and resuming his journey. Izuku could barely hear Mai-chan's excited cackling above the sound of the wind and readied another, much less powerful blast of wind in his feet to land as safely as possible. Once they landed, Mai-chan hopped off and immediately started scribbling again in a frenzy. That was awesome. My goggles got so much data. We should do more field tests like that in the future, 0.Kuan. As long as you tell me beforehand, Mai-chan. Izuku brought up. She nodded absent-mindedly as she finished scribbling, and put her goggles back up on her forehead as they went their separate ways for the morning. That jump might have been a bit scary, but at least he was still gonna be on time. Danjit, he was definitely not gonna be in class on time. Izuku had actually made it to the classroom before Aizawa-sensei on time, but Ida quickly pointed out that he was still wearing unauthorized support equipment outside of hero classes, and that he should return them to his assigned support studio immediately. So that's why Izuku found himself sprinting across UA's main building to the support department tower, tossing the iron soles across the 1H studio and almost hitting a girl with grayish-purple hair in the head upon reaching it. "Oh, sorry, gotta go," before sprinting all the way back to the 1A classroom. As Izuku opened the door, he realized he was definitely late. Everyone else was already sitting at their desks and Aizawa-sensei had fallen asleep in the corner, which meant he had finished the announcements for homeroom. Ida was, surprisingly, standing at the teacher's podium at the front of the classroom when Izuku had opened the door and looked at him. "Midoriya-san, there you are. I'll brief you over the announcements you missed. Don't worry, I told Aizawa-sensei why you were running late." Ida motioned towards the class and continued. "We need to choose class representatives, and the ones that have been nominated by our class are going to give speeches before voting. I was actually about to start first, so you have perfect timing, Midoriya-san." Izuku sighed in relief and sat back down at his desk as Ida started talking about the sanctity of this position and proper reinforcement of the rules. Kaken tilted his chair back and looked at Izuku with his head upside down. "Damn it, nerd, you missed the whole nomination stuff. Was gonna nominate you but you weren't here." Despite his personality, Kaken was pretty self-aware of how he didn't work well with most people, and never tried running for class representative back in middle school. Simply shrugging, Izuku responded with indifference. I guess I would have tried if you nominated me, since it's an important position and all, but I don't really think I'm cut out for it, so I don't mind." By that time, Ida was being pushed away from the podium by the pink-skinned girl, who promptly spoke up afterwards. "Hey guys. I guess none of us have had proper introductions yet, so my name's Mina Ashido, but I prefer Mina. My quirk is called Acid, and I love breakdancing and gossip. If you choose me, I promise I'll put the fun back into the classroom." The red spiky-haired teen gave an encouraging thumbs up. Ida, who had begrudgingly sat back in his seat and was pocketing his speech cards, raised his arm. "Ashido-san, what are your planned policies for interclass relationships?" It turned out Ashido hadn't prepared much beyond her basic introduction and tried to make things up from the spot. Now, nobody except Ida actually expected anyone to have anything beyond a basic introduction ready, but the policies that came from her improvising highlighted to the class that she might be a bit too easygoing to put in charge. Everyone asked Ida to keep his in-depth questions to himself afterwards though. Next up, the only other greenette in the class besides Izuku came up to the podium. "Hello guys, my name is Tsuyu Asui, but call me Tsuyu-chan please ribbit." The monotone DLVRY as well as her emotionless face made that seem more like an order than a request, but she moved on. "My quirk is called Frog and lets me do anything a frog can do. I have 2 younger siblings, and since my parents work away from home most of the time, I've been their caretaker for most of my life. I think the skills I've acquired will make me a decent class representative ribbit." The class breathed a sigh of relief from the first reasonable speech, and Asui moved back to her desk. Next up, the stoic teen, who seemed to like browsing on his phone when a teacher wasn't talking, walked up to the podium and gave an indifferent stare. "I'm Shoto Todoroki, my quirk is half cold half hot. I'm only doing this so my father won't tell me I should have given it a try at dinner tonight, so I don't care if you vote for me or not." And with that cryptic speech, Todoroki left the podium as quickly as he had gotten onto it, leaving all his classmates in confusion. The first to get shaken out of their stupor was Yorozu, who seemed familiar with Todoroki. She walked up to the podium next, and started speaking in a very proper tone. "Hello everyone, my name is Momo Yorozu, it's a pleasure to meet all of you. My quirk is called creation, but I'll leave the explanation for another time. As the heir of Yorozu Industries, I have received many lessons in time management and policy creation in the past by my parents and private tutors. I decided that I wanted to become a hero instead, so I hope that those lessons will still prove useful as your class representative." The rest of the class gave an appreciative nod at her quick and proper speech. Lastly, a purple-haired Izuku took a double take at that. "Here. Has that guy been in this class the entire time?" Anyway, the guy of unfortunate stature walked to the podium and climbed up on the desk in front of him. "Hey ladies, my name's Minoru Mineta, and when I become class rep I'll change the dress code so all of us can enjoy more dash. Alright, that's enough." Everyone looked to see Aizawa-sensei had risen from his comfy, yellow tomb. "Your illogical speeches have taken up enough time already. Vote for your rep and vice rep before homeroom ends or I'll pick 2 random students for you. And no, I won't change it later for your convenience." A quick vote was held in the final minutes of homeroom, under the threat of Aizawa-sensei's constant glare, and Ida was voted in as class rep, with Yorozu chosen as vice rep. Ashido, Todoroki and Mineta had gotten 0 votes with their speeches, while Asui had gotten only 4 votes since most of the class didn't want to add even more to her workload. Aizawa-sensei stared at the tally marks on the board and nodded. "Good job, class. These 2 are your rep and vice rep from now on. Don't make me regret it." And with that ominous statement the bell rang and present MIC barged in for English. It was later that same day during lunch break that the Izukuru Kaminari-kun had coined the term the day before during the sparring since it kinda sounded like Izuku. Kaken and Chako-chan happily joined in to tease him and Mai-chan didn't pay much attention to it but didn't object either, found themselves eating their lunch at the entrance hall, trying to figure out those pesky UA floor plans once and for all. "Hey guys, what if these are actually depicting a secret tunnel network?" Izuku proposed. Choko-chan took a second look at the plans. Maybe, Midori-kun. If that's the case then the unoccupied spaces should be the rooms like this one, right? Mai-chan was absent-mindedly scanning the plans with her zoom quirk while fiddling with some knobs on the device she'd been tinkering with the entire morning. "If we go with that logic there would be an entrance somewhere here. Maybe there's a pressable button that'll open up a secret entrance." Kaminari-kun looked up from his bento and started talking with his mouth full. Let's find it, dudes. I'd be totally vindicated from the first day if that's true." Before any searching could happen, all the lights suddenly went out, which was quickly followed by screaming and a horde of students starting to run around. If Izuku and the others hadn't been standing near the entrance they would have probably been trampled already. Izuku looked back at the floor plan and had a worrying realization. "Guys, if we had so much trouble finding our way in those hallways when all the lights were on then who knows how many people could get injured in the dark." To make matters worse, Kaken came running back in from the outside, where he had been loitering. "Zukum, what the F is going on? The press just started walking past the gate and the barrier ain't doing SHT. And now they are running towards us like feral animals. Oh CO, none of the staff are here yet, and if that mob of reporters starts coming in it's gonna make everything even worse. Think of a plan, Izuku. I need to somehow get both the students and reporters to stop moving, get the attention of all the nearby students, and show them the right way to the exit." Izuku looked at his friends, and after a few seconds of contemplation he spoke up as realization hit him. "I got it guys." Mai-chan she looked up from her tinkering. "Do you have anything that can power up and make use of one of those intercom speakers?" Her eyes lit up and she held the thing she'd been tinkering with in front of her. "Of course, 0.2-kun, I just need to get close to one." Izuku nodded in understanding and continued, the whole group was staring at him now. "Kaminari-kun, can you spread out a low enough charge to temporarily stun people in a relatively large area?" He looked unsure but gave a thumbs up. "Yeah alright, I'll totally give it a shot. Izuku grinned. Alright, here's the plan then. Chako-chan, make My-chan float with your quirk and throw her towards the nearest intercom. She complied, and after a few seconds of nudging things around, My-chan confirmed that she connected whatever her device was, tossing what was probably a speaker to Izuku, who promptly passed it on to Kaken and moved to the main doors. Alright, Kaminari-kun, when I say go, you try and stun as many people as possible. Izuku then looked out towards the entrance gate and waited until the mass of reporters had come close enough to the doors. He gulped as the stampede came closer and closer, and eventually they came close enough. Go! Kaminari-kun's AoE stun worked perfectly, as the front lines of reporters suddenly halted their charge and caused the rest of the mob to stop as well. All the visible students inside also abruptly halted their panicked running. In that exact moment, Izuku closed his eyes and spread out a solar storm throughout the nearby area, thin strands of plasma flowing away from him and traveling across the ceiling, branching through all the nearby halls that he had memorized from the previous lunches and creating trails that also illuminated the halls. He also made a thicker trail that cordoned off the press from a decently sized area around the entrance, though it was difficult to turn the trails in a usable form with the limitations of his field. Finally he sat down in a lotus position and nodded at Kaken, who put the speaker up to his mouth. All right, you chucklefucks, there are no villains attacking, so calm the F down already. Just follow the stupid dim light trails above you to the entrance before you trample someone to death. No cutting ahead. For the next 5 minutes, Izuku sat next to the entrance in his meditative state, trying to keep his solar storm up and hoping he wouldn't push his heart too far before everyone was out. Eventually all the students drained out through the main doors and their section of the school had emptied out. When he thought his heart was about to start aching really badly, he got lightly smacked on the head several times, and he opened his eyes to see Kaken standing over him with a proud look in his eyes. Demonzuku, that's gotta be a new record for you. Everyone is outside now, so drop it. My-chan was standing next to Kaken, fiddling with what apparently was an intercom hijacker as Izuku finally dropped his quirk. That was awesome, 0.2-kun, like a well-oiled machine. Her face tensed slightly. I really think you should take me up on that bionic heart idea though, I could hear you squirming from over here. Before Izuku could ease her worries, he saw Aizawa-sensei and Present MIC coming inside through the main entrance, heading for him. Aizawa-sensei halted and gave him an undecipherable look for several seconds. Problem child. Izuku was already bracing himself for a scolding for his reckless move when, good job. From what I saw, you handled that quickly and efficiently. The press has been dealt with and most students were successfully evacuated. If I read your full file correctly, however, then you shouldn't use something as harmful like that next time though. Izuku was even further surprised when his hair was patted once. Kaken spoke up before he could voice any confusion, however. Alright, Hobo-sensei Present MIC snickered in the background, but Aizawa-sensei didn't seem to react to it. What the F was that all about? Aizawa-sensei pinched his nose. How is the bridge of his nose not red from irritation by now? But answered anyway. Today, Powerloader would be rebooting all the coffee machines to finally fix them once and for all, but for some godforsaken reason they were attached to the main power and security grid, so the entire thing started rebooting instead. Right as he finished saying that, all the lights suddenly turned back on. HMPF, and there you have it. Everyone except the press can start moving back in now. DMN vultures. At least all the coffee machines should be fixed now. He muttered. Go see recovery girl just in case your heart was actually damaged, problem child. Izuku nodded and stood up, wobbling as he tried to walk away from the wall, but Kaken came up to support him. Oh, one last thing. We're cancelling the other lessons, but we're having a quick homeroom to clarify the situation to the rest of the class and to go over some evacuation protocols, since clearly some of you didn't actually read the booklets. A disappointed stare swept over the group of friends. Aizawa-sensei then walked to the nearest coffee machine and sighed in relief when the thing started pouring a cup for him. There's a god after all. After a quick checkup with recovery girl, your heart seems fine, dearie, but don't try something like that again anytime soon. Izuku and Kaken found themselves back in the classroom, where the class had apparently been discussing something with Ida and Yarozu. Ida turned around at their arrival. Ah, Midoriya-san, it's good to see you again. The subject of our conversation was about you, actually. Izuku startled but recomposed himself. Is it something I need to know, Ida-san? The class rep nodded. Yes, actually, I was waiting for you to arrive to make an announcement as class representative. Ida waited for Izuku to sit back down before continuing. As we were talking about just now, I'm sure we all heard about what Midoriya-san did during that blackout. His quick, decisive intervention most likely prevented several injuries. Ida then hung his head in shame. I'm ashamed to admit that I did not help with the situation as I was quite panicked myself. Which is why I'm now asking Midoriya-san for permission to hold a second vote. I do not wish to be class representative if a better candidate wasn't chosen simply because they weren't around to get nominated. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, hold on, Ida-san. Didn't you really want this position? He shouted. Ida shook his head. Wanting a position and being suitable for it are two different things, Midoriya-san, and you are clearly a much more suitable leader than me. It was pure luck that I was standing at the entrance, and I couldn't have even done any of that if my friends weren't around. I'm sure you would have done something like that as well if you had been in my place. Izuku objected. Yeah, but you were the one that actually came up with all of it, Midori-kun, and so quickly too. We just followed your orders, that's all. You totally proved yourself. Chako-chan shot back at him. But what if I don't have enough time to fulfill all my duties? Izuku spluttered. He already knew he was starting to grasp at straws at this point, and Kaken retorted. Damn it, Zuku, you're the one with the most free time out of all of us thanks to that quirk of yours. Now man up. His arguments thoroughly defeated, Izuku accepted defeat. Sure, Ida-san, if the rest of the class agrees with you, that is. A chorus of affirmations, with a "so manly" sprinkled in, arose from the class, which basically confirmed the whole thing. Izuku walked up to the podium as Ida stepped aside and he gave a wobbly smile to the class. I don't know what to say except thank you for putting your trust in me. I'm still not sure if I'm cut out for this position, but I'll try my best for you guys. The cheers that came in response were quickly shut down by Aizawa-sensei. Enough diversions. Midoriya will be your class representative with Ida as your vice. Any objections? Izuku looked to his side and saw Ida with a content smile, contrasted by Yorozu's poorly hidden resignation. Izuku frowned. This seems a bit unfair. Yorozu got her votes fair and square. An idea quickly hit him, and he hastily spoke up. Wait, sensei. Can we have two vice representatives? Aizawa-sensei shot back an incredulous look but quickly gave in when he saw the determination. Fine, problem child, if that makes everyone happy, then I don't care. Just don't bring both of them to the student council meetings, or else Vlad is going to complain to me about favoritism again, which is hypocritical coming from him, but whatever. He then turned and addressed the whole class. You are all dismissed for today. The other classes are cancelled so our staff can make sure the power and security grids are fully functional again. Make sure to actually read the booklets on evacuation protocols for next time. I will do a pop quiz on that someday. Oh, and this is a bit early, but tomorrow we'll be having a special foundational heroics lesson away from the main building, so pack a lunch for that. That's all, I'm going to catch up on a lot of missed coffee now. Most of the class followed Aizawa-sensei's lead and left the classroom, but Yorozu still looked a bit bewildered. Izuku approached her. Are you okay, Yorozu-san? Yorozu startled, giving him a shy look. You didn't have to do that. I'm sure Ida will be enough to work with already. Izuku flashed a sheepish grin. I guess you're right about that, but that's exactly why I think that you'll be a great help during the student council meetings. Ida is probably more than happy to simply enforce the rules and events rather than making them anyway, so your expertise will be invaluable. Besides, you did get a good amount of our classmates to vote for you, so that should count for something, right? Yorozu's eyes seemed to blur a bit from his proclamation. Call me Yomomo, please. It's what my friends call me, and I'm sure we'll have to work together a lot in the future. Izuku nodded. I'll remember that, Yomomo. We should probably make a group chat for the class, here. Do you think Ida already has most of our classmates' numbers? Knowing him, probably. She chuckled at that, but settled back into the polite side he had seen from her before. Since the first council meeting is at the end of this week already, I think we should prepare some points of discussion beforehand. Would texting after school suffice? Izuku eventually found himself walking out of the entrance gates, his contact list longer by one more number, waving goodbye to Yomomo as she stepped into a limousine. From the corner of his eye he could also see Todoroki reluctantly stepping in quite an average-looking car with that endeavor without his quirk active in the driver's seat. Izuku blinked, but the car was already driving off before he could fully process that. He sighed and turned around to look at the sea in the distance. Welp, no time to think about that right now. Probably wasn't actually even the man himself. I'm sure Yomomo has a lot to discuss with me over text. I wonder what that special heroics lesson will be about though. OCS Hiroshi Hatsune. Looks like a typical Japanese salaryman minus the bright hair and eye colors. Works as a freelance consultant for support companies all across Japan. Has a decently sized home in Kyoto but usually sleeps in hotels as he travels a lot for work. He uses his quirk font size to easily spot all the small text and details in blueprints as well as contracts. He's a stern, hard-working man who has a soft spot for his daughter. Chandice Hatsune is a Japanese woman with Jamaican heritage. Her quirk lock-on is a mutation quirk that gives her reticles which allow her to visually and mentally lock onto any object without losing focus on it, no matter what happens. The downside is that she visually and mentally loses sight of all other objects when her quirk is active, which has bled over into her day-to-day life and personality. When she starts working on something she'll finish it no matter what but quickly jumps to the next closest thing once she's finished. She's extremely excited about engineering, inventing, and her daughter inherited her odd mannerisms related to it. She currently works as an engineer at I-Island ever since she got approached by a scout at an underground robot fighting ring. In the end, Izuku didn't have much time to think about the upcoming heroics lesson. Yomomo was very enthusiastic about the upcoming council meeting, and had been reciting her own experiences as class rep in private school to try and catch him up to what a rep usually does. Once she finished telling anecdotes and texted him that she would leave for dinner, Izuku decided to leave his bedroom and do his homework. He had made it a tradition to do his homework at the dinner table while his mom was eating. Being unable to eat wasn't an excuse to leave her alone during dinner, so he always sat down to have a conversation while she ate, which this time revolved around his second and third day at UA and the night in between the two that he spent at My-chan's house workshop. Speaking of eating, the closest to eating that Izuku could get was with drinking flavored water. And yes, he did realize that wasn't eating, by definition. His quirk gave him one mercy in that aspect. He still actually needed water aside from the fusion to avoid dehydrating, so part of what he drank got absorbed by his esophagus. Small dissolved substances like sugar and other small flavorful molecules could get absorbed along with it, though the amount of those molecules that could be absorbed at a time before it'd build up and cause a GG reflex wasn't as high as he'd like it to be. Those molecules weren't used for much though and would quickly get filtered out by his kidneys, but it was miles better than basically regurgitating actual food. Once Mom had finished dinner and Izuku went back to his room, he hadn't expected Yomomo to want to continue preparing. She honestly did seem like an excitable child while she was throwing ideas around, which was in stark contrast to her polite, methodical attitude in the classroom. When she eventually texted that she was going to bed, Izuku couldn't help but sigh in relief, before trying to compile all of Yomomo's increasingly sleep-deprived texts into a comprehensible overview. By the time he was done, around 2 a.m., he thought that they were probably way more prepared than necessary for an introductory meeting and that it'd get awkward once they'd be the only ones throwing in ideas, but he appreciated Yomomo's eagerness anyway. Some of Yomomo's eagerness had definitely rubbed off on Izuku though, as instead of his usual meditating, he spent the rest of the night researching all kinds of UA policies, though partly because Aizawa-sensei had practically ordered them to go through the protocols. Finding out that you could transfer into the hero course through the sports festival was definitely an interesting discovery, and he filed it in his mind under interesting but probably not useful facts for later, along with the knowledge that there were underground maintenance tunnels all over the UA grounds. I wonder what those could even be useful for. Maybe there's a whole city under there. Heh, Danjit Izuku, now's not the time for conspiracies. It's almost morning again and I can hear Mom waking up. And so, Izuku had kinda forgotten about the special heroics lesson today until Aizawa-sensei scurried them outside to a bus, fully dressed in their hero costumes. Ida was wearing a whistle around his neck and was giving Izuku an eager look, somehow excited at the prospect of ordering everyone on the bus in an orderly fashion. The odd layout seemed to throw a wrench in Ida's plan, but he managed anyway. Izuku ended up sitting between Asui and Chako-chan in the open section of the bus, with Kaken and Kaminari-kun sitting on the other side. Mai-chan wasn't present since this was a hero course-only lesson, but she'd probably get some clips afterwards if there was CCTV wherever they were going. It's kinda weird that we're on the bus even though we're not leaving UA grounds. I knew it was big, but holy whoa. A lot of it is just trees from what I can tell though, so I wonder if there's anything actually out here. I don't know why we need to go this far from the main building for a lesson either. Maybe we'll be doing basic survival skills. I can definitely see Aizawa-sensei dropping us off somewhere in the woods and then telling us to run all the way back to UA while fighting robots. I'm definitely getting a weird feeling from this. Oh, wait, it's just someone poking me in the side. The poking is on my left, so it must be Midoriya. Your quirk is kind of weird, rib. Izuku had zoned back just in time to hear that. Thanks, Asui-san. Kaken snorted from across the aisle, but Asui ignored it. Call me Tsuyu-chan. Right, gotta remember that. When I saw you use it during the quirk apprehension test, I thought it was an extreme heat-generating quirk, since you could turn the air into plasma, like a more powerful endeavor. Izuku noticed two mismatched eyes glancing towards him. But later on you and Bakugo mentioned that you don't eat or sleep, so I'm wondering how all of that is related. Izuku came to a realization and sheepishly scratched the back of his neck. I guess I kind of forgot to introduce my quirk to the class, didn't I? Well, my quirk is called Starborn, a fitting name for a Trey's brilliant quirk. And it basically isolates the hydrogen from the water I drink and fuses it together into helium to create a bunch of energy that I can store inside my body. Most of the energy is just used to keep me alive and keep the fusion going, since it's pretty energy intensive though, but everything else is me using that stored energy in different ways. Asui gave a satisfied nod, but across the aisle Kaminari-kun started panicking. Wait, you're telling me I've practically been near one of those bombs that ended WW2 for the past few days? Kaken scowled and hit him on the head. You're thinking of nuclear fission, you goddamn moron. Hey, what's the difference? Kaminari-kun asked in confusion. Kaken gave an incredulous look and Izuku chipped in to prevent another hit to Kaminari-kun's poor head. Nuclear fission is when a large atom is split into two smaller ones. It was used in the nuclear bombs of the past, though fusion has been used in conjunction with fission for an explosive boost in the more powerful thermonuclear bombs, as well as in current-day nuclear reactors. The energy we generate from that comes from fast-moving neutrons that are generated when a radioactive atom splits up. Izuku stopped for a moment to catch his breath and noticed that most of the bus was now paying attention to his impromptu lecture. Anyway, nuclear fusion is when two atoms combine into one larger atom, in this case hydrogen atoms. Compared to fission, there's no radioactive materials involved, and my body shields my DNA as well as all of you from any high-energy radiation, so the danger's basically less than that of taking an X-ray scan at the doctor. Also, unlike fission reactions in power plants, if the containment failed for some reason like it did when Aizawa-sensei used erasure on me, then the worst you'll get is a bunch of hydrogen gas burped into your face. That elicited some chuckles from his classmates. From the back of the bus, Izuku could see Yomomo raising her hand. Midoriya-kun, isn't fusion typically done with the hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium? I don't see how there are enough of those isotopes in the water you drink to facilitate fusion. Izuku's eyes widened. If it hadn't been for Mom's similar concerns and subsequent frantic search for government-funded Quirk Essential Resource programs near the start, he wouldn't have searched for an answer online. Though that story was one he didn't remember himself, only through the childhood stories Mom sometimes told him. That's because that type of fusion is done in those artificial fusion reactors that are still being worked on, since it requires a lot less energy than if you wanted to fuse regular hydrogen atoms together. My quirk can easily bypass the energy requirement though, so it just uses regular hydrogen, which is basically what happens in the center of the sun. That's why we decided to call my quirk Starborn. Asui spoke up once everyone realized the impromptu lecture had ended. Ribbit, what kind of quirks would your parents need to have though to result in that, Midoriya-kun? Or is your quirk an anomaly? Izuku put his hand up to his chin and went into a thinking pose. Well, my mom can attract small objects towards her from decent distances, so I guess that mutated into strongly attracting hydrogen together at really small distances. It's really convenient actually, since it basically recreates the intense gravity that you'd experience at the sun's core, but at a small scale. The spiky redhead, his name is Kirishima if I remember right, butted in. Man, you got pretty lucky with that mutation then. I got my hardening from my mom's ability to fuse rocks with her skin. It kinda feels like a downgrade from hers, to be honest. Even if it's still strong on its own, it's not that flashy. The hardening was pretty weak too until last year, so it was nothing to write home about for most of my life. Izuku could detect the self-deprecation and retorted. How flashy your quirk is shouldn't matter in heroics, Kirishima-san. In fact, I think yours is much more suited for heroics than flashy quirks like mine, Kaken's, or Endeavor's. Our quirks could easily hurt nearby civilians or even kill villains, which we would have to work around. Meanwhile, your hardening is perfect for protecting civilians while hitting villains where it hurts without being too dangerous. If being flashy really matters that much to you though, it's not the quirk that's flashy, but more how you use it. Like, if I never used the energy my quirk generates besides staying alive, you'd never say it was flashy, right? Kirishima looked at Izuku with newfound respect after that speech, but his mind had already been wandering off in the background after Kirishima mentioned his mother's quirk. Actually, speaking of your hardening getting stronger since last year, did you start doing anything differently? Kirishima raised an eyebrow, but it seemed his curiosity had been piqued. I mean, yeah, I started actually training my quirk through exposure as well as my muscles, weight training, jogs, a diet, the whole package. Izuku suddenly got a hunch and continued. What kind of diet? You know man, basic stuff, high in proteins and vitamins and the like. Izuku's eyes widened. Ah, one more question. You said your mom's quirk lets her fuse rock to her skin, but that's kind of vague. Did she say if there were any requirements? A confused stare was fixed at him. Well, it has to be from silicate, but that's not much of a restriction since almost all rocks are like that. And with that, Izuku's mind finally winded down as it came to a conclusion. I see. Kirishima-san, I think you should stick to that diet, or preferably one that has even more silicon in it. I think your hardening is your body drawing stored silicon atoms to the surface where it combines with oxygen to turn into silicate. So if you consume more silicon, then the hardness of the skin should increase dramatically, since there'd be more stored material to work with. The bus suddenly came to a stop as Aizawa-sensei turned around and glared at them. Problem child, what did I say to you again yesterday? He could only respond with a cheeky shrug as Aizawa-sensei gave a resigned sigh and got out of the bus. We've arrived at our destination, so get out, you hellions. Once they exited, the entire class stared in awe at the towering dome before them. Well, all but Izuku, who recognized it from last night's information dive. Holy whoa, that's the USJ. Kaminari-kun turned around and gave him a weird look. I dunno what you're thinking, Midori bro, but the bus ride definitely wasn't that long. Izuku casually intercepted Kaken's hand which was about to go in for another hit and giggled. Oh, sorry Kaminari-kun, I didn't mean Universal Studios Japan. I meant the unforeseen simulation joint. It's a giant structure made for simulating several extreme locations and situations like landslides and rainstorms indoors. If I remember right, it was designed entirely by one of UA's staff members, 13. Chako-chan turned around with an excited look. Wait, so does that mean that today's special heroics instructor might actually be 𝐔𝐬𝐽 students, and welcome to my Universal Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Oh my god, it's really 13. Chako-chan squealed and was practically vibrating out of her hero costume. Izuku couldn't really help but reciprocate the feeling. Kaken scoffed. Figured that out of the entire class you two space nerds would freak out over a space-themed hero. Izuku pouted. But Kaken, isn't her quirk amazing? Black hole is practically the opposite of my quirk. Oh, have I told you about the theory of quirk antithesis? Kaken completed. Yeah, only about 300 times, you goddamn quirk nerd. I swear to God, at this point I know more about quirk science than those suckers that take the MSDR's degree. Aizawa-sensei glared at the class and 13 used the temporary silence to speak up. It's good to know that some of you are well informed. As Midoriya said, my quirk is called black hole. I can use it to SCK up practically anything, even light. Which makes it great for clearing debris. Chako-chan excitedly nodded in agreement. Then the mood suddenly changed. But it's also great at killing people. If I used it on someone there'd be nothing left of them afterwards. She went silent for a few seconds to let the information sink in. Society likes to shove strong-looking quirks into boxes like heroic and villainous, which have been inadvertently defined by comic book artists from the 20th and early 21st centuries, but any quirk that's used for heroics could easily be used for villainy, and vice versa. Even quirks that everyone agrees upon are objectively heroic, like healing quirks, could be used to heal fellow villains, allowing for more bloodshed to occur. She raised one of her fingers. Moreover, there have been quite a few cases where a child accidentally hurt one or more people from their quirk manifesting or from a lack of control. They 13 seemed to catch herself. But enough of these grim images. I would like to take this time to show you all how to use your quirk for rescuing and saving people. 13 gave a wide flourish and the class applauded, the mood rocketing back up to seriously excited. Eventually, Aizawa spoke up. Enough dilly-dallying. Let's get down to the main plaza and explain how today's going to go. They walked towards the stairs and holy whoa, the USJ goes a lot deeper than you'd think from looking from the outside. During the long walk down, Chako-chan elbowed Izuku. Hey Midoriya-kun, you said something about quirk antithesis, right? I guess you meant quirks that are the complete opposite of each other. Izuku gave a quick nod but decided to spare her the lecture as she continued. Well, if you think about it, even though both your quirk and 13's black hole are like the complete opposite with their functions, the things they're named after are exactly the same thing, just at different points in time. He mulled that over. I guess you're right, Chako-chan. Though since my fusion is extremely small scale and I constantly have the helium replaced with more hydrogen, I don't think my stomach will ever just suddenly turn into a black hole. She snickered at that. Hey, Midoriya-kun, imagine though if one day your quirk accidentally pulled too hard and your stomach turned into a black hole. You could be just like Kirby and eat all the food. They were about to reach the fountain marking the center of the USJ, and Izuku decided to wrap up the conversation before Aizawa-sensei silenced them again. That last bit sounds fun, but I'd rather it didn't, Chako-chan. Izuku's assessment turned out to be correct, as Aizawa-sensei spoke up moments later. Alright class, now that we're here let's get started, only to get interrupted when the large spotlights decorating the dome started flickering on and off. Aizawa-sensei sighed as the class started panicking. I swear to God, I thought we checked the entire power grid for possible reboot glitches yesterday. He snapped to no one in particular. The class was still pretty unnerved, but 13 quickly started herding everyone to the wooded area on the right side of the large stairs. We might have overlooked the USJ since it's pretty far removed from the rest. Though this is a good opportunity to show everyone the overseer room. As they walked away from the central plaza, Izuku couldn't help but feel like something was off about the whole situation, but he shrugged it off and followed the group. They eventually got to a small door with a keypad hiding within the trees, and 13 opened it after entering a passcode. After several hallways filled with hissing pipes and messily laid down electrical cables, they entered a large room with multiple panels and monitors. 13 turned around to face them. This is what I like to call the Overseer's Chamber. You can control all the individual zones from here as well as have full camera coverage. The emergency generators are a bit further back behind all the pipes, which is what we've come here for. She walked to them and turned them on at maximum power. I've experienced several power and security grid glitches or failures when this facility was still being tested since it's pretty far removed from the main campus, so we decided to implement an override system for safety. Feeding enough electricity into the USJ systems with these emergency generators should override the main grids, and hopefully everything returns to normal after that. After a few tense minutes, the glitching screens eventually cleared up, and everyone could see that the spotlights had stopped flickering as well. 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐽 joined 13 in front of the students. Alright everyone, that delay was irrational, but I suppose we can do the introduction in here. He gestured towards the monitors. As you can see, the USJ is made up of several different disaster zones. We'll be using these to train you for rescue work in different areas and situations. Since this is the first rescue-based lesson, we'll be taking it slow to introduce all the zones and teach you the basics. 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐽 stayed silent for a moment as everyone took in the monitors. First of all, we're going to gauge where all of you are currently at with knowledge and instincts and go further based on that. Every zone is littered with rescue dummies, though with light injuries programmed in for now, and every student will try to rescue as many as possible for points. Further endangering or harming the dummies will detract points, of course. After that, they left 13 behind in the overseer room and went through the central plaza as 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐽 led them to somewhere in the mountain zone. We'll count a dummy as rescued once they are brought to this point. He supplied. 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐽 then smirked. Alright, one more thing. Everyone will be going into each zone at the same time since I don't want to waste that much of our day here, so this will essentially be a free-for-all. The smirk somehow intensified even more. The person with the most overall points at the end will get a heads up for any logical ruse I'll pull for the rest of this year. Begin. Everyone stopped yelling after that statement, until they remembered what present MIC had pulled at the entrance exam, and they all scrambled further into the mountain zone. The promise of getting spared from any future logical ruses spurring everyone to work even harder. Since Izuku's quirk wasn't very useful for locating victims, he went for the tried and true method of frantically running around while looking composed again. With it, he was able to locate a decent amount of dummies, stuck on ledges or hidden within small alcoves, which he dropped off back at 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐽. 13 was probably using the overseer room to closely examine each student and relay it to 𝐒𝐻𝑒𝐽. Everything went fine until he and a few others, consisting of Todoroki, Yomomo, and Ima, encountered a large ravine that separated them from the rest of the mountain zone. That wouldn't have been a problem, until Izuku noticed the remains of a rickety bridge hanging against the opposite cliff wall. He turned around to address the others, who were obviously experiencing the same problems. Alright guys, I know this is a free-for-all, but I think we should work together for this. Todoroki looked like he was going to object, but Izuku continued. Last I saw at the drop-off point, Gyro and Shoji discovered a large group of dummies in a collapsed cave with their sensory quirks and split up the points. If we want to stand any chance at getting the most points here, we'll need to create a safe, viable path to the rest of this zone and capitalize on it. The others, including Todoroki, nodded in agreement and Yomomo adopted a pensive pose. The fastest and easiest way would be for Todoroki-kun to make an ice bridge to the other side. They looked at Todoroki, who shook his head. While I can certainly create enough ice in the air to cross the gap, I don't have any control over it beyond the initial direction and amount. With this distance I could easily overshoot and hit the civilians standing on the other side. Besides, it wouldn't be a flat surface, so it'd be hard to traverse. He pointed towards the cliff, and Izuku noticed the somewhat hidden dummies across the gap. If I had a template to guide my ice with, I could do it much more safely though. Oh wow, I think that's the most I've heard him talk all week. Shaking off his train of thought, he turned to his vice rep. Yomo, can you create 2 long enough ropes that we can use as a template? She gave a polite smile. Certainly, my Doria-kun, but who will get the ropes across? Izuku paused at that observation. CRP, both Kaken and Chako-chan aren't here. I can definitely cross the gap with my new boots, but I might get the ropes tangled up if I carried both of them over at the same time, and I'd have to let go of one of them to come back for the other if I only carried one at a time. Surprisingly, Emma responded and halted Izuku's train of thought. That person would be Moi, of course. Well, if he thinks he can do it, I can do it as well, Yomo. These iron soles aren't just for stronger kicks. They all agreed to the plan, and Izuku volunteered as the first to cross. He easily crossed the ravine with the directed air blasts from solar wind like with the wall the day before. Once he safely landed on the other side with his rope, he looked back and saw 𝐼𝐸 propelling himself over the ravine with his laser. Everything seemed to be going surprisingly well, until the very end, when the laser sputtered out and 𝐼𝐸 started losing momentum. Izuku panicked, but luckily 𝐼𝐸 was close enough for Izuku to grab him from the cliff edge and pull him up. "Ah, thank you, mon ami. Je ne sais pas how I would have made it without you." The team didn't sound very bothered, but the slightly paler than normal skin indicated otherwise. Izuku was just relieved that nobody had been hurt, but something was already bothering him again. "I'm glad you're safe, but we have to talk about how you just did that later." 𝐼𝐸's sparkles decreased with that, 𝐼𝐸-kun. The sparkles returned in full force. "Of course, mon ami." Once the two ropes were secured and spread apart enough, Todoroki generated ice from his right foot, which quickly traversed both ropes and spread out to form a thick, flat bridge over the ravine. Izuku gave a thumbs up from across the bridge. "That was awesome, Todoroki-san." And then promptly dashed off further into the zone. He looked over his shoulder and saw that both Yomomo and Todoroki finally realized it was a free-for-all again and started running across the bridge. Izuku giggled at Yomomo nearly slipping several times before pausing, facepalming, and creating ice skates. That quick bout of teamwork probably gained the four of them enough points to match up to the sensory quirked students, and Izuku thought he noticed the corners of Aizawa-sensei's mouth twitching upwards behind his capture scarf when they came back with a ton of dummies each. The other disaster zones mostly went the same way, with some notable highlights being Izuku shielding himself from the rain in the downpour zone by evaporating the rain before it could touch him, and using his heat resistance to casually walk through the fire in the conflagration zone. Contrary to those two zones, Izuku had a lot of trouble in the flood zone, since any use of his quirk could evaporate a lot of the water. A small mercy though was that most people, barring Asui and Yomomo, were having trouble there. Asui didn't have any trouble, since her quirk was simply made for the water, while Yomomo surprised Izuku by creating a whole diver's suit with extra oxygen canisters for the dummies. After they finished with the flood zone, they had lunch at the Central Plaza, and Izuku, who was feeling a bit left out, approached Yomomo, who was gracefully stuffing her mouth with food. "Hey, Yomomo, I didn't know you could make oxygen canisters. Does that mean you can make purely fluids as well?" She turned to greet him, hastily wiping some food crumbs off her cheek. "Hello again, my Doria-kun. I'm afraid I don't fully understand your question." I meant if you could make liquids and gases like the oxygen but without the canister." She nodded in understanding. I see, it's certainly possible, but I'm not sure making liquids and gases would be very useful without the canisters, since I wouldn't be able to go much over standard pressures or store it anywhere." Izuku looked down at his support items. "I'm sure you could ask your support partner to make you some type of boots and gauntlets that can store and or pressurize any fluid you create, with other functionalities of course." Yomomo looked pensive, but Izuku realized something else. "Actually, speaking of your support partner, why did they design your suit that way? I mean, I understand the leotard since you want bare skin, but did they have to do it that way? Like, it could have easily been shorts and an open back sports brother. Your sides and your back are pretty useful areas, your back especially for making large objects. Plus, I think making any objects from your chest would just be a hassle since it's a pretty, loose, inwardly C-curved SS surface." Izuku awkwardly finished that sentence as his brain finally caught up to what body part he was talking about. Yomomo giggled. "Oh my Doria-kun, I think you got it a bit backwards, this is fully my own design." Izuku paused his mental panicking. "Hey! Your support partner didn't finish it in time." She nervously started playing with her sidebang. Well, apparently when it came to my quirk, the support students got a bit too competitive over who'd get assigned to me, and, well, since it was over spring break, two of them started hacking and tracking down the other competitors. The one who ended up getting assigned to me is still recuperating at home from some chemical burns." Izuku mentally balked. "Oh god, Yomomo, that sounds awful. Will they be fine?" She started looking sad but gave a curt nod. Of course, the two perpetrators were discovered rather quickly by Principal Nezu, and were promptly expelled from UA on the grounds of assaulting a fellow student. my parents paid for the hospital bills, plus, I added some of my own pocket money to their donation to make up for the unnecessary harm that befell her because of me. Her sad look vanished as a soft smile appeared. As for your concerns, Midoriya-kun, I tried several designs, but my sides and back are covered since they are in my blind spots, and walking around with that skin exposed would be quite dangerous when you consider incoming projectiles and the weather. Apparently, Kaken had been listening in while Kaminari-kun was hopelessly trying to start a conversation with him and butted in. Oi Ponytail, from the sounds of it you're pretty DMN smart, but apparently you're also pretty stupid when it comes to yourself. Do you see edgelord over there? Kaken pointed his hand in the direction of the teen with the bird head mutation, Tokoyami. Just do what he's doing and use a full body cape for protection. Just load it with some DMN weights to avoid it flying all over the thing place from the wind and make it easily removable or something if someone decides to grab you with it. That way, you can go for whatever the F-Zuku said before and any large objects you make will just push the shitty cape out of the way. Kaken's observation was cut off as Aizawa-sensei coughed to get everyone's attention. Alright class, I know you're all tired, but we're ahead of schedule and we'll be heading for the last zone now. Need I remind you what the reward is? Everyone wordlessly understood what he meant and rushed off immediately once they arrived at the drop-off point for the ruined zone. No starting signal needed anymore after the first 5 times. Izuku wasn't gonna lie, the ruined zone was definitely the easiest to traverse for him with his wind blast since there was no dome or high obstacles blocking him. He'd really have to thank Mai-chan the next time he saw her. Without the souls he would have probably caused a lot of collateral damage from the uncontrolled winds. He had been jumping straight up in the air to get a general view from above when he saw Gyro crouching on the ground below. Izuku used some blasts of solar wind, guided by the extendable mechanisms attached to his improved gloves, to guide his descent, and used a burst from his boots to softly land near her. Hey, Gyro-sen, are you okay? Gyro was startled out of her concentrated state and screamed right into his face. The 2 jacks that were coming right for his face abruptly stopped as she realized who she was about to attack. Jesus Christ Midoriya, I didn't hear you coming at all. She seemed embarrassed from her outburst, as she quickly composed herself and shoved his shoulder. Please warn me next time, you were way too quiet. Oh, sorry, Gyro-sen, please chill and drop the honorifics, Midoriya, I'm not gonna get my feelings hurt from a missing word. Izuku quietly nodded and she huffed in annoyance. Did you actually need something, or did you just think it'd be funny to make me CRP my breathes? He fought the rising flush of embarrassment. Alright. I just saw you from above and was wondering why you've been so concentrated for this long. Everyone else is already way further than us. She gave him a deadpan stare. I think something weird is going on in here. I think I can hear one more heartbeat than there should be in this zone. I dunno, it's kinda weak too. Here. Are you sure it isn't 13? She's probably still in the overseer room under the stairs right next to this zone. Gyro shook her head. No, it's definitely coming from somewhere in here. Shoji had apparently noticed Izuku's descent earlier and approached the 2. I can indeed confirm that there is an unknown presence in one of the nearby collapsed buildings. I think we should check it out, just in case. The 3 of them nodded, but Izuku started getting second thoughts as they approached the unknown person. Oh gosh, what if it's a villain that somehow got into UA without anyone noticing? There's a villain in here. Izuku gave an embarrassingly girly scream from the sudden noise behind him and he quickly turned around to see it was just Chako-chan floating slightly above the ground, probably having used her quirk on herself to safely jump down from one of the nearby buildings just now. Gyro snickered in the background. Heh, that's karma for earlier I guess. And Izuku addressed Chako-chan, trying to forget about that embarrassing moment. Hey, Chako-chan. We think there might be another person hiding somewhere in this zone and Izuku was cut off by Gyro who was suddenly listening intently to something. Wait, I think I just heard someone groaning in the building next to us. Conversation quickly cast aside, the 4 of them cautiously entered the collapsed house and halted at the scene in front of them. A scrawny person that looked more skeleton than man with bright blonde hair had been pinned on the ground by a wooden beam and several bricks, bleeding from his side and the head. Izuku threw away any caution he might have had and rushed towards the injured person with mom mode already activated. "Sir, are you alright? Can you hear me?" While Izuku waited for a response, he started inspecting the injuries. There was quite some bleeding from the man's left side, where the beam was pinning him to the ground from, a few bruises on his legs and left arm and blood soaking the blonde mane of hair, indicating a head wound. Izuku paused when he noticed a badge hanging around the man's, admittedly unhealthily thin, neck. The man seemed to be breathing but his eyes were closed and he hadn't responded yet, so Izuku focused on the badge instead and read the text beneath his picture aloud. T. Yagi, 55 years old. Senior reporter, Minato Press. Gyro perked up. The press? Is he one of the reporters that stormed in yesterday during the blackout? How'd he even wander all the way over here and somehow get pinned under a beam? Izuku started panicking. Wait, this BLD is somewhat crusted already. Does that mean he's been like this since yesterday? We have to help him out quickly. Chako-chan was the first to come to her senses and ran up to the beam, ready to use her quirk. Izuku could immediately see that she was going to rush it. Wait, hold on. We can't just remove this beam without making sure nothing else could fall over. Izuku turned around to address the other two present. Shoji-san, could you help support everything while Chako-chan removes the rubble with her quirk? And Gyro, do you have a first aid kit with you? She nodded in response. Perfect, help that man out once he's gotten unpinned while I get out and signal the others for help. Quickly leaving them behind inside the house, Izuku ran towards the middle of the street and started panicking on how to best alert his peers and the staff. CRP, not all of us have earpieces in our hero costumes. Mai-chan was totally right when she called it stupid to not have one as a standard. How am I gonna alert everyone that something's actually wrong and tell them where they need to go? Recalling what he did yesterday during the blackout, he came up with a solution. Izuku pushed his panic aside, and once again drew out some of his stored energy to speed up his heart. But this time he concentrated and focused on using all the extra magnetic field to extend it upwards as high as possible. He then drew out more energy and a large beam of white-hot plasma shot up into the sky, funneling outwards and fizzling out right below the dome. Super move, Astro Jet. Izuku dropped his quirk, and after a few tense seconds silhouettes started appearing from beyond the collapsed buildings. Yo Momo and Ida were the first to arrive, and Izuku addressed them immediately. Yo Momo, get in that building and make a gurney if you still can. We have an injured civilian pinned by a collapsed beam in that house. Gyro, Shoji, and Uraraka are getting them out right now and are tending to his injuries. Ida-san, run back to the drop-off zone and inform Aizawa-sensei of the situation if he isn't coming here already after that signal I made. They both gave noises of agreement, and after a few tense minutes the stray member of the press was securely loaded onto a gurney and being floated up the stairs towards the entrance with Chako-chan's quirk. Shortly after, an ambulance parked next to their bus outside the USJ and Recovery Girl exited from the back, closing the doors again once the gurney had been loaded onto it. As the ambulance drove off to the main campus, Aizawa-sensei turned around to look at the class with the traces of what could possibly be described as a somewhat proud stare. I'm sure you weren't expecting to do any real rescue work today, but apparently the press is more irrational than I thought. He then addressed Izuku and the others who found the victim. You did a decent job for the first time, you four. Also, Midoriya, your leadership skills are not god-awful for a first year. Focus on that more, it's a skill not nearly enough heroes have. Even though they definitely should. He then went back to addressing the entire class. I suppose you might have forgotten about the points and the reward. Everyone perked up from that. A creepy grin spread across his face. But there were no actual points being given out. That reward was just a logical ruse, designed to see how you act in a rescue situation under actual stress. Multiple groans, a few sighs of resigned disappointment and one anguished scream, courtesy of Kaminari-kun, came from the crowd. Ida looked especially frustrated at yet another lie, but it was all quickly forgotten as they loaded back onto the bus. Is that what it was like at the end of the apprehension test? Oh man, I'm glad I missed out on the last time now. Once the bus arrived back at the main building, Izuku was already thinking about how to spend the upcoming night when Ieima pulled him to the side. Ieima-kun, Is there something you want to ask me? Ah, excuse me, you told me you'd come back to my dazzling laser after the exercise. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 flicked his hair with a dazzle. Izuku blinked several times before he remembered the conversation back in the mountain zone. Oh, right. Sorry, 𝐼𝐻𝐼-kun. So, I was wondering how you crossed that cliff with your laser. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 smiled in response. Ah, 𝐺 voice. I used Ma Bell light to propel myself backwards. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I got that part. It's just there's no way light could actually do what you just described. 𝐼𝐻𝐼's smile froze, but Izuku went on. Now, don't get me wrong, light does have momentum despite not having any mass, but there's no way your laser would have enough of it to propel a human body backwards by several meters in the air if it emitted normal light, especially not on Earth. Izuku noticed 𝐼𝐻𝐼's smile falling but continued anyway. Now that I think of it, your light has some other weird things going on too. First of all, there's no way we should be able to see it moving away from you. It should be going so fast that you fire it off and the laser should have already extended outside of our view instantaneously. It's also weirdly destructive. It pierced through like several robots during the entrance exam, which is much more physical than you'd expect light to act. When I consider all of what I just said, it almost acts more like a solid or liquid than actual light. My best guess would be some sort of plasma, but the heat that would require would have a noticeable impact on the surroundings, which just isn't there. Maybe it could be something like plasma. I'm pretty sure cold plasma is a thing, but I never really researched that. When no response came, Izuku got a bit nervous and addressed another thing he was thinking about. Also, is there a reason you're wearing that belt all the time, 𝐼𝐻𝐼-kun? 𝐼𝐻𝐼 actually grimaced at that question. Anyway, I was sadly born with a BRTH defect, and my laser occasionally leaks out, so we got this belt to contain all of it. Izuku took a double take. Did you just say leaked out, like a fluid? Not shot out. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 sighed. 𝐺 suppose, besides, my belt mostly does the shooting part for me. Izuku balked. With that kind of force. So you're saying that every time you fire off a laser with your belt, you experience enough physical recoil to propel yourself backwards in the air over a ravine. No wonder you get stomach aches if you overuse it. He noticed that 𝐼𝐻𝐼 had started backing away, and he quickly calmed himself down. I'm sorry, 𝐼𝐻𝐼-kun. I guess I got a bit frustrated at whoever your quirk counselor was. Basically, what I want to ask you is this: are you even sure your quirk is meant to be a naval laser? Or did everyone just assume that it's a belly button laser, instead of just something that produces that stuff, probably from capturing light, which you can then use by extracting it through your navel? 𝐼𝐻𝐼 donned a similar look to the one Mirio-senpai had a few days ago, and Izuku decided to be helpful instead of just giving people existential crises concerning their quirk and petted his back. 𝐼𝐻𝐼-kun, I think that during our next heroics lesson you should probably take off your belt for a bit and see if you can slowly pull out whatever it is that comes out of your navel. And if that works, you should see what you can do with it when it's not being propelled away from you at those speeds. If my hunch is incorrect, you can just forget anything I said and go back to normal, of course. 𝐼𝐻𝐼 gave a curt but appreciative nod, and followed the rest of the class back to the changing rooms. Izuku followed suit shortly after. Even once he was walking back home with Kaken, he couldn't help but experience that weird feeling he had felt ever since the USJ lights started flickering. I don't know why, but I feel like something else was supposed to happen back then. As we know, Izuku is correct in his assessment. In the canon universe, Class 1A would have had their first encounter with real villains at the USJ that day, and the League of Villains would have made their debut to the world. But we already know this isn't that universe, and simple changes can ripple outwards and create waves that can drastically change events far off in the future. If there's already such a simple difference of a quirkless kid being born with a quirk of their own, then who knows what else might be up in the air. In a seedy bar hidden in Yokohama, an adolescent glares at several shots with all might and a younger boy visible on his phone. A mouth, hidden under a disembodied hand, morphs into an unsettling grin as he looks at a nearby calendar, a date, not too far from now, marked off on it. The extra preparation time had been a hassle, but the perfect moment was almost within reach. The game would finally start soon. Hardening. This quirk stores the silicon the user eats in their epidermis. When this quirk is active, the silicon is drawn to the layer of dead skin cells, where it reacts with oxygen in the air to form a layer of silicates in a specific structure attached to the skin. If the user has more silicon stored, they can stack multiple layers on top of already existing layers. As the user's skin as well as their eyes can be seen beneath the hardened layers, this silicate structure is most likely see-through. Naval laser name change advised. This quirk passively takes the light from the surrounding area, which gives the user a naturally sparkling skin, and captures it within a cavity inside the user's bell by using a special binding substance that traps the light, giving it a solid form. The user can mentally extract this solid light through their navel, but due to a 𝐵𝐻 defect, the navel can leak if it builds up too much. How this solid light can be used is not known yet, but the binding substance appears to deteriorate once the solid light goes far enough away from the user, causing the light to escape and return back to normal. It's possible that this solid light can be commanded by the user to change its shape. Due to the malpractice of a quirk counselor, the user assumed their quirk was meant to shoot out the solid light at fast speeds and was granted a support item that could contain the leaking as well as aid in the firing. The laser firing seems to impact significant forces on the user, which causes their stomach to hurt after prolonged usage. There's a chance this solid form is actually a form of cold plasma, but how this plasma would be formed from gathering light, and whether it's cold plasma, and not some as of yet unknown substance, needs to be researched further. An inquiry for further research will be sent to 𝐼𝐼𝐿AND's Material Sciences Research Department. For the first time this week, Izuku felt like he finally had a regular night again, which isn't saying much since it was already the final day of the first week. It was times like these where he was glad UA was one of the Japanese schools that swayed to the 5-day week not too long ago. He had no idea if he could survive 6 consecutive days at UA like this with only 1 day off. Izuku hoped that today would also be equally as uneventful as last night, but that totally depended on how the student council meeting this afternoon was going to go. The door to the classroom slid open, and Aizawa-sensei walked in with his usual, "I am solely awake because of caffeine and pure spite" posture. "Alright class, I know yesterday gave you a bit of a scare, but the surprises aren't over just yet. Or the chances of today being uneventful could be ruined during homeroom." "Great job, Izuku, you just had to jinx it." Aizawa-sensei either didn't notice or just didn't care about the tense mood that arose in class, and continued. "In about 2 weeks' time, UA will be holding its annual sports festival." Everyone gave a sigh of relief, and the mood was quickly replaced by joyful excitement. Aizawa-sensei was clearly not done speaking yet, given his fierce stare, and everyone stayed quiet. Izuku suspected that flashing erasure in front of everyone was Aizawa-sensei's go-to method of silencing a classroom, but, with Starborn's peculiar and dangerous reaction to being erased and his lack of control over which quirks are affected, Aizawa-sensei was deprived of that method here. "Thank you for being rational for once. As I wanted to say, this festival, despite being very close to the start of the year, will be one of the most important events during your school year. There will be a lot of pro heroes watching for potential talented youngsters to extend internships to, either from the stands or from the live broadcast. These will be a valuable but limited resource for experience, as most pros only have the capacity to take on 1 student at a time. The second and third years will be competing on the same day as well, so if you want to be picked over them, you'll have to give a good showing. We will use the heroics lessons in the upcoming 2 weeks to help prepare you all. That's about it, I guess." And with that, the rest of homeroom was a free session like usual while Aizawa-sensei seemed to catch up on sleep in his corner. Izuku hadn't thought about it much after Aizawa-sensei used his quirk on him, due to the whole burping incident and everything else, but he finally remembered it last night and went on one of his nightly information-searching sprees. Finding out that his homeroom teacher was Eraserhead, arguably the best underground hero there was in Japan, was quite exciting. He already had so many questions about his quirk, like why his hair stood up. Excess energy from erasure. A secondary quirk that activated after a traumatic event. Or how it could even erase a quirk. Does it actually inhibit the plus alpha gene? Or does it inhibit the signal coming through the nervous system from the brain? But after the last 4 days, he decided that those questions probably wouldn't be welcomed by his homeroom teacher. The next interesting thing that day happened during lunch, because apparently lunch was the time when things decided to happen to Izuku. The 𝐒𝐬𝐽. The others had stubbornly stuck with the name, and though Izuku acted embarrassed whenever they said it out loud, he did secretly adore the moniker, had been eating at their now regular table, and eventually got to the topic of the sports festival. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 was the one who first brought it up, suddenly falling into an uncharacteristically intense mood. "Hey guys, you ready to crush this festival? 'Cause I'm ready to show those pros what I got." She aggressively jabbed her fist into the air. Kaminari-kun nervously looked around as the surrounding tables turned towards them. "Holy Sion, Uraraka, I think we're all excited, but tone down the murder face please. It's scaring me." Kaken, who had been silently eating his curry, decided to tease him. "Ha! Scared of a girl, Pishu?" He turned his attention to 𝐒𝐭𝐻 next. "Seriously though, Roundface, didn't peg you for the murderously competitive vibe." 𝐒𝐭𝐻 had already shown herself to be the only one besides Izuku himself that could talk back to Kaken in a way that wouldn't set him off, and responded with a smirk. "Oh, is the mighty Kaken scared this girl will steal his trademarked vibe?" Before he could bite back at the unlicensed use of the nickname, she settled back down in her normal personality. "Seriously though, I'm actually really nervous for the festival. I really need to do well here. I'm kinda counting on it since it's a big reason I'm going to UA." Kaminari-kun responded next. "I mean, I'm pretty sure we all are, Uraraka, so I don't see the big deal. Like, I definitely don't want to go dunce mode and embarrass myself in front of the world on live TV." He flashed his thumbs and moved his hands back and forth for emphasis. Mai-chan, who had forgotten to get or eat lunch for at least 3 days in a row already and so was now eating from a bento box Izuku had asked his mom to prepare this morning, was the next to respond with a shrug. "I'm just excited to finally show my super cute babies to the world. I definitely have a lot of tweaking, testing, and training to do with them still, so I'm gonna ask for your assistance again really soon, 0.kun." While Izuku still wasn't very pumped about the prospect of another one of those all-nighters, he remembered their promises and trusted Mai-chan to not go about it as hectic as last time. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 was the one to start the conversation up again and let her accent slip through, which she had apparently been hiding the past few days. "To tell YA guys the truth, I kinda feel like an imposter. I mean, you guys are all city folks with such heroic ambitions, and then here I'm, a dirt-poor country girl who's just in it for the big bucks." Izuku scooted closer next to her and reassuringly rubbed her back. "I don't think it's a bad thing to have selfish motivations, 𝐒𝐭𝐻. I can't speak for all of us here, but I know Kaken wants to be a hero because he wants to show he's the strongest and to fight strong opponents, and if I boil it down to the basics, I want to be a hero to be recognized and famous." His hand left her back and she looked at him in surprise. "Honestly, I don't think heroes having selfish motivations is that bad. Selfishness is the whole reason the current pro-hero system exists, anyway. There'd be too little heroes to fight against all the villains if they weren't promised any pay as a reward. As long as those selfish motivations don't start to interfere with your ability to be a hero, I think it's totally acceptable, expected even." 𝐒𝐭𝐻 gave a soft smile. "YA always know just what to say, Midori-kun. I guess I can elaborate. MR parents are dirt poor, so I want to earn enough to pay them back for their support." Izuku mulled that over, an interesting thought popping up in his mind. "You know, 𝐒𝐿, that already doesn't sound very selfish, but if you were truly only interested in making money to provide for your parents, then you could have picked from a wide array of jobs. I don't like to think about it, but most employers favor people with strong quirks, even if those quirks aren't applicable for the job. That, and the average salary of a pro-hero is pretty mediocre. You probably only get to the big payouts if you're in the top 20. He gestured to Kaken again. "Not to repeat myself, but if Kaken simply wanted to fight strong opponents, he could have gone to an underground quirk fighting ring. And if I just wanted fame and recognition, I could have become an actor. But neither of us did, since beyond our selfish motivations I know that we do want to save people. And I'm pretty sure you're the same in that regard, 𝐒𝐿, and that's what counts in the end." She beamed a smile that could rival Izuku's own, but it disappeared quickly when a tired, baritone voice spoke up, and Izuku could be forgiven for thinking that Aizawa-sensei had somehow manifested behind him to finally get his revenge on the burping incident. You know, when I pictured the hero course I was already expecting the feel-good shtick, but you somehow still exceeded my expectations. Turning around, Izuku found himself facing a student with purple hair that looked like it had just survived a Category 7 tornado, and eye bags that rivaled Aizawa-sensei's. Maybe I wasn't so far off with my first guess. Izuku started getting lost in his thoughts again, but Chako-chan saved him by speaking up in his stead, back to masking her accent. Excuse me, but did you have a reason to come up to us? The guy gave a half-hearted shrug. Not really, I was just scoping out you hero course students for the sports festival after the announcement this morning and couldn't help but listen in. Judging from how you five decided it was your job to be heroes in a hero school and boss around the others during the blackout, I'm guessing you fancy yourselves the top of the hero course, heh. I already knew you guys were happy to look down on us commoners, but it seems you lot can't help but divide yourselves up as well. It's not often that Izuku got angry, but he definitely had to suppress a flash of anger at the insult towards his friends and put on a strained smile. I don't know what makes you think they're like that, but I am certain that every single one of my classmates worked hard and proved themselves to be part of the hero course. The guy, who Izuku guessed Kaken was probably gonna call eyebags, rolled his eyes. Oh, you really are the stereotypical golden boy, here. Hard work doesn't matter in the face of that biased entrance exam. I worked my butt off and in the end the effort wasn't even worth jack SHT because of those robots, so get that naive head of yours out of your own butt. It seemed that that final comment triggered the hornet's nest, as Izuku felt palpable anger radiating from his friends. Kaken, predictably, was the first to speak up. Oi, eyebags called it. I don't know what kinda hot SHT you think you are, walking up to us and antagonizing my friend, but either show us you're not spewing thing garbage or go back to the trash can you came from. Chako-chan came up next. What did Midori-kun even do to you to warrant this? Kaminari-kun followed up straight after. Dude, not cool. Everyone's watching us now. Mai-chan was the last to respond in an indignant tone. I'm not even in the hero course. Eyebags gave an unimpressed look and seemed to ignore all previous statements, instead focusing on the last one. Oh right, you hero students also get your very own support lackeys, another benefit you can lord over us peasants. Well, I'll keep it short and simple for you guys. If one of us does well enough during the sports festival, the staff will consider transferring them into the hero course, and the opposite is equally true. The tired, indifferent look in his eyes was suddenly replaced by a dangerous glint as he stared down their table. So consider this a declaration of war. Watch yourselves, hero course, cause if you don't, I'll be taking away one of your spots right from under you. Despite the previous comments, Kaken seemed to give a small grunt of respect for the confidence, but Izuku's mind had already latched onto something by that point and he couldn't stop himself from voicing his confusion right before Eyebags could turn around and walk away. That doesn't make any sense though. Eyebags halted mid-turn and faced him again with an incredulous look lifted straight off of Aizawa-sensei's face. If I remember this correctly, there's no reason why the hero classes are capped at 20 students each beyond just for convenience's sake. It'd be especially weird for UA to transfer out a hero student they already put time and effort into just to transfer in a prospective hero student, especially if the hero students and the prospective student all did decently enough. Our class definitely has room for another row of desks in the back, so I don't see why you couldn't be student 21 in the future. Izuku finished up his quick ramble with a bright smile. If you're confident in yourself and you've worked hard for it, then I'll look forward to seeing you in our class. And I hope I'll get to personally introduce you to everyone in 1A when you do. Eyebags looked bewildered for a few seconds, but suddenly snapped out of it and promptly turned around. Izuku could see a hint of something in his eyes as he did. He spoke up one final time as he left, but it sounded less confident than his previous declaration. The name's ♯, so you better remember it for when I walk through that door. When ♯ finally left their view and the other cafeteria goers went back to their own lunch, Kaken started cackling. Oh my fin god, Zuku, you completely trashed that troll doll in front of everyone. Man, I knew you could be a sassy little ass, but she broke down again in another fit. Kaken wasn't able to finish his sentence and Izuku looked at his friends in confusion. Hey, did I do something wrong, you guys? Izuku pouted at the weird looks they were giving. I was just giving him some nice words of encouragement. Chako-chan and Kaminari-kuan's faces turned red from holding in laughter, and in the background Kaken's cackling devolved into a belly laugh, which attracted attention from nearby students again when it was suddenly interrupted as he choked on some of his curry, and Mai-chan proceeded to perform a scarily efficient and nonchalant Heimlich maneuver. How many times has she needed to do that to get so proficient at it? The strange encounter at lunch was quickly pushed to the back of his mind as the remaining classes went by, and eventually Izuku found himself walking with 𝐤𝐺 to classroom 1J of the management department, where Principal Nezu had said the council meeting would take place through a curt but polite email. The walk was pretty long since, unlike the support and gen ed departments, the management department was in the tower that wasn't adjacent to the hero course one. When they got out of the hero course section and waved goodbye to their classmates, 𝐤𝐺 spoke up. Midoriya-kun, I was recently told something about the sports festival that I think you might find useful. Oh, well, I'd love to know, of course. Izuku was just glad that the walk wasn't going to be filled with awkward silence since he had no idea what to talk about. Aizawa-sensei told me that the first year that scores the highest in the hero course entrance exam is going to give the opening speech and student pledge as the first-year representative. Izuku pictured the crowds intently listening in on one student and shivered. Oh wow, I feel sorry for whoever has to wait, I'm the one that placed first. Several heads in the hallway turned at his sudden outburst, and Izuku hunched in on himself while his head was doing the impression of a strawberry. I mean, not to sound like I'm bragging, of course. Everyone who passed the exam did their best. 𝐤𝐺 giggled and gave him a consolatory pat on the back. I don't think there's any way you could make yourself sound like you're bragging, Midoriya-kun. His head turned back to a normal shade, and he tried to find a way to steer the conversation away from that embarrassing outburst. Wait a second, why'd Aizawa-sensei tell you about it and not me? 𝐤𝐺 adopted an amused look and answered. He said it was going to be a logical ruse for you. Something about testing speech improvisation under significant pressure, and that it'd be on you anyway if you didn't realize that the first placer always does the opening speech during prior festivals. Apparently Izuku, not being fully satisfied with that answer, showed on his face, as 𝐤𝐺 continued. Oh, I guess you didn't notice me get pulled aside by Aizawa-sensei at the end of the rescue exercise yesterday. Apparently the reward of knowing my future logical ruses was a logical ruse thing was in and of itself a logical ruse. Why? Hold on, now I'm getting confused. How much does Aizawa-sensei love his logical ruses? He said it was to avoid our classmates constantly crowding me for answers and ruining his teaching style. Ah, well, at least it was reasonable. Thanks for the heads up, 𝐤𝐺. Wait, so does that mean you got the most rescue points then? The proud look that showed up in her eyes already answered that question. Yes, I just about beat out Gyro and Shoji. Your impromptu plan at the mountain zone, as well as my help with that lone reporter at the end, was enough to get me first place. Oh, also, you placed just below them at fourth place, for the same reasons I assume, so I think congratulations are in order. That's great, 𝐤𝐺. I'm really happy for you. Just don't forget about me when Aizawa-sensei tries to screw me over with one of his ruses again. He chuckled nervously. She suddenly paused her walk, and Izuku looked around in confusion, only to spot the bright red 1J on the door he was about to walk past. Oh, we're here already. Ladies first. She gave one final giggle before they headed in. I see you were raised a gentleman, Midoriya-kun. Upon entering, Izuku noticed that the 1J classroom looked much like the 1A classroom, except it was clear that the desks had been neatly rearranged. For a meeting. The management students seemed to have gone for a traditional U-shape, with the teacher's podium and desk standing at the open end. Several student representatives were already present and casually talking with one another. Approaching the desks, Izuku noticed nameplates neatly placed on top of them. How'd they know all our names already? He then noticed a small inked paw print next to the names. Oh, I guess it was Nezu then. As he and 𝐤𝐺 made their way past each desk, looking for their names, they got glares from who seemed to be the 1C representatives, but eventually found their places at one of the ends of the U and set down their bags before looking around the room more carefully. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 apparently spotted someone across the room and walked over to them. Izuku quickly followed suit since he didn't recognize anyone besides 𝐿𝐿𝐼, and they had a little while before the starting time Nezu had given them. As they reached the other side of the room, Izuku noticed the person 𝐿𝐿𝐼 was walking to. At first he thought she noticed her because the girl in question looked like she had the same eye and hair color as her, with her hair being much shorter and in a ponytail that split in two halfway down, both sides of which miraculously stayed up in the air. Is that her quirk, a vestigial effect, or just hair gel? But he then noticed the tightly wrapped bandages poking out from under her sleeves and a few on her exposed legs, thanks to the female outfit skirts. Oh, is she 𝐿𝐿𝐼's support partner? It's good to see that you're doing well enough to come to school Toda y Gendeki-san. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 greeted her, confirming Izuku's hunch. The now named Gendeki turned around and greeted them with an eager smile. Oh, hello, you must be Momo Yorozu. She extended her hand, which 𝐿𝐿𝐼 took for a polite shake. It's nice to finally meet the girl I landed in the hospital for, no hard feelings by the by. I'm the 1G class rep, call me Warushi if you'd like. You practically bought permission with that pocket money of yours. She winked at 𝐿𝐿𝐼 and turned her gaze at Izuku while pinging her head to the side, the two floating ends of her split ponytail bopping slightly from the motion. And if I remember right, you're Midoriya, here. I hope you got yourself a support partner. Your quirk was a bit too much for me and my peers, and apparently one hero course student didn't get any volunteers, despite them having a really good quirk. Izuku put his hands in front of him after hearing her apologetic tone. Ah, no, it's all right, someone really wanted me in the end. I'm pretty happy with how things turned out. He cleared his throat. Anyway, I guess it's not really necessary, but my name's Izuku Midoriya, class rep of 1A. I heard from 𝐿𝐿𝐼 that you got assaulted during spring break. Did you have a reason for wanting to be her support partner? She blew a stray lock of her hair away from her eye. Yorozu wasn't my first choice. Ironically, I think it was gonna be one of the two that assaulted me. Phut, serves them right. I'm really into chemistry, so I wanted that Ashido girl, but someone else got to her first. Gendeki held her hands up to the sides of her face, palms facing him. You see, my quirk is called extraction. It's practically a chemist's wet dream. I can separate components from any mixture, solid, liquid, gas, you name it, so long as I know the thing I want to isolate. All I have to do is touch it with one hand and the pure compound pops right out the other. Fluids even come packaged in a handy-dandy membrane to avoid spills, which I'm very happy for. Izuku was already raring to get into a quirk ramble, but 𝐿𝐿𝐼 piped up. Gendeki-san, I was wondering if you might know why the 1C representatives have been glaring at us several times already. I don't think I've seen them before, so I'm not sure what we might have done to warrant it. Gendeki paused and looked over their shoulders at the girl with chest-length, light brown hair, and the guy with brown hair and a strong jawline, who both scoffed and looked away. I'm not sure, but it's probably cause they're in Gen Ed. Unlike the other courses, a good portion of Gen Ed are there because they failed to get into the hero course, so they might just have a chip on their shoulders. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 didn't seem fully satisfied, but Gendeki moved on with the conversation. Oh, I almost forgot. She turned to the guy with dark blonde hair slicked to the side next to her. This guy's my vice. Kikigu, try and introduce yourself for once. In the meantime, if Izuku hadn't been facing towards the door while talking to Gendeki, he wouldn't have faulted himself for missing someone else quietly entering. The guy was clutching a suitcase right up to his chest and was silently jittering all the way to the 1F rep desk, where he sat down in a hunched posture. Hey, that short, black, curly hair and the freckles kinda make him look like, oh. You know, now that I think about it, he actually kinda looked like you. Izuku got tired of all the introductions, so he left 𝐿𝐿𝐼 and Gendeki behind to approach his lookalike. He probably should have remembered what happened the last time he did this with Gyro, as he tapped the lookalike's shoulder and spoke up. Hey, I was wondering if you were 𝐭𝐻𝐿𝐼. Several loose papers that had previously been in the suitcase went flying in the air as the poor guy practically jumped out of his chair. Support? Partner? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for startling you. Are you alright? The lookalike panically grabbed the papers out of the air and shakily turned around. Oh, hello, My name is 𝐂𝐬𝐽𝐫. I'm the C-Class 1FR rep. How in the world did he end becoming representative? I hope it wasn't his classmates pranking him or something. Izuku flashed a bright smile. It's nice to meet you, Akatani-san. I'm Izuku Midoriya from 1A. Sorry, didn't hear your Q question before. Oh yeah, I was asking if you are 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐫 support partner. He quickly corrected himself for the use of Kaken's nickname. That's me. Oh wow, I saw Kaken's modified costume. It was amazing. You must be really smart. Akatani shrank in on himself, and Izuku realized he was probably getting a bit too overwhelming, so he calmed himself back down. No, really, I'm a really big Quirk nerd and I've been friends with Kaken for most of my life, and I never even thought of his Quirk having a safety trigger mechanism that could be replicated. And you did on your first go. Akatani hid his mouth behind his briefcase, but Izuku could see the embarrassed blush. Thank you. Akatani awkwardly went back to shuffling around the loose papers, and Izuku looked around the room again to see that almost everyone had made it except the 1B representatives. And hey, Akatani-san, where's your vice rep? The desk next to you doesn't have a nameplate, so I was just wondering. Akatani's eyes darted towards the empty desk and blanched. My C classmates didn't really want to be bothered with this, so they just all pointed at me and left it at that. Izuku pursed his lips from that revelation, so my hunch was right, the homeroom teacher didn't even intervene. That's not very nice of them, Akatani-san. Are you sure you can handle this on your own? I might be able to ask one of my classmates to help you if you'd like that. They're very passionate about this stuff, but they would be a great help. His lookalike paused and looked at Izuku like he had grown a second head. If there's no need, I'll be fine. My classmates probably think I can do it because Principal 𝐒𝐻𝑒w wanted me as his dash. Oh my god, we're so sorry for being late. Akatani threw his papers in the air again as the door to the classroom slammed open and a girl with orange hair in a sideways ponytail ran in, accompanied by a chubbier guy with ice blue hair, breathing as they sat down at the 1B desks. The 1C rep huffed in disdain. Typical hero course, showing they're better than us by arriving last and holding everyone else up. The ginger, who sat down at the 1B rep desk, ignored the comment and spoke up. Once again, sorry for being late, guys. I'm normally always on time, but there was an incident between one of my classmates and one from 1A in the hallway that I had to break up before coming here. Izuku and Yomomo made it back to their desks and sat down next to the late arrivals as the 1C rep. I wonder if ♀is in the same class as her with the matching attitudes, commented again. Oh, so you guys are infighting now too. And you're supposed to represent our school. She scoffed. Izuku saw the ginger give an annoyed look, which quickly settled back to a more neutral face as she extended her arm. She somehow seems composed, probably used to handling JRKs then. I guess we had some bad first impressions, so let's start over. My name is Itsuka Kendo, I'm the 1B rep, and this is Narenjiki Shoda, my vice. Before the 1C rep could reply and probably escalate things again, they got interrupted by the sound of a chair sliding back, and everyone looked towards the teacher's desk to see a teen with slicked back, dark green, bordering on black, hair with a singular tuft sticking out the front stand up with a tablet in hand and adjust his glasses. I'm glad to see everyone has made it. I hope you don't mind, but me and the other management representatives thought it'd be more fair to implement a rotation for which class is in charge for each meeting. Izuku looked around to see everyone nodding, or shrugging apathetically in a few cases. Judging from the nameplates, the representatives and vice representatives were sitting in a specific order. Starting at Izuku and Yomomo's end, there were 4 desks for the 2 hero classes, followed by 6 desks for Gen Ed, and 6 for support, with 4 more desks on the opposite end of the U for management, with the representatives of 1J, the classroom they were in, standing at the teacher's desk instead. Deciding that it probably wasn't a great idea to let his attention wander much longer, he tuned back into the 1J rep just in time for his introduction. Now, with that out of the way, my name is Miko Tsukaiwa, the representative of Management Class 1J. For transparency's sake, I think it's necessary to inform you of my quirk before we start. My quirk is called Spoiler Alert. It's a mixture of a predictive analysis and minor mind-reading ability, which allows me to know exactly what anyone is going to say if I hear the start of a sentence, even if they are eventually interrupted from completing it. I can't turn it off, but you have my word that if you were accidentally going to slip sensitive information, it won't be revealed by me. Oh wow, that's a really cool quirk. I don't want to delay this meeting much longer though, so let's begin. Is there anything that needs to be discussed first? Kendo immediately raised her hand, and spoke up after Tsukaiwa gave a nod. Well, I know we're all thinking about the upcoming sports festival in 2 weeks' time. Izuku could practically feel the 1C rep rolling her eyes. Yeah, right, maybe you and your 1A buddies are, but the rest of us aren't really looking forward to a mandatory event that only caters to the hero course. I personally never tried out for it, but I know several people here in Gen Ed who were wronged by that biased entrance exam, and aren't looking forward to having to spectate those that succeeded while they know they don't have a chance of ever getting in. Kendo turned her head and probably glared at her. Excuse me, I don't know why you feel the need to antagonize us when we haven't even done anything to warrant dash. As Kendo went on to berate the 1C rep, Izuku frowned as he mentally pulled out one of his interesting but probably not useful facts much earlier than he had expected, and intervened before the meeting could devolve into a shouting match, abruptly standing up from his chair. Wait, hold on. Isn't it UA protocol that any student who performs well during the sports festival is allowed to transfer into the hero course? Izuku squirmed a bit as the 1C rep's glare swayed to him, and he slowly sat back down. So ♯wasn't just talking out of his butt, here. Doesn't matter though, it just sounds like it's put in there to appease the Gen Ed students that want to get in the hero course. I don't even remember a Gen Ed student ever making it to the 3rd round anyway. Her vice gave a grunt of agreement. Despite the rebuttal, Izuku wasn't ready to let it go just yet, and argued back. Well, yeah, the entrance exam is pretty biased, and some people with great quirks fall through because of the robots. But I think the main reason Gen Ed students don't get far enough in the sports festival is because they don't get any help or advantages. Hero students get supervised quirk and combat training and free access to training grounds, while support students are allowed to use their own inventions. Yomomo whispered into his ear. You aren't really helping your case right now, Midoriya-kun. Did you have a solution in mind when you stood up? He gulped but continued. Anyway, what I think needs to happen is for the 4 departments to work together to give the Gen Ed students as many advantages as possible to make it more fair. The 1C rep retorted again. I guess I'll introduce myself before arguing further with you, 1A representative. Oh, oops, I forgot to introduce myself after my outburst. The name's Mia Rukangaku, and I was chosen by my classmates because I promised them that I wouldn't let the other departments, and especially not the hero course, overshadow us like in previous years. So excuse me if I'm not jumping on the opportunity to accept the help of other departments. Kendo spoke up in Izuku's stead. Well, it's just like you said earlier, there haven't really been any Gen Ed students in the final round of the sports festival, so if nothing changes, then this year isn't going to be any different for your class, which doesn't sound that great on your part. Does it really matter where you get the assistance from if it helps you out in the end? Rukangaku leaned back in her chair but didn't say anything, so Izuku took that as a sign to speak up again. So anyway, my name's Izuku Midoriya, sorry for the outburst at the start. What I was thinking is that there are probably a few Gen Ed students that would want to use the sports festival to transfer into the hero course, and I think the other 3 departments should work together to give those students as high of a chance to transfer in. For example, the hero students could help them catch up on quirk and combat training in the next 2 weeks, and dash before he could continue, he got interrupted by Rukangaku again. Nope, not gonna happen. Look, I personally don't really care if others know about my quirk, I can tell exactly where any person or camera is observing me from if I don't notice them visually, but I know some of my classmates want to keep their quirk secret for an advantage during the festival. I don't see why I, or they, should trust hero students to not use that information to curb stomp them instead. Some of you hero students might be too naive to think it, but I'm convinced some of your classmates would give it a try. Izuku gulped as he thought about Kaken. I guess she has a point there. The 1D rep, who also had light brown hair that instead reached her shoulder and seemed like she had been absently staring into space with her red dots floating inside void-like eyes since the start, suddenly spoke up in a sophisticated voice. I, Kaisu Sugukuri, also from Gen Ed, currently find myself on the fence regarding Midoriya-san's proposal. I share my reservations with Rukangaku-san, as my quirk, Deja Vu, has a notable weakness that could be exploited if it were public knowledge. I will acknowledge, however, that aid could be crucial for a higher chance of success in general, and would feel like this could be a wasted chance if it were not chosen. Apparently the remaining Gen Ed rep, a more childish-looking girl with brown hair put up in 2 bushy pigtails and a large red bow adorning top, decided to speak up as well. Come on you guys, stop being the fun police. The name's Mocha Shusino from 1E, but everyone calls me Mocha, and I think it'd be really fun to change things up for once. I think my quirk is pretty cute. I can move 10 separate objects towards and away from me like super cool, big yo-yos. She proceeded to pout. But those robot meanies were way heavier than people, so my quirk couldn't do anything to them. I'd love to get some help and see how far I can get during the festival. The 1K rep, a guy who had his dark blonde hair in an impressively large hairdo, who had been in a pensive pose for the past few minutes, opened his eyes. I think letting Midoriya finish explaining his idea first before debating it would be the best course of action. One of the remaining representatives that hadn't spoken up yet, a girl with chin-length, grayish-purple hair, and 2 small, lighter-colored cowlicks sticking out at the front. Wait, is that the student I almost hit with my iron souls in the 1H studio 2 days ago? Does she recognize me? Does she hate me now? Decided to speak up as well. It has been approximately 349 seconds since Midoriya was interrupted again, and I'd like to hear him out as well, if that isn't too much of a hassle. Tsukaiwa nodded from behind the teacher's desk, and motioned for Izuku to continue. Alright. So, what I was thinking is that the other departments can help out the Gen Ed students that are trying to transfer into the hero course. The hero students could help catch them up on combat and quirk training. I also know that not every support student is fit enough to compete and show their inventions on their own, so they could at least supply the Gen Ed students with non-combative quirks with their inventions for publicity. And lastly, the management students could help market the Gen Ed students on social media for further exposure. With all the pro heroes in the actual stadium, as well as the live broadcast, the hero students don't need that extra coverage. Tsukaiwa had busily been typing on his tablet behind the teacher's desk since Izuku first started talking, and readjusted his glasses. Alright then, now, are there any objections? Perhaps. Predictably at this point, Rukangaku put up her hand. Like I said before, I still don't trust the hero students with assisting in quirk training while not making use of the information themselves. Izuku fumbled a bit, but as his gaze fell on Akatani, who had been looking down at his desk for most of the meeting, he got a solution. Wire, I do agree with you on that risk, which is why I think you could go to an independent party for possible quirk analysis and individual training suggestions instead, like Akatani-san, for example. Said teen jerked up and gave Izuku a panicked look. What? Me? Despite the distraught reaction, Izuku kept talking. He's the support partner assigned to my childhood friend, and I can assure you that he's really good at analyzing quirk based on what I saw. Everyone's gaze fell on Akatani, who squirmed under the attention but still managed to squeeze out some words. I mean, if they send me some CC clips of their quirks, I CC could try my best. At that, Rukangaku seemed to give a begrudging grunt of acknowledgement and leaned back in her chair, the debate firmly closed from her side. The next one with an objection turned out to be the one rep that hadn't spoken at all yet. The guy from One Eye, who straight up looked like a gender-bent gyro with swirly cheek marks, surprised everyone when he started talking fast enough to put Izuku's quirk rambles to shame, while somehow being fully understandable all the way through. There's one hole that needs to be ironed out before this plan is solid. I've given the guidelines an in-depth look as well, and according to the sports festival rules, other students are only allowed to use support equipment, licensed or from the support course, if the principal signs off on it beforehand. While Principal Nezu has sent all of us an email to organize this first meeting, I've heard from our senpais that it's notoriously difficult to reach out to him, something about a maze from hell and answering these riddles 3, I didn't quite understand that part. Holy whoa, I can totally see why he kept quiet for the entire meeting. I feel worn out from listening to him already. Then, to everyone's surprise, Akatani raised a trembling hand. I think I could help with teach that as well. He started fiddling with his thumbs when the others looked towards him again. Before the start of the Y year, Principal Nezu asked me to be his personal student. I have several private lessons with him every week outside of our regular lessons. Gendeki leaned over the empty chair between them and gave Akatani's shoulder a playful shove. Hey, how come you never told me before? That's awesome, Mikumo. Midoriya must be right then. You have to have a pretty impressive brain in there to impress Nezu of all people. Akatani pressed his suitcase up to his face again, probably hiding a blush. Thank you, Warushi-chan. Tsukaiwa spoke up. Well then, that seems to take care of everything for now. Does everyone here agree to implementing Midoriya's plan during the upcoming 2 weeks? Izuku felt vindicated as every hand in the room rose up, including Rukangaku's, albeit more reluctantly than the others. Shusino whooped and made one final comment. This is gonna be really fun, you guys, I can feel it in my finger bones. Tsukaiwa wrote some things down on his tablet and looked back up. Now, on to the next thing. According to UACE guidelines, we are permitted to plan 1 excursion per department every term, so with that, the meeting went on in a much less nerve-inducing way, and they quickly found themselves wrapping it up. As everyone started leaving, Izuku walked up to Akatani, who had just finished packing his suitcase. Holy whoa, Akatani-san. I guess that's what you wanted to tell me before the meeting started, right? Kaken was right when he called you a giant quirk nerd then. I was wondering though, since most of the others mentioned theirs, I'd love to know what your queer are. I am here for a surprise visit. Izuku didn't get to finish his question, as Akatani completely shriveled up at the voice. Wait, that voice is Izuku turned away from Akatani, who had turned back to his desk, and couldn't believe his eyes when All Might himself was proudly standing in the doorway, scanning the remaining students, who had all turned to look at him. Izuku barely missed it, but he thought he saw something flash through All Might's eyes as his gaze fell on Akatani, which disappeared as quickly as it came when his fierce blue eyes focused on Izuku of all people instead. Midoriya Shonin, Aizawa-kun told me you'd be here. I was hoping to have a private conversation with you before you go home, if that's all right with you. Nobody could turn down an invitation to a private conversation with All Might himself, of course, so Izuku followed him away from Akatani and the other remaining students until they entered a cozy-looking lounge room. Izuku eagerly sat down on one of the couches as All Might carefully sat down at the other, the couch in question creaking under all the pounds of pure muscle. After an awkward impromptu staring contest, All Might began talking. Right? You're probably wondering why I asked to talk with you. Are you alright? You haven't blinked yet since we sat down. Upon hearing that observation, Izuku blinked, and winced at the dry eyes. Sorry, All Might, I just honestly can't believe that you're actually here at UA. I know I saw you on the acceptance video, and my classmates told me you brought me to the nurse's office on the first day, but I was starting to think it was just a big prank and you weren't actually teaching here. All Might, holy see, it's really All Might, awkwardly scratched the back of his head as Izuku's mind screeched into the void. Well, that is entirely my fault, Midoriya Shonin. I did not exactly properly prepare myself for the job, and I am currently attending a teaching crash course designed by Nezu, but I should be ready to get in front of the classroom once the sports festival has come and gone. Though I have asked Aizawa-kun to observe several lessons to get myself acquainted with you students in the meantime. Izuku got confused. But I haven't seen you in either of the 2 heroics lessons we've had so far. The myth himself tilted his head back and laughed his trademark laugh. You definitely wouldn't have recognized me, but that reminds me. I do have something I need to show you before I continue our talk. All Might's signature smile faded a bit as the mood got more serious. Promise me you won't scream too loudly. Why would I do that? All Might Deshizuku was saying as the room was suddenly filled with white smoke. He coughed and waved away some of the smoke, hoping there weren't any fire alarms in the lounge, until it eventually dispersed and he noticed the scrawny, blonde-haired skeleton on the other coup. The stray reporter. How? What? Do you have a transformation quirk? Is that how you were able to stay on campus this entire time? What did you do to All Might, you imposter? The scrawny skeleton, Yagi, if that badge was right, placatingly waved his arms around. Hold on, Midoriya Shonin. It's really me, All Might. That reporter act was just the way Aizawa decided I would observe that lesson. He said it would be a logical ruse. Izuku finished in a disbelieving tone, but was internally despairing. Holy CRP, how much does Aizawa-sensei love ruses? Yomomo, please save me in the future. Izuku calmed back down, but several questions were already floating around his brain. I still don't really understand. Why do you look like that, All Might? And were those injuries yesterday real? The man's electric blue eyes focused on him intently. Please call me Yagi when I'm like this, my boy. As for your questions, they're both related to what I wanted to talk to you about. Most of my injuries yesterday were faked except, All Miyagi's voice trailed off as he lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing a grotesque web of scarring on his left side. Before Izuku could break out of his shock, All Miyagi continued. Pretty gross, here. I got this injury about 6 years ago. Right now I can only be in my hero form for about 3 hours a day because of it, but it was worth it in the end. I do hope you understand that you should keep whatever we talk about in this room secret. Izuku bobbed his head up and down alarmingly quickly for someone who had a regular neck. Before I tell you more, I have to confirm one thing with you. You were kidnapped 6 years ago, right? Izuku's mind stuttered at the sudden question. Why yes. How'd you know that? All me, screw it, now's not the time. All Might's face turned solemn. Because I was involved in that case, my boy, though not directly. It's where I got this injury from. Izuku was still speechless as the man continued. I didn't even know I was involved in it until I saw your final attack during the entrance exam. It reminded me of back then, and I asked my friend in the police force to look into it. Once he confirmed my suspicions, I decided I wanted to talk to you, as I think I owe you an explanation for what happened to you that night, especially since you inadvertently were instrumental towards my victory against my nemesis. All Might bumped his own chest for extra effect. Izuku blanched. Your nemesis? But you've never had one. Nobody's strong enough to rival you. All Might chuckled. If you haven't heard from him, that means everything was kept under wraps as intended. But do not fret, I finally managed to defeat him back then, though not without gaining this injury from him first. Wait, but you shouldn't be thanking me then. It's my fault you got injured. All Might gave an amused but fond look. There's nothing to apologize for, my boy. If I had to choose between ending that monster of a villain and being completely healthy again, I'd choose the former every single time. All Might walked to the coffee machine and dispensed some hot chocolate, before sitting back down at the table. Have some hot cocoa, my boy, this is gonna be quite the story. Izuku grabbed and blew at the steaming cocoa, settling down as All Might spoke up, not wanting to break it to him that he really couldn't drink the beverage without puking it back up immediately. It was about 6 years ago that I was chasing down an important lead in the warehouse district of Miyazaki, Toshinori Yagi, #1 hero and symbol of peace. All Might was tense as he covertly navigated the abandoned Miyazaki warehouse district. Well, as covertly as a wall of muscle could anyway, but he didn't pay as much attention as he probably should have, as he was deep in thought. I am grateful for O'Clock's detective work and bravery. Without his constant attempts at taking over Clock, we never could have gotten this far. Without it, we could have never narrowed it down to this district. Now all that stands between me and my final fight against All for One is a few empty warehouses. Your greed will be your downfall, All for One. He clenched his fists. I promise that tonight I will finish what you started, Nana. I will bring justice to the monster that murdered you and our predecessors amongst countless others. Toshinori was startled out of his internal monologue when an explosion of extreme light and heat erupted from one of the district's central warehouses, but he wasn't fully paying attention anymore at that point as, All Might, I'm counting on you. Sensei. Thank you for such wonderful comedy. He forced himself back into reality and leapt directly towards the dimming light, landing on the remains of a warehouse floor at the center of a giant crater. I see you're still using the same tricks, all for one. Have you gotten stale with old age? Toshinori expected a surprise attack or a clever retort, but was instead faced with the most surprising scene in his entire hero career so far. Somewhere to his left, on another circular-shaped area of the remaining warehouse floor, a bald, stubby old man in a lab coat was lying unconscious on the ground. Somewhere further away, he could hear another person running away behind the rubble with quick footsteps, but he ignored both of them as the ageless monster himself stood in front of him, clutching his wrist in pain. Years of brutal training by Gran Torino should have taught Toshinori to take advantage of any weakness, but he was just taken too off-kilter by the scene. All for one quickly composed himself when he heard the loud voice, and in the corner of his eye Toshinori could see the stubby old man's unconscious body sinking through a purple fog and disappearing. All Might, such annoying timing, how typical of you. You know, normally I would have had my associate teleport me away so I can face you in a more suitable situation. But since a brat just put me in a terrible mood, I think killing you and ending my little brother's pesky line of mindless fools right here, right now, will be just what I need to make myself feel better. Toshinori sensed that he would probably only be able to retort one more time before the most important fight of his life would begin. You will regret deciding to fight me tonight, all for one. As you said, this will end right here, right now. A sinister chuckle came from the symbol of evil. Your comebacks have improved since I murdered that pathetic woman you call your sensei. She was such a blemish on a moniker I use myself, as well as on my brother's quirk and legacy. I suppose I will just have to beat those comebacks right out of you. And with that, the two giants clashed their fists for the first time of many that night as a small, scared child ran away from Ground Zero, eventually getting found and picked up by the local police force, not getting to know the truth behind his kidnapping until many years later. It was finally, the end of Izuku's first week at UA, though it ended for him at a much later time than most other students. He ended up talking with All Might in that lounge room for a really long time once All Might had finished recounting his tale. They talked about all sorts of things really, but how could he resist? It was All Might in person and they were the only two in the room. How could he not finally go down his list of things he'd always wanted to ask All Might while he was at it? Izuku was grateful that All Might decided to tell him about that incident though, while not knowing didn't keep him up at night, not that that actually mattered anyway. It was nice to know what had really transpired that day. He really didn't like the thought of a villain that could match and even seriously injure All Might, but he had been thoroughly assured that the villain was killed during the fight. Izuku couldn't fathom All Might killing someone either, but that afternoon was a first in multiple ways it seems. It was only after arriving home in the dark that he realized he hadn't worked anything out for his spur-of-the-moment Gen Ed Sports Festival Preparation Plan, or GSFP for short, besides the basics he had come up with during the meeting. As such, he spent most of his Friday night working out details like asking who had enough experience to teach others combat or the actual location. After some more searching on UA-related websites, it became clear that Gen Ed really had a disadvantage. Support students were allowed access to their support studio and the testing grounds outside school hours, and hero students were allowed in the hero course training facilities outside of classes, but Gen Ed had no such luxuries. They were allowed access to UA's public library and swimming pool like every student after hours, and apparently Gen Ed members of the Urban Parkour Club were allowed access to Ground Gamma under supervision 2 days of the week, but that was it. After a while of searching on the internet, Izuku was almost ready to tear his hair out and regret saying anything at the meeting. There were no places anywhere that could or would house more than 10 people at a time in Korisato or the nearby Atami City and Ashigarashimo district, and there especially were no official places where you were allowed to use your quirk. Sometimes Izuku wished that Japan had adopted the recreational quirk usage licensing system from the USA, but alas. Just as the morning sun rose to blind Izuku and he was about ready to give up and spend the free day with his mom, he came across a pretty old article and the cogs in his brain already started turning. He could feel an eager smile appear on his face as he sent the article along with some extra information to the student council group chat. That was how Izuku found himself sitting on a shoddy promenade wall at 8 a.m. on Sunday morning, staring at the ocean that was just about visible from behind the mounds of trash covering Dagobah Municipal Beach Park. So far only him and 𝐭𝐿 were present, but they had come extra early. Heyo, 1A rep and resident Pomeranian. Both Izuku and 𝐭𝐿 looked around to see Kendo waving at them as she approached. When I read the message saying you found a beach as a training place, I didn't expect it to be this interesting. Don't worry Kendo-san, I have my reasons. 𝐭𝐿 gave him a shove. Izuku, stop acting like the local cryptid. Izuku decided they had enough time before others would show up and decided to have some fun with his friend and innocently blinked at him. Oh 𝐭𝐿, didn't you know? My hair is fluffy because it's so full of secrets. He then ran into the trash piles as 𝐭𝐿 started charging at him. It won't be for long, you little 𝐒. About an hour later, Izuku stood on top of a particularly large mount of trash bordering the promenade, overlooking the people that had decided to show up. It was a surprising amount actually. More than 30 Gen Ed students had shown up, and that might even increase over time if he planned everything right. Looking to his sides, he saw 𝐭𝐿 and Kendo as well as several people from 1A who he had asked for help: Yomomo, Ojiro, Shoji and, shockingly, Todoroki. Izuku was surprised when Todoroki had immediately agreed to come, even though he hadn't even explained why he needed his help, nor had he even really interacted with Todoroki in the past for anything beyond hero lessons. Izuku looked back at the gathering of students on the promenade. He noticed a few familiar faces like ♀, as well as the Gen Ed reps, and yes, that included Rukangaku, though she didn't look particularly impressed at her surroundings. When his phone's alarm went off, indicating it just turned 9 a.m., Izuku tried to get their attention but didn't have any luck. After a few seconds, he startled as a sudden loud sound came from next to him. Looking to his left, he saw Kendo had enlarged her hands, is that her Quirk, and had presumably clapped really hard. The sound and minor shockwave that created was enough to get everyone's attention, and Kendo smiled at him as she stepped back and allowed him to do the talking. Alright, thank you all for coming at this hour on your free day. I'm sure you have questions for me, but let me give the basic rundown of how the next 2 weeks will go first. He spread out his arms as the morning sun shone on him from behind. This place is called Dagobah Beach, and me and the people next to me are willing to catch you up on some basic combat training during the morning and afternoon for the next 2 weeks leading up to the sports festival. Obviously none of this is mandatory, so you can leave at any point in time, nor do you have to come every single time. Izuku was surprised when nobody had interrupted him. Perhaps the past week has just conditioned me to expect that. Yeah, that's about it. I'm sure some of you have questions though, so go ahead. Rukangaku still didn't look impressed and was the first to raise her hand. Yeah, why this shithole? I'd expect the hero course would be able to find a less dangerous place to train us. Seriously, what if one of these heaps collapse? And what if some of us didn't get our tetanus shot recently? Did you even think about any of that, or are you just mocking us? Izuku panically waved his arms in front of him. No, that's not it at all. Though you should definitely get a tetanus shot if you haven't had one recently. He righted himself before speaking again. There are several reasons as to why this place is ideal. He raised up a finger. Firstly, UA doesn't allow Gen Ed students on the training grounds, and there are no other places in or surrounding Korisato that are willing to house this many people at once. More importantly though, none of those places allow for quirk use anyway. He raised a second finger. Which brings me to my second point, you people will probably want to focus on your quirks besides the combat as well, and this place is pretty isolated from any populated areas. It also has a lot of spots where you can train your quirk without others seeing you if you want to keep your quirk hidden for now. He raised his third and final finger. And lastly, there are currently about 30 of you here and only 7 of us. We have scheduled it so that there will be at least 2 of us present here every morning and afternoon for the next 2 weeks, but that won't be enough to teach everyone here simultaneously, so when you're not with one of us you can still train your quirk on your own or help clean up some of this trash. From the group of students, Izuku could see ♀ blanch before speaking up. Why would we need to clean up this trash? I'm starting to think Rukangaku's hunch was right. Before Izuku could answer, 𝐭𝐿 decided he didn't want to stay silent anymore. "'Cause you need to train those weak noodle arms of yours, you DMN extras." 𝐭𝐿 glared at ♀. Let me guess, you have a powerful quirk you couldn't use on robots and you're certain you'll get far enough in the sports festival by coasting on by with it. Shinso's posture going rigid was enough of a sign that he'd been found out, but Kaken didn't notice or care and went on before Shinso could retort. Let me guess again, you were about to call me a hypocrite for coasting on by with my powerful quirk. Well, let me tell you that me and Zuko have trained our buttes off to get our strength and quirks to where they are now. If I never practiced with my quirk, it'd still be a DMN sparkler and Zuko's would be a decent Fing heat lamp. So if you seriously think you can beat us when you probably can't even Fing lift us off the ground, then you're lucky you decided to come here. Yomomo was the next to talk. I have personally researched some training programs, and carrying around all these diverse shapes and sizes of waist will be the most beneficial in strengthening your body in a time frame like this one. Apparently everyone had decided to add their own piece as Kendo spoke up last. Also, this will be a nice gesture towards the locals. If you want to be a hero, then you shouldn't forget something as basic as community service, you guys. Even pro heroes need to fulfill a minimum amount of community service hours every year if they want to renew their license. Deciding to finish everything up, Izuku chimed back in. And if you don't really care about those things, then think about it this way. If this beach is cleaned up, I'm sure the student council can organize a few beach parties during the summer months. Izuku internally smirked at his little bout of manipulation as all the Gen Ed students that still looked unconvinced suddenly perked up at his statement. He gave his signature bright smile. Well, I think that's all then for now. We only have 2 weeks, so let's make them count. If we want to get everyone here caught up to speed with combat training and clean this beach up in time, we'll have to go beyond. A loud chorus of Plus Ultra echoed across the municipal park as it signaled the start of the Gen Ed Sports Festival preparation plan. The rest of the day went by pretty fast. Since it was Sunday, they were able to keep going for the entire day. A few of Izuku's classmates eventually left halfway through, and several Gen Ed students departed and arrived every few hours. Despite the mounts of trash, nothing dangerous happened throughout the day. The person who got the closest to actual danger was Mai-chan, who had arrived halfway through the day and had been haphazardly scavenging the trash for any recyclable materials. Just because I have access to the best material at UA doesn't mean I get to slack off at home. 0.Akuan. In the end, he had to save her from a fridge that was about to fall on her when she tried to pull out an entire engine block by herself. The sun was already close to setting that day as Izuku was doing his last spar. He had seen quite the range of experience from the previous Gen Ed students, but the 1D rep Sugukuri was definitely holding out the best out of anyone. Izuku thought she was using her quirk, but given that her eyes always looked like a void, that probably meant that her quirk was always active, so he let it slide. He was quite interested in what exactly it could be though. Izuku stopped his attacks and backed up a bit. She's never gone on the offensive and she always tries to keep her eyes on me no matter how I move, but whenever I'm about to go in for an attack, she glances exactly at where I want to get to before it should even be visible and goes for a counter. She also called her quirk deja vu, didn't she? He got a hunch and decided to act on it. He dropped his normal fighting style and went for a more chaotic spur of the moment one instead. It definitely worked, as he could see her eyes widening and he started getting closer and closer with his hits. Eventually he jumped over a small pile of trash, hid himself and waited. The surprise attack he performed when she came into his view finally did the trick as he pushed her onto the sand. Holy wow, Sugukuri-san, that was quite a final spar for me today. I was wondering if your quirk helped you out there. Not that I'm accusing you of cheating, of course. If you can't turn it off or you wanted to practice with it, then it's fine. The floating red dots that were her pupils focused on him as she stood up and brushed some sand off her clothes. Your assessment is quite right, Midoriya-san. During the meeting I said that I prefer to keep the details of my quirk secret, but given that you seem to have already figured out the specifics and I believe you to be a trustworthy peer of mine, I do not mind indulging you. She paused, looked around for any stragglers, though there was only one more group left who were all sparring against Kaken at the same time, and then continued talking. The quirk that was bestowed upon me at BRTH is called Deja Vu. With it I can see the movement and position of any mobile object exactly 1 second into the future projected within my field of vision. It is less of a future-seeing type and more so a predictive analysis type, given that more chaotical and unpredictably moving objects yield blurrier projections. That Sunday at the beach ended with Kaken dragging Izuku off as he continued rambling off questions to Sugukuri and the sun was setting. Despite that, it was only the beginning of the 2 weeks leading up to the sports festival. Monday, April 12, 2151, the first heroics lesson in the second week at UA was already starting off interesting as Aizawa-sensei walked in, simply told everyone to get to Gym Gamma again and promptly walked out. In the locker rooms, Kirishima decided to ask the question everyone had on their minds. Hey you guys, do you think we'll be fighting against those third years again? Kaminari-kun gave an audible shiver. Oh god, please no. I can still see Tagata smiling at me in my nightmares as he destroys my poor stomach and punts me into a wall. Oi, stop complaining, Pishu. Only reason you got clapped by Tintin is because you were Fing weak. Kaken shrugged and pointed towards Izuku. Besides, you didn't have it the worst. Zuku nearly got his Fing eyeballs poked out by that, but everyone winced at that mental image and finished changing into their costumes after that. The upcoming heroics lesson turned even more interesting when Izuku noticed Kendo and several of her classmates walking over the PE grounds in what were probably their hero costumes, and he sped up to greet her. Hey Kendo-san, are you guys having a heroics class right now as well? She turned around and gave a smile. Midoriya. It's good to see a fellow representative, and yeah, we are. You have a nice looking hero costume. You should thank my support partner for that. Looking back on my old sketches, I'm actually relieved she decided to change some things. Before he could comment on Kendo's costume, someone interrupted their conversation. Oh, how despicable, Kendo, getting close to the enemy. Unless you are doing this to help us gain the advantage at the sports festival, of course, in which case I will forgive your transgression. Izuku looked at the source of the voice to see a teen in a dapper suit with bluish-gray eyes and short, blonde hair. Seriously, what is up with the blondes at UA? Kendo had also turned around and huffed in annoyance. Can you just drop it, Monoma? You're the only one calling 1A the enemy. We're just over a week in. The blonde guy, Monoma, gave a cocky grin and struck a pose that looked like it came out of that old JoJo's Bizarre Adventure manga. I'm just the only one that sees the truth. It's clear that those with less straightforward, more complex and technical quirks are put in 1B, and the ones with simple, more directly powerful quirks are put in 1A. That means that us in 1B are naturally superior with our quirk control. Kendo, who had somehow gotten close to Monoma without Izuku or him noticing, chopped him in his neck and Monoma promptly fell to the ground. You just read that theory on a message board and are using it as an excuse to put others down for your own confidence. Get your head out your butt and treat our sister class properly. After Kendo picked Monoma up from the ground, Izuku was surprised when he noticed that both classes were heading for Gym Gamma, Aizawa-sensei and another pro hero, Vlad King, who was probably the 1B homeroom teacher, standing in front. While they waited for the teachers to speak up, Izuku whispered to Kendo. Hey, could you teach me that chop you just did? She smirked back at him. Sure, Midoriya, anything for a fellow representative when we have the time though. Izuku suddenly felt a bloated feeling in his stomach again, which quickly subsided as the two hero classes quieted down. He looked forward to see Aizawa-sensei's hair falling again. I guess he tried getting everyone's attention but slipped up and forgot about Starborn. Oh well, at least now I know there's a bit of a grace period. Aizawa-sensei's gruff voice filled the gym. At least my class isn't the only one that's irrational this year. Either way, for 1B, refer to me as Aizawa-sensei. We'll be doing our first joint lesson of the year today, so play nice. Vlad King spoke up next in an even gruffier voice than Aizawa-sensei's. And for 1A, call me Kan-sensei. This lesson wasn't planned until after the sports festival, but since there have already been some hostilities between both of the classes, Aizawa and I both agreed to move this lesson up in the schedule. Before either of them could continue, Monoma interrupted. Excuse me, the hostilities were fully from 1A, Kan-sensei. I merely wanted to introduce myself, but one of their hooligans he gestured towards Kaken. Why am I not surprised? Suddenly went feral and assaulted me. Furthermore, the irresponsible 1A representatives were not present to keep him on a leash. It was only thanks to our own rep valiantly protecting me that I wasn't seriously injured. Kendo had already appeared next to him again and he flinched, probably from expecting another chop, but one didn't come. Monoma, You were the one baiting him into attacking you. Well, that's his fault for being so easily provoked. Silence. Aizawa-sensei's voice somehow overpowered Monoma's, and he seemed to be giving a sympathetic look towards Kan-sensei. Keep your squabbles for fighting. However, this lesson will be a simple exercise without sparring. Find someone from the other class who has a quirk that you can combine with yours for a unique move and show it off at the end of this class. Kan-sensei finished the explanation. This isn't required to be a one-to-one pairing between the classes, so some students will probably end up being paired with multiple people from the other class. As long as every student has a partner, in the end it will suffice. Aizawa-sensei decided to spice things up again by ending it with one more bit. Since there will be between 20 and 40 demonstrations we have to go through in the end depending on how much overlap there is between partners, as well as some training to get the move working, I want you all to have found a partner within 20 minutes. If I don't see you practicing with your partner or partners after that time is up, you'll be given janitorial duties in the classroom for this term. Everyone from 1A started scrambling, and Izuku eyed Yomomo, who caught his gaze, and Sambali shook her head. See, Abi, it's not a ruse this time. Izuku decided to quietly observe the 1B students demonstrate their quirks from a distance. I guess this is a pretty easy way of getting every hero student to know each other's quirks and start making the classes work together. Eventually he noticed Monoma doing something similar to him on the other side of the gym, and he walked up to him. Hey Monoma-san, I wanted to apologize for Kakubakugo's behavior. Normally I'm around to keep him on a leash, but I was on my way to the student council meeting. Monoma turned around and gave another cocky grin. If you think you can get me to reveal my quirk to you by playing nice, then you're mistaken. I do not get fooled so easily. Izuku paused and adopted a thinking pose. That wasn't my intention, but what if I explain my quirk to you first? He doesn't look convinced in the slightest. And if it turns out our quirks wouldn't work for this exercise, then I could tell you who from my class would be your best option, since I know all of their quirks. That way you'll only have to reveal the details of your quirk to 2 people from 1A at most, instead of potentially going through multiple of my classmates before finding a good partner. Monoma gave an appraising look. I've heard rumors from some third years about a curly-haired first year that can give you an existential crisis about your quirk in 5 minutes, and I'm guessing that must be you. You must be one of the smartest in 1A then, not that that's saying much, but I'll oblige. Izuku flashed his signature smile. That sounds good, Monoma-san. I'll skip the house of my quirk, but effectively I can emit tons of light and heat, enough to turn the nitrogen in the nearby atmosphere into plasma and manipulate it with my magnetic field. In response he got a smirk. I can tell that you skipped some pretty important details, but it doesn't matter. I'd tell you about my quirk, but I think I'll just show you instead. Monoma suddenly reached forward and grabbed Izuku's palm. Either, drat, it's a stockpiler type. I knew that you were leaving. Izuku could see the moment Monoma got woozy before he clutched his stomach. He suddenly got a hunch about what was happening but had no time to think about it more. Aizawa-sensei, emergency. And that's how Izuku found himself sitting next to Aizawa-sensei, who had been erasing Monoma's quirk for the past 3 minutes and was just out of Izuku's view to avoid erasing Starborn, with Monoma sitting across from him looking like a child that was cheated out of their ice cream while Kan-sensei was berating him. Damn it, Monoma, how many times have I warned you already not to blindly copy someone's quirk without knowing all the details? Aizawa-sensei decided to tag team him. You better be prepared to pay for all the eye drops you're making me waste, brat. Deciding that spending the next however many minutes listening to someone getting berated wasn't gonna save him any time, Izuku spoke up instead. So Monoma-san, from what I'm hearing you can copy someone's quirk. He got a begrudging nod. That's awesome. Those are really rare. It's literally a 1 in a million chance that we actually have 2 meta-type quirks in one place. He gestured towards Aizawa-sensei and pulled out a notebook from a back pocket. So I hope you don't mind if I ask you some questions while we wait. Monoma didn't even get the chance to respond before he got assaulted by a stream of questions slowed down for you folks. Do you need contact with someone to copy a quirk or just their genetic material? Can you copy all quirks or only emitter and transformation types? Do you gain their quirk at their current state or from back when they first manifested? Do you also copy someone's vestigial mutations? Do you copy the contents of a stockpiling type quirk or just the base quirk? Do you get the secondary adaptations and resistances along with the quirk? Do you get any knowledge on what the quirk is or how to use it? Once he stopped, he noticed that Kaan-sensei had already walked away and Aizawa-sensei had resigned himself to his fate. Monoma looked overwhelmed but didn't get discouraged as he somehow managed to respond to every single question in order. I need contact with the actual user. I can sometimes copy mutant quirks but only if the mutations are small enough, which is needed since some emitter quirks use physical mutations to activate through. I get their quirks as they are now. I only copy the parts that make the quirk work, so no vestigial mutations. As I implied when I tried copying yours, I don't get the contents of stockpiling types. I get secondary adaptations but only if they are part of the quirk and not acquired over time from constant exposure. I instinctively know how to trigger every part of a quirk but won't know what it is. His cocky grin returned after that as Izuku was writing all the answers down. It appears you didn't ask all the questions though, so maybe you're not as smart as they say, but I'll be helpful and divulge you anyway. I can currently copy and hold 3 quirks simultaneously, but I can only use one at a time. I can SWCH between which one I'm using though. And I can keep a copy for up to 5 minutes. Izuku could tell that Aizawa-sensei had stopped using erasure, could have told me that sooner, brat. And was giving him a disapproving glare, but that didn't dissuade him from voicing an observation his brain had latched onto. From what I can tell of your quirk, those storage and time limits seem kinda weird. Monoma sneered. Oh, so are you telling me that I'm mistaken in such a basic part of my own quirk? Izuku quickly backtracked in response. No, I'm not saying you don't know your own quirk. I'm just saying that those limits seem arbitrary, and that knowing why they're the way they are might let you discover or reframe an aspect of your quirk that you could focus on in the future. Monoma still eyed him suspiciously, but Izuku continued. So I think it's obvious that the actual copying is a transformation type aspect. And since you have to copy a quirk's physical structure at the cellular level to use it, then that means that it's likely a true transformation subtype. The other subtypes being Veil Eye, an outer layer that forms to give you a different appearance, and Illusion Eye, manipulating someone's mind or senses to make them think you look like someone or something else. Though if you can't copy larger scale mutant types, then your transformation aspect might only be able to add a small amount of extra mass to your body, like Chakuraraka's finger pads or Ashido's horns. It makes sense that you can only use one quirk at a time since your body can only transform into one state at a time. It seemed that Monoma was still following the logic, so Izuku moved on to his other observation. What doesn't make sense to me though is how you can store multiple copies at all, or why there's a time limit. True transformation quirks don't require an upkeep of the transformed state since the transformation itself is the quirk and it's just modifying your base body into a different state. As for the multiple copies thing, early quirk studies showed that human brains only have enough space to store the memory needed to use 2 quirks. And even at that, the physical body would still feel the repercussions over time. Given that you can SWCH between 3 stored quirks, which also implies that the memory for controlling your own quirk is still present alongside the memory for those 3 quirks, it just seems impossible without you going brain dead. Izuku finally arrived to his conclusion right as Monoma seemed to object. So what I'm thinking is that you touching the user isn't just for storing their quirk's physical aspects and gaining them through transforming your own cells, but that you're also establishing a mental link with that user. In essence, your copy is outsourcing the control of your stored quirks to their original users. If you view your ability to use quirks as creating mental links, then your storage and time limits make a lot more sense. Mental links created by quirks degrade over time if they are not renewed, and those types of quirks also usually have limits to the amount of links they can make at once, though that limit can be improved through constant usage. Izuku came out of his zone and noticed Monoma looking stunned. To his left he heard Aizawa-sensei walking away while mumbling, "Forget about paying for my eye drops, this will be a suitable punishment." Remembering the similar situation with Kirishima, he pressed on with some advice. I think there are 2 things you should look out for in the future if my analysis is correct. First of all, true transformation type quirks can often work partially. So if you start paying attention to that part, you might be able to manifest 2 quirks that don't physically overlap and use them simultaneously. As for the mental links aspect, It's been shown that people who are aware of a mental link that's been put on them can either choose to degrade it faster or sustain it for longer. So if you tell your classmates, they should be able to extend your time limit for using their quirks. Though I think that would happen naturally over time anyway, as well as they'll subconsciously trust you more. Monoma seemed to come back to his senses after Izuku's word vomit stopped and gave another appraising look. Maybe some of you from 1A aren't that bad if they voted you as their representative, though since our quirks definitely don't work together, I'm still waiting for your recommendation. Oh whoops. That's right. Let's see, your quirk really is difficult to synergize with others. The only thing I can think of is a move that can only be done if two people with the exact same quirk are present. He pondered for a bit longer as he gazed upon his classmates, who were all busy with others from 1B. Monoma-sen, are gyros earphone jacks small enough for your quirk to manifest? He gestured at the girl in question so Monoma could see. I think those are near my limit, but it should be possible. Izuku flashed a sheepish grin. That's perfect. I already have a combo move in mind, but I'm sure you don't want me to do all the work, so get to it. Monoma rolled his eyes but approached Gyro anyway, and Izuku realized he just wasted half of his own time and frantically started looking for a quirk that could actually work with his own. Eventually the time for discussing and practicing was up and everyone was showing off their combo move with their partner. Izuku managed to find a partner with plenty of time left to talk to Kendo about the chopping move. Gyro and Monoma ended up doing a move where they matched up the frequency of the emitted sound to create resonance and boost the shockwave much more than just a single instance of the quirk could. There were a few uninspired ones as well, but at least they tried their best. Eventually it was Izuku's turn as Aizawa-sensei called for him. Midoriya, you're the last person. Get your partner and show the move you came up with. Izuku walked forwards and motioned for the guy with extremely thick, bushy, white eyelashes. He had learned his name was Tetsu when they talked, to join him. Tetsu activated his quirk and turned his skin into steel as Izuku used his magnetic field to keep the steel teen stuck to him as he carefully started heating him up until he was glowing red hot. Izuku then reversed his magnetic field and repelled the teen-turned red-hot projectile to the other side of the gym. Rail gun. Tetsu stumbled back into the gym from the sizzling hole he had created in the wall and gave a thumbs up. So manly, courtesy of Kirishima, was heard and Aizawa-sensei gave an approving nod before finishing up. Alright brats, some of you could use more imagination, but everything was serviceable. It turned out that Izuku's conversation with Monoma was not enough to fully turn around his opinion on Class 1A as he spoke up again in a condescending tone. It's clear that it's our mediocre 1A partners that dragged down the overall quality of today's lesson. You should have just let us make combo moves within our own classes, senseis. Kaken predictably fell for the bait again. Ha! Who the F are you calling mediocre, you DMN copycat? Both classes groaned at the impending shouting match and their senseis seemed ready to just leave and end the lesson. Izuku noticed Kendo looking at him and giving him a nod that seemed to convey, "It's time to put your knowledge into practice, young Padawan." And the shouting match abruptly stopped as the sound of two synchronized chops filled the gym, followed by two simultaneous thuds. The day wasn't done yet though, as Izuku was approached by Kendo and someone from 1B with white hair and pitch black skin after exiting the changing room. "Heyo Midoriya, wasn't planning on talking to you anymore today, but Monoma verified some of the rumors we've heard and Kuroiro here wanted to see for himself. Yes. My quirk is shrouded in darkness and I wish for you to illuminate its hidden machinations. He really is like Tokoyami." Izuku backed off. "Whoa, hold on, I don't know what you heard, but honestly those previous 4 times Kendo gave him an incredulous look were just flukes really. There's no way that I would come across 5 different quirks with some previously hidden dash." He was interrupted by Kuroiro. "I can merge myself with and traverse through any material that has been sufficiently tainted by the darkness and emerge from them at will." After that short explanation, Izuku had immediately forgotten about his previous statement and went off. "Oh wow. I've never heard of merging with objects before. What I'm assuming is the condition of the material being dark enough seems like a weird restriction. I can honestly only think of 2 natural processes where 2 things merge into one. One of those being fusion, but I don't see that just casually happening or being reversible, so the only other thing I can think of is light being absorbed and later being emitted by the electrons in atoms. You'd somehow have to be made up of solid light though to make that work. Izuku could see 𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐸 blanching, or turning gray in his case, but he had already gotten used to those reactions. Maybe that's why you're restricted to dark objects. Those absorb much more of the incoming light than lighter objects, so you'd lose less of your own light from getting absorbed. I guess you still lose some light though, so maybe your skin is pitch black to quickly replenish the mass lost between quirk uses. When he zoned back in, Kendo was giving him an "I told you so" smirk, and 𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐸 was lying on the ground, devastated. I'm just an imposter playing pretend in the void. Speaking of his class's version of 𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐸, Tokoyami came out of the changing room and walked up to 𝐭𝐻𝐼𝐸, pulling him up and giving him a hug. Do not fret, my fellow brother from the abyss, for it is the brightest lights that hide the darkest of shadows. Izuku and Kendo suddenly startled from Aizawa-sensei's voice coming from behind them. This is all very touching, but unless you have an extracurricular club to attend after hours, then scram. I'm still looking for someone to fill the janitorial duties after class, and to help clear up that hole in gym gamma dash. He eyed Izuku with that statement. So if you'd like to spend the free time you obviously have for screwing around, then you can come with me to the janito dash. And at that, everyone fled the scene with one final bit of commentary from Tokoyami. What a mad banquet of darkness. Tuesday, April 13, 2151. Unlike the past 2 days, Izuku didn't go to the beach after classes were over to help. The Gen Ed students, Yomomo and Ojiro, were doing that today. No, instead he decided to do some of his own preparations for the sports festival. His session gathering information on the GSFP on Saturday had him discover an extracurricular club that he thought was interesting enough to attend. The meeting time and location were at the 2A classroom during Tuesday and Thursday afternoons, which is where Izuku now found himself. Izuku was about to go in when an unexpected encounter happened. Wow, Midori, wasn't expecting you here. You trying something out? He turned around and saw Ashido walking to him. Oh hey Ashido-san, you so formal, you're making me feel old, Midori. Mina-san, try again. I'm not letting you continue until you make me feel like a cute girl again. The pout she put on definitely gave the impression of a little girl, alright. Sigh, hi Mina-chan, thank you. I wasn't expecting to see you here either. The Urban Park Hour Club isn't exactly advertised well, I only stumbled on it by accident. Ashido grinned. I've been doing park hour since middle school, Midori. It vibes well with my breakdancing and sounds useful for hero work, so I checked if there was a club like that at UA, and boom. Izuku didn't get any time to respond though, as she started pushing him to the door. Come on Midori, let's get moving. I'm super excited to share this with a classmate. They entered the classroom to see about 7 people, all of who were clearly second or third years, standing in one big group and talking to each other. One of them was actually Mirio-senpai, who immediately noticed their arrival and enthusiastically started waving. Hey look guys, we've actually got 2 newcomers, and I know these 2. A teen that had been standing in the middle of the crowd, a girl with puffy earrings and fluffy, shoulder-length hair with a slightly pink color which made it look like cotton candy, looked at them and gave a welcoming smile. It's nice to see new people coming here. My name is Moata, but you can call me whatever you like. We weren't actually expecting any new arrivals this early in the year, but we have some time left before Ectoplasm-sensei comes around, so we can give a quick introduction if you want one. Mirio-senpai picked up where she left off. It's good to see you 2 kohais again. How'd you find this club so fast though? I didn't even know about its existence until after the sports festival in my 2nd year. Ashido eagerly responded first. I've been doing park hour for a while, so I wanted to continue since it's really fun. Mirio-senpai then eyed Izuku, which probably meant he should respond as well. I accidentally found it when I was researching unrelated things. But I think I could get some useful skills here and maybe refine my quirk use for cityscape traversal outside hero lessons, if that's allowed of course. Fuwa-senpai giggled softly. Yes, that's what Ectoplasm-sensei is supervising for, since some of us aren't from the hero course. Well, that, and it's because he can monitor us all individually in case something goes wrong. She then got a more serious look, though she still looked pretty serene. Back to business though, since you 2 are new, I'll be supervising you for a while until I'm convinced you know all the basics and can move around safely on your own. Wait, does that make you the club president then? I thought it'd be one of the 3rd years. 𝐒𝐿 decided to ask. It might look weird, but the founder graduated from UA last year and they appointed me since my quirk is pretty useful for all this, that's all though. I do want to make one thing clear from the get-go, especially since I just heard you dash, she pointed directly at 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Saying you're doing this for fun. Parkour and freerunning might be used interchangeably, but they are not the same. Freerunning is for giving a show, while parkour is simply going from A to B through any environment as quickly as possible. While you're allowed, and even encouraged, to have fun, we will not be doing any pointless wall runs, somersaults, or other moves like that. Both 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 were apparently caught off guard enough by that change in mood as Fuwa-senpai noticed and moved back to talking in a softer tone. I guess Aizawa-sensei has rubbed off on me more than I thought. Given your reaction and anticipation for a ruse, I guess you two are in class 1A then. Speaking of, I'm kind of jealous that Aizawa-sensei didn't pull his expel but re-enroll later move on anyone in your class. A knock on the door ended that conversation and Mirio-senpai started moving everyone along. Looks like Ectoplasm-sensei is here, time to get moving folks. I hope you two brought a tracksuit or something like that, hahaha. They eventually found themselves on a large platform standing in the middle of what 𝐒𝐿 thought was probably the ground gamma that had been mentioned online. It seemed to be based off of a highly dense, industrialized area with most things consisting of concrete or metal and lots of pipes, like way more exposed pipes than would ever be necessary. When they arrived, the others immediately went off on their own with a clone of Ectoplasm-sensei following suit. Fuwa-senpai on the other hand beckoned them to come towards one end of the platform. Since you two are here for the first time, I'm going to lead you through the rookie trail. We've actually set up a few trails with colored markers, but those are just suggestions. Try sticking to them in the future until I'm convinced that you know what you're doing though. Now then, Fuwa-senpai stretched her hands, now covered by fingerless gloves, and jumped off the platform onto a lower building. Follow my lead. After a few tense minutes and a quick moment to see if both him and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 could properly roll after a fall, they arrived to what appeared to be one of Ground Gamma's main streets, as the building they were standing on had a 9-meter-long gap between it and the building on the opposite side, and they were standing about 5 stories above the asphalt. They were suddenly addressed by Fuwa-senpai. Your first optional challenge is right here. This jump isn't doable for normal people unless you use some sort of boost. If you want, you can try to figure out how to jump this distance using your quirk, if that's possible of course. Otherwise you'll just have to use the stairs in this building and get to the other side the long way around. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 pouted. No way am I gonna chicken out. I finally get to use my quirk for this, so I'm gonna do this. While she started thinking, 𝐒𝐿 decided to do the same. I don't have my special souls with me, so I wouldn't be able to use solar wind to boost myself across this time. Maybe I should try to find a less noticeable and lower power alternative while I'm at it anyway. As he thought about the special souls, his mind wandered to the other events that had happened back at My-chan's house, and he got reminded of the time he got stuck to that metal beam. I think I know how to do it. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 seemed to have finished as well. Ditto over here. Fuwa-senpai simply smiled and motioned towards the gap. Go right ahead, I'll follow shortly after you. 𝐒𝐿 had positioned himself over a slightly angled metal sheet and focused on his magnetic field. Alright, turn up the magnitude until I'm firmly stuck to the metal and then abruptly reverse the polarity. As he reversed it, he got silently catapulted at an upwards angle, and 𝐒𝐿 successfully reached the opposite side with room to spare as he fell into a cushioning roll. He then looked back to see 𝐻𝐻𝐻 preparing a run-up while sliding over some of her acid for faster speeds and then jumping off of a slight ramp. 𝐒𝐿 got a bit of a scare when she seemed to be coming just short of making the distance, and he peered over the edge to see 𝐻𝐻𝐻 somehow stuck to the side of the building. She looked up and grinned. Don't worry Midori, it's all going according to plan. I coated my fingers with strong acid which quickly made some grooves in this wall for me to stick to. He chuckled, lying down flat on the roof and reaching down to help her up along the final bit until the edge of the roof suddenly seemed to break off and they both started falling to the ground below. This wasn't really 𝐒𝐿's proudest moment, as, despite his quick-thinking nature, he just kinda froze up, emitted a surprisingly harmonizing scream with 𝐻𝐻𝐻 and simply braced for impact until a soft splashing noise came from below and the ground that was getting closer by the second suddenly erupted into a white foam. They both softly landed on it, and as Izuku and Ashido tried to reorient themselves, they heard a familiar laugh coming from nearby. Finally finding an upright position and freeing his face from the encompassing white material, he saw Mirio-senpai clapping as he walked towards them. Great show as always, 𝐒𝐭𝐴. I just had to show up to see this. The newbies' reactions to that always makes me crack up, ha ha ha. Izuku got confused and looked towards 𝐒𝐭𝐴-senpai, who was jumping off the building she'd still been standing on, and shot some liquid down below which quickly erupted into the same white foam upon impact, which she gracefully landed on as it quickly dissolved below her feet. She walked up to them and brushed the foam they were struggling to get out of with her fingertips, which quickly dissolved on her touch again as she gave a gentle chuckle. I'm sorry you two, but that scenario was our little hazing procedure. That edge has a hidden mechanism that loosens it so anyone on it will fall off. If both of you had made it fully across, I'd simply have gotten you to step towards the edge, so either way you would have fallen off. Her smile suddenly turned slightly toothy. Besides hazing, it functions as a nice little learning moment. Knowing what it feels like to fall from a great height without having any safety precautions set up can be really eye-opening. This way you know what to expect if it actually happens in the future. Izuku blanched at the familiar smile and noticed Ashido doing the same. You can really tell she's known Aizawa-sensei for over a year. 𝐒𝐭𝐴-senpai returned to her softer smile. I hope there are no hard feelings from you two though. With my quirk you were never really in any actual danger anyway. At the mention of her quirk, Izuku perked up and grabbed his portable notebook. Yes, he totally has those for emergency notes. Oh yeah, what was that? It looked like you can generate a bunch of foam, but I was wondering what you can do with it all. It's no problem, my Doria-kohai. I can answer your questions to make up for that little situation I put you two in. 𝐒𝐭𝐴-senpai pointed her hand to a nearby wall. My fingers produce a special liquid that I can shoot out at will. She then proceeded to demonstrate as a little bit of colorless liquid shot from her index finger. When this liquid encounters an obstacle, it will rapidly start expanding, which turns it into foam. The small amount of liquid hit the wall and quickly expanded to cover about a square meter of it in the white foam. Just a few millimeters of liquid is already enough to completely cover a regular person. She walked up to the covered wall and brushed the foam with her hand again. To avoid getting myself caught in it, my sweat contains a counteracting substance that dissolves the foam shortly after contact. She looked back at Izuku and Ashido. I prefer to think of it as cotton though. This foam is a lot more solid and sturdier than regular foam, and it also sounds less synthetic. Izuku beamed at the explanation. Whoa, 𝐒𝐭𝐴-senpai, there are so many useful applications for that. You could use it to cushion your own or other people's impacts. Or you could use it to hinder, slow down, or even completely trap your opponents. If you got some of the liquid inside cracks, you could even force doors and walls open or move debris apart. Oh, and can't fires be extinguished using certain thicker foams too? He paused when he heard a soft giggle and looked up from his notebook at 𝐒𝐭𝐴-senpai, who was addressing Mirio-senpai. Oh, you weren't kidding about this one, Mirio-senpai. You should get back to doing your own thing though. The fun part is over now. She waved him off and put her attention back on him and Ashido as she walked to the nearby building they had just fallen off of. You about covered all the things I've come up with myself. But you missed one of them. 𝐒𝐭𝐴-senpai winked before running straight at the wall, splashing some of the foam liquid on the ground in front of her, which rapidly expanded right when she moved over it, launching her upwards, where she grabbed onto the roof's ledge with her forward momentum and pulled herself up. Izuku looked at the ledge in awe, and Ashido was about to walk to the building's entrance to find the stairs until 𝐒𝐴𝐴-senpai's face appeared over the ledge. Don't try the stairs just yet. This is the second optional challenge of this route. Try climbing up using your quirks. They both looked at the completely smooth, featureless 5-story tall wall and groaned. Despite the distance, Izuku thought he could see 𝐒𝐴-senpai giving a playful grin before disappearing from view, though that might have just been his imagination. Ashido had already started climbing, melting grooves into the wall with her fingers again. Izuku looked at the wall and realized 𝐒𝐴-senpai had never specified it had to be this building's wall, so he looked around and noticed that the building left to it, though it was equally smooth, had several metal pipes joined side to side going all the way to the top. He approached the pipes and put both his hands on them, making his hands stick to the surface with his field. He then did the same for his feet and carefully dialed back his field strength in his right hand, detaching it and moving it up before sticking it to the pipes again. Next came his right foot and then he moved on to his left side. When he started reaching the top he had gotten into a good rhythm and it turned out to be less of a chore than he had expected at first, arriving at the same time as Ashido. Fuwa-senpai greeted them again with a thumbs up and another soft smile. "You two have done great so far." She stood up and jumped down onto a nearby balcony behind the building. "We're only slightly over halfway done though, so let's get moving." Izuku grinned at Ashido and she returned the favor as they both followed suit. Wednesday, April 14, 2151 this afternoon it was Yomomo, Todoroki and Izuku himself that were leading the sparring at Dagobah. Izuku had been pleased when he realized that the Gen Ed students had been recommending the GSFP to their classmates since more people had started showing up over the days. It was currently pretty late though, only Yomomo still had a group to help out and Izuku decided this was the time to try something he'd been thinking of for the past week as he approached Todoroki. Todoroki-san, before you leave for the day I wanted to ask you something." Todoroki, stoic as ever, simply blinked at him, which Izuku didn't think was a dismissal, so he continued. "I was hoping to ask you for a favor, but you probably don't want that, so instead I'd like to spar with you first. If I win I get to ask you for that favor and otherwise I'll leave you alone." Todoroki quirked an eyebrow. "Depending on the favor I'd try and do it anyway, but if you want to spar with me, oh whoops. Well, I haven't sparred with Todoroki yet so it'll be fun anyway." Izuku clapped his hands. "One rule though before we begin, causing collateral damage to the trash here means you automatically forfeit." Todoroki shrugged and Izuku had to dodge as a trail of ice nearly missed him. "Oh, so no starting signal here." They went back and forth for a bit until Izuku suddenly slipped. "See Ubi, he iced the whole area while I wasn't looking." A barrage of ice that was much larger than any of the ones Todoroki had sent out before was rapidly approaching him and Izuku instinctively turned his aura up a ton. In the end the ice couldn't even hit him as it melted before it could get close enough. Izuku took a moment to breath and saw Todoroki breathing as well, shivering from the ice he'd been making. The most Todoroki had accomplished was getting Izuku completely wet from the molten ice, though even that was already quickly evaporating because of the heat. After that long back and forth he did notice a considerable weakness. It appears Todoroki can only generate ice from his right side, so if I start targeting his left, while Todoroki was still breathing Izuku rolled to Todoroki's left and lunged at him, only for a wall of fire to erupt from his left, startling Izuku and forcing him to jump backwards. "What the? He can use fire as well. Wait, why did I jump backwards? I can survive plasma at temperatures that rival those on the surface of the sun. Now that I think about it, I'm a pretty bad matchup for Todoroki with my quirk." Izuku backed up against a metal fridge and turned up his magnetic field in preparation for a launch. "I might not have to worry about his fire, but he's definitely warming up from it and getting back his stamina, so I'll have to pull a surprise move to finish this." Reversing the polarity, Izuku launched himself directly towards Todoroki, who had blocked himself from seeing Izuku with his fire, and hurled straight through it, tackling Todoroki to the ground. Todoroki tried to ice Izuku up while in his hold, but Izuku just evaporated the ice whenever it touched him and Todoroki eventually tapped out. Izuku got off of him and fell on the sand. "Holy wow, Todoroki-san, I didn't know you could actually use fire. I just thought you could increase your ice's temperature to quickly get rid of it." Todoroki had a conflicted look on his face as he looked at his left hand. "There haven't been any situations at UA where fire would have helped me out yet, but that just now was more of a reflex anyway. I don't particularly like using fire for personal reasons, so I save it only for when it's actually necessary, and I'd rather not use it at all, but I made an oath to someone I looked up to a long time ago, so I'll keep using it for them." The mood had suddenly gotten pretty somber, so Izuku decided to move things along. "Well, anyway, that was an awesome fight, Todoroki-kun. Can I call you that?" A nod from the stoic teen was enough confirmation for him. "Great, so about that favor of mine, Saturday, April 17, 2151. The rest of the week had passed much quicker than Izuku had expected. His second session at the Urban Park Hour Club with Ashido was really fun once Fuwa-senpai made it clear that there were no more hazings awaiting them, and he really thought he was rapidly progressing with using his metal repulsion technique for maneuvering dense and indoor areas. The beach cleanup had been going pretty well too, as more Gen Ed students, a few support students in need of some scrap for tinkering at home, and even other hero students started showing up. No doubt the promise of potential beach parties had been spreading through the student body like a wildfire. After a full day of being at Dagobah Beach, Izuku had been dragged away by Mai-chan again to help her field test some of her babies for the sports festival. No spoiling my babies to the other students, 0.Akuan. Mai-chan had been busy extinguishing a fire created by one of her spherical-shaped laser drones in the field located in the forested area near her house, where they had been testing her inventions, as he heard a notification coming from his phone. Checking his line, he saw that the message had been from Todoroki-kun. He started grinning and looked up at Mai-chan, who had just finished stamping out the last embers. "Mai-chan, if I remember correctly, it's your birthday tomorrow, right?" Mai-chan looked up from the burnt patch of grass with a look of confusion. "Hey, you know that? I don't think I even bothered telling you." Izuku sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "I kinda got bored last week and went through your stuff. Including your calendar. Anyway, I was hoping you got some free time tomorrow. Have you ever had a private tour of Endeavor's support company?" The increasingly excited look crossing Mai-chan's face gave him enough of an answer, and he started chuckling as he got tackled on the ground and into a bear hug. "Man, the past few chapters I've only had one thing to talk about at the end, but I have 4 whole things this time. First of all, we got my headcanon for when MHA is taking place. I know that in the anime you can see that the year on Izuku's provisional license is 20XX, but in the manga all the details on his license are blurred out, so I'm not so sure if 20XX is fully trustworthy, especially since I'd rather use the information from the manga, unless the anime has extra information that doesn't clash with the manga. More importantly though, we have a bit of a time frame. Firstly, 5 generations of quirks would land you at about a time frame of 100 to 150 years if a generation is counted as 20 to 30 years. Next up we have Dr. Garaki, who is 120 years or older, but first met AFO when he was 50 years old. We know that the main quirk that keeps AFO alive is Garaki's life force, which reduces stamina for a longer lifespan, and AFO probably has some stamina quirks to counteract that weakness. But AFO couldn't have gotten that quirk until he met Garaki, which was when Garaki was 50 years old. Either way, the quirk stops the user's appearance from aging as quickly, and before he got patatified, AFO looked to be in his 40s to 50s, and we know he was around in the first generation and is from the same generation as Garaki, probably on the younger side though, with Garaki on the older side. So the 120 to 150 timeframe since the start of quirks is definitely the correct one. Then add the headcanon that the luminescent baby was born in 2014, when the manga was released, which seems reasonable since general technology looks about the same as the 2010s, and if we had the first quirk start appearing in 2050 or later, then we'd be a lot further ahead if quirks didn't hinder anything for those extra 40+ years. Lastly, get a year where Mai's birthday falls on a weekend for personal fic reasons, and boom, 2151 sounded nice. Second point. My headcanon on where Musutafu, from now on called by its canonical name of Korisato, is located, since you might have noticed that I used real-world names for areas surrounding Korisato. I actually went on a bit of a theory spree with this a while ago and wanted to include it in the fic, so here it is. One thing of note is that since it's been 100 to 150 years, human-made things can change a lot. The only things that don't really change in that time frame are the coastline and landscapes. During the war arc, when the news reporter lists off a bunch of cities within a relatively small portion of Japan, you can tell that a lot of new cities have been built, so it's likely that the Japanese population grew quite a bit and that there's a lot more urban development. As for canon clues to the location, the biggest one is that the city that Izuku and Yue are both in, which in English fanon is accepted as Korisato, but it's actually not sure if the city name has actually been dropped in the manga, is located in the fictional prefecture of near Shizuoka, though Shizuoka itself still exists as a prefecture. We've actually heard of at least one other fictional prefecture which is called Gunga, so they've definitely changed around and further divided some prefecture borders over time. Anyway, since the prefecture is called near Shizuoka, that means that the prefecture was originally at least somewhat part of current-day Shizuoka, with maybe some bits of another prefecture included as well. For further clues, at Dagobah Beach the sun rises directly from the sea, which means Dagobah is facing east or southeast, since in the winter the sun rises somewhat from the southeast, plus there's a completely unobstructed horizon, so there's no peninsular land blocking the way from across the sea. As for UA, the sun has set several times from behind the building if you were looking at it from the entrance gate, so the gate itself is facing east as well. UA is facing towards the sea as seen in one shot, and the horizon is once again unobstructed, so no land in the way. That leaves us with just a few coastal areas in near the current-day Shizuoka prefecture that could work for Korisato's location. Checking further though, the anime background landscape at Dagobah coincidentally matches up really well with one of the potential coastlines, so that's why I'm going with that general area. Dagobah doesn't have to be directly near UA after all, just near the same city. Dagobah is actually pretty isolated from urban development since it's right next to a very wooded area. Another fact is that UA is pretty close to the Tokaido Shinkansen, as they are relatively quickly able to get their students to the nearest station for their internships, and I doubt that line would extend southwards into the peninsula, so Korisato is near the north end of the peninsula. I'm assuming that near Shizuoka was created mainly because of Korisato and probably some places in the actual Aizu Peninsula. Yes, it's called the Aizu Peninsula, getting big enough to warrant that section splitting off from Shizuoka for better governance. Lastly, there must be quite a lot of nature near UA for the campus to be that giant. So with all that in mind, here's my headcanon map of Korisato with the old naming of Musutafu, because I'm not going back to edit these images. Last point, this chapter has a half OC. Since she's canon but we don't know her quirk yet, and she's only had like one line so far in the manga, so I gave her one instead. Anyway, present MIC time. Here we have a student from the second year hero course. More at a fewer. She survived an entire year with Eraserhead already, so you know she's gotta be tough. Her quirk Instant Cotton gives her the ability to shoot a special liquid from her fingers, which instantly turns into a big puffy cloud of cotton when it hits something. Luckily her sweat dissolves the stuff so she won't get caught in it herself. Hey, now that I think about it, those cotton clouds sound like they could be lovely beds. Are you sure you don't have a favorite student in 2A Eraserhead? I don't know what you're talking about. Besides that, there were two more existential crises courtesy of Izuku. So, copy, upon contact with another quirk user, two things will happen. Firstly, copy will analyze the target's DNA, find the relevant parts that are required for quirk usage, and transforms the user's cellular structure to match those parts when the user wishes to use the quirk. As the quirk bases the transformation off of the target's DNA, any aspects that aren't stored in the DNA, such as any stockpiled material and built-up resistances, these aspects are not copied. Secondly, copy establishes a one-way mental link to the target's brain, allowing the user to use the copied quirk through the target's brain without any danger of brain damage. As they make direct use of the target's neural pathways, they will instinctively know how to use the quirk's aspects as well as any strengthened pathways through the target's repeated training. Black. This quirk gives its user a biology of solid light, which in turn can be absorbed and later on emitted by nearby atoms, as well as being moved between atoms at the user's will. The quirk has mentally restricted itself to black and dark objects as to maximize the absorbance and minimize losses. Any lost light gets replenished from ambient light by the user's pitch black skin. It's likely that the user retains their brain functions when fully absorbed in an object through photon emission and absorption patterns between that object's atoms, mimicking the neural structure of the brain.